Level 5. Yeah.
Defense has made quite a large motion on the docket. Hello, Tony. Are you with me?
Yeah. I was.
Are you listening?
Yeah. I didn't know you were.
You gonna bring forward your motion?
Oh, I didn't know you were prompting me to do that. You said I posted something. I didn't know. Yeah, sure.
I didn't knuckle dust him, I swear.
Oh, might as well yoink it up over now. Yeah, Your Honor. Based on what has happened and given the issues that we've been confronted with, we're going to go ahead and motion to dismiss dismiss the case with prejudice. Do you want me to? Am I good to go into why?
Sorry, hang on. There was a motion before that I actually just now saw. I didn't see before. Prosecution made a motion for summary judgment.
Yeah, because yes, Your Honor, just because everyone's having scheduling issues, I thought it might be easier for everyone, but they had rebutted saying they.
Oh, that's the only reason.
So
yeah, that's a great reason.
Motion at that time. Just I wanted to make it easier for all the witnesses, but
oh, thank you so much.
Defense didn't want that, so it's fine.
Okay, in case I'm mistaken, unless there's been a case that I don't know about, summary judgments don't apply to criminal cases. They only apply to civil trials. Has anybody else been told differently or seen differently?
There's no reason why they shouldn't be, but I'm not saying shit.
Anybody in the gallery can speak up too if they've seen differently. Okay, so yeah, the motion.
Wait, shouldn't she know this? I thought she'd been like a DA for God knows how long.
Verdicts and judgments don't apply to criminal trials. They only apply to.
That's crazy.
Civil trials, like I said. I do understand why you made that reasoning or why you made that motion. Don't get me wrong. I'm not throwing it to the side. But we're here today, so depending on how the motion goes from defense's side on this next one for the motion to dismiss, and we're just gonna have the court case today, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Yeah. That's why I left the reason. That's why I put a long reasoning on there. I was aware they didn't typically do it, but I figured it might be easier if it was via legal arguments.
I'm sure you know.
I'm just making sure that it's known to everybody in the courtroom.
Definitely not tail
Tony,
between
we can
legs.
Now go over your motion to dismiss with prejudice. Why don't you go ahead and start with why you want to do that?
Sure. Your Honor, people of the courts, defense strongly opposes the prosecution motion and asserts that dismissal with prejudice is the only appropriate resolution due to significant procedural flaws, lack of evidence, and repeated denial of the warrant prior to its flawed approval. We'll break this down in a few points. Number one, the lack of probable cause in the warrant. The warrant was issued without substantiating probable cause, as demonstrated by the following. The initial denial of the warrant. The warrant was previously denied, highlighting concerns regarding the lack of sufficient evidence to justify its scope and claims. Despite this denial, the prosecution proceeded with the same deficient assertions that ultimately led to its approval, raising serious concerns about the process's integrity. Next one would be investigative oversight. High Command was excluded from the investigation. Assistant Chief Tyler Peters, who authored the weapons report in question, that was claimed to be a false weapons report, was never consulted. The prosecution claimed the report was a false report because the serial number matched a wrench rather than a weapon. However, depositions from High Command revealed this was due to a staff error misplacing a wrench associated with incident number 665 into weapons report number 6655. Chief Daisy Moss confirmed this mistake and advised Officer Spade to amend the docket, which Spade ignored, continuing to pursue charges based on a false premise. Mischaracterized weapons report. Again, the report in question was neither false nor incomplete. It documented the weapon we found it to be the weapon SKB MIF. You could read the serial number, which was recovered in October. The warrant claimed this firearm was in Mr. Pred's possession on April 29th, 2024, 2 weeks before it was reported lost in report number 6655, meaning report number 6655 covers this
Did he say I can't get on the phone? No one can? I was going to tweet you're welcome, and then I remember the warning.
Firearm on the case, which means it's insufficient to meet probable cause threshold for a raid. Because remember, they alleged 2 criminal negligent ownership of a firearm based on 2 firearms. Second big point, improper use of expunged records. On July 14th, 2024, all criminal records related to Mr. Pred were expunged rendering them sealed and inaccessible for prosecutorial use without judicial approval. The prosecution failed to 1. Seek or provide judicial approval. No evidence has been presented to demonstrate that judicial approval was sought or granted to access or use Mr. Pred's expunged records. The prosecution's reliance on sealed records in this case violates the protections afforded by the expungement order and undermines the legitimacy of their claims. Number 2, they address expungement. They failed to, addressing the expungement in the warrant. The warrant improperly referenced records predating the expungement, despite their inaccessibility without explicit court authorization. The court's failure to account for this fundamental procedural requirement further invalidates their argument and highlights their reliance on improper evidence. Third main point, failure to conduct a proper investigation. The investigation failed to adhere to standard procedures or gather sufficient evidence. Unsubstantiated allegations. The warrant made baseless claims of Mr. Pred's affiliations without evidence. It also cited reports outside the statute of limitations without meeting the statutory requirements outlined in Section 3 of the statute of limitations legislation. Second point is lack of investigative diligence. The warrant relied on speculative claims of stockpiling weapons without supporting evidence. Key investigative steps, such as bank subpoenas, were conducted only after the raid, undermining the credibility of the warrant. Then we have the issues of the omission of key facts. The warrant excluded critical information that contradicts the prosecution's assertion. First and foremost, the weapons license timeline. The warrant implied that Mr. Pred was stockpiling weapons starting July 1st, 2024. However, it failed to disclose that he did not hold a weapons license from July 26th to October 3rd, 2024, making weapon purchases during this time impossible. Subpoenas targeting his second weapons license revealed only one firearm purchase, which was surrendered after the license was revoked. The prosecution also neglected to investigate the transaction under his first license. And of course, the Polito property. The warrant included the Polito property, despite it being purchased on October 27th, 2024, less than 24 hours before the warrant was issued. No evidence connected this property to the alleged crimes, nor was any justifications provided for its inclusion. In fact, in the People's Evidence X, they also admit themselves that the Polito property was never investigated before the raid had occurred.
Oh, no way!
Number 5.
Nah!
Ex post facto application of the legislation.
I didn't know about that.
The warrant improperly applied current weapons legislations retroactively. The erroneous charges. It cited firearms AY6IRQ08.
I can read the serial number. You don't have to read it.
Okay, hell yeah, perfect, thank you. Which was already in police custody since late April, and of course, the serial number starting with SKB, alleged possession on April 29th, 2024, to charge Mr. Pred with criminal possession of a firearm. However, owning multiple firearms was lawful during the relevant time frame. Furthermore, the serial number starting with AY has been in police custody for over 6 months, demonstrating a lack of understanding of the law and insufficient cause for the warrant and charges.
I mean, they work for Angel. What do you expect?
The legislation for the whole current legislation was enacted on July 10th. And the most important one, the stagnation of Blaine County. This case has caused unnecessary stagnation in Blaine County's progress. First and foremost, the issues with witness availability. The warrant process, including its denial, involved key individual testimony, one of which is now unavailable indefinitely. These witnesses are crucial to scrutinizing the ethical concerns and procedural issues surrounding the warrant and subsequent charges. Without their testimony, the case cannot move forward. Impact on the community. Blaine County remains in a state of limbo due to the faulty investigation and unfounded charges. Justice delayed in this case undermines the county's progress and public confidence in its judicial system. To wrap it up, the prosecution has failed to establish probable cause, improperly used expunged records, conducted an inadequate investigation, omitted key facts, and pursued charges based on a warrant previously deemed insufficient. These procedural and evidentiary shortcomings, coupled with the adverse impact on Blaine County, make dismissal with prejudice not only justified, but imperative. This resolution is necessary to restore the integrity of the judicial process and allow Blaine County to move forward.
Good.
I love Los Santos and Blaine County.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Let's do this one by one.
That was fucking crazy.
Miss
Beautiful.
Sparks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Tony, you're taking this as you're directly arguing the validity of the search warrant. Is that what you're taking this time to do, or what?
For the motion, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so just so everybody is aware, whenever somebody wants to argue a search warrant in relation to an ongoing criminal case or civil case, they have to have a separate hearing for it. And then in the separate hearing, that will be determined if the search warrant was legal or not. And then, the regular case will be determined if they go forward with it or not. In this case, since we're in a pre-trial hearing, we're not in the full trial yet. This is going to be the hearing for the validity of the search warrant because expedience sake, and I don't want to wait till January 15th to get another case going. We're going to have you guys go forward, and we're going to hear
that's a good
arguments
thing
from prosecution.
If that went the other way,
in terms of the search
crash
warrant
out.
and everything.
Oh no, I knew what he was
doing.
doing.
We'll go from there. Okay, is everybody on the same page?
Can I have some clarification concerning the previous pretrial? Didn't we already do this, Your Honor, in the pretrial, or was that an unofficial warrant challenge?
No, the warrant challenge was to remove it from evidence. It was not arguing the validity of the legality of the search warrant. It was just to remove it from evidence.
Okay.
This is actually arguing the legality around it.
Understood. Okay.
Which it was not removed from evidence, so everybody knows. So with that being said, we're going to start with number 1 on Tony's list here. Lack of probable cause. There was an initial denial. The warrant was previously denied, highlighting concerns regarding the lack of sufficient.
They need to do a special trial to throw out the warrant.
The prosecution proceeded with the same deficient assertions that ultimately led out to its approval, raising serious questions about the process's integrity. Okay, so what's your response to that?
Your Honor, there's no evidence that's been pressed forth by the defense that there was any initial denial. Even if there was any evidence, you, as well as anyone else who's ever filed a search warrant subpoena in their entire life, those can get rejected for one reason or another. There's no reason that this entire warrant should be dismissed just based on this factor.
Okay. In terms of investigative oversight, Tony, do you have an explanation why this one sounds like you're arguing police SOPs versus legal law and stuff?
Well, because the main point of that oversight is the fact that they didn't ever investigate what they claim to be a falsified weapons report. If they did, they would have realized that report was not only legitimate but also open and covers one of the weapons they allege to be used as part of their reason to raid the property. Because
we already go over the wrench thing,
which was dismissed, if I remember correctly, Your Honor. That's not even to be referenced, which was referenced numerous times in his motion to dismiss already.
Yeah, I know.
It was still used in the warrant.
Wait, according to her, you couldn't.
Is whatever.
Nobody said that you can't bring it up.
I would say it's human error. However, that weapons report, you and I agreed, is still open and can be used, which still covers that gun.
No, wait. When did that? What?
Criminal negligence ownership of a firearm.
Wasn't that the whole thing claiming it was
given the timeline that the other side has given, which
but
was on
like
April 29th,
no one who said that you can't bring it up just because one party says it was doesn't mean it's true.
May 17th fits the timeline when that report was stolen or missing.
Who
from,
deemed it though?
Alpred and was recovered.
They alleged it was.
So that specific report covers that weapon. So realistically, the point I'm making in that oversight is the fact that there's only one gun here that constitutes criminal negligence ownership of a firearm.
And how would that build a pattern at all?
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Tony. You're saying that they
You want to
used-
see the scuff? Yeah,
they
like
used
what?
2 weapons
What?
for 2 charges of criminal negligent ownership, but in reality, they only should have used 1 in the search warrant.
Yeah, why? Like, what is
Yeah.
this scuff thing? And who's saying it can't be used? Like, I'm so
Okay.
confused.
Prosecution, do you have a response to that?
So someone just
For the
explain.
investigative oversight or mischaracterize
Yeah, the
mischaracterize
investigative.
weapon.
Yeah, what we just talked about.
Investigative oversight is arguing police SOPs, which we don't do. Furthermore, command and high command were informed. The leader of all the
That we
PD on
don't
second
do?
hand
Who the
of all
fuck
PD
does she
doesn't
think
be
she
informed
is?
of any warrant. That's what chain of command is for. Further, it's not illegal, and we're arguing police SOPs.
I don't know.
Tony, they're self-proclaiming oversight.
It's not arguing police SOPs. You're just arguing.
Your Honor, the thing is,
I love
we're-
hearing Abilene girl
Your
when
Honor,
over there.
the thing is, nobody cares about the SOPs. It's the fact that this weapons report is still open and covers that weapon. Regardless of what they do internally, it doesn't change the fact that this weapons report is still open, and it still
Yeah.
counters for the fact
And-
that it was reporting
Yes.
that specific firearm SKB
Exactly.
missing. And that's proven by the fact that we were given a timeline of when that gun was in Pred's possession, in between that possession and the report was being made. So either way, have fun, whatever you want to talk about the SOPs. The fact of the matter is that weapons report covers that missing weapon.
The 6655.
6655, yes.
That's shit
What
that
was-
pisses me off when they're like speaking on behalf
What's
of the
SK
DOJ.
one for
You're a
again?
fucking
The-
marshal.
that's
You're
one
nothing
of-
more than a
that one
pretend
was,
cop,
one
all
of
right?
the weapons they
That can't
recovered, I believe,
fucking
on the-
investigate,
was it
all
25th?
right?
It's the one that has. the
Why are you
robbery
speaking on
file.
behalf of the
Okay, I
damn
gotcha.
fuck? I'm gonna fucking lose my shit.
Oh Lord. Here you go. Here we
You're
go.
okay, man. Calm down.
Oh, oh
Who the
Lord.
fuck are you? Tell me to calm down.
Look, I'm just trying
Alright,
to be nice, okay?
Tony,
I'm
There's
sorry,
no
I'm gonna lie,
nice.
This one kind of sounds like
There is no. I'm about to
argument
jump
to
over
get
this
rid of one of
fucking
the
thing and
charges, not
strangle
really
the
an argument to get
motherfucker.
rid of the warrant.
Well, no, the thing is, Your Honor, they use this to build the warrant. It's one of the charges listed on the warrant. They literally said they found
Because
2 guns and made
actually,
all
Oh,
this
you're good.
this
I'm
entire warrant.
sorry,
and
it's
that
been a
was their
very
basis.
stressful
There,
4
there.
months.
Okay.
You're okay, man. I get it. I don't get it, but I say I get it just to. I'm
Prosecution,
gonna
do you have
shut
a
up
final
now.
rebuttal?
Oh shit.
We do, Your Honor. Just a moment.
We gotta smash this warrant down. We gotta squash this shit.
Your Honor, if we could claim that every single stolen firearm report was still open, then we would have to claim that every single criminally negligent ownership of a firearm that was reported, but there was multiple firearms found, was not correct. We can
Yes,
only assume
exactly.
that
It's
one
the
of
dumbest
many
charge
firearms that we
on a
retrieved, which was
fucking penal
10
code.
or 11, I believe, that one of them 11 were from that 6655 report.
Okay, but Tony is saying that you used 2 different firearms in the search warrant. That's why he's arguing it.
Yes.
And
Saying
so
that you unlawfully used a report that shouldn't have been used to search Mr. Pred's property.
we retrieved 2 firearms within the span of 30 days that belonged to Kyle Pred.
Okay, and one of those, and Mr. Lung, am I correct in saying that you're saying one of those 2 firearms could have come back to that report, the 6655?
Yes, because of the fact that even in their own investigative report and then in evidence, I believe the people see they themselves said that this specific report was not recovered. It's in parentheses, not recovered, possibly false weapons report. So I'm not asserting this is open. They did.
Isn't that the wrench?
Yeah, that's the report that they thought it was a false report because of the wrench, but they said the
didn't
firearm
we-
was not recovered.
Didn't we handle that in? Didn't we handle the false report thing in the pretrial?
No,
or
no, no.
the-
The,
Yes,
the,
we
the
did, Your
point the point we're making right now is the fact that the wrench thing is has been settled with, but the
Okay.
report still has an unencountered firearm that is still missing out there.
I
This
gotcha.
report is still open to cover that specific.
Yeah, we
missing,
did. Yeah, we
firearm.
did. Yeah,
Okay,
we did.
I gotcha.
Dude,
I gotcha. I gotcha.
I'm going to. I swear to fucking God,
You get a lot
that's not a
there,
fucking
Nino. You know, all the stress, I think you're balding a bit.
Young man cook.
Tilly, you're not helping.
I had moss.
I feel like he's trying to say we're trying to argue the docket charges. It's not the case. Yeah. They were right, exactly. They're physically used to obtain access to that residence, and they didn't even search his actual residence.
Okay. I'm sorry. I've had a really long day. I'm trying to
Oh,
put everything
Moss
together.
made a good choice there.
So from both
She's
sides,
like, I ain't having nothing to do with
trying
this
to make sure I
shit.
completely understand this. Things are getting a little jumbled here.
She's like,
prosecution, you guys had 2 reports of guns that were
she's
not
like,
recovered.
fuck, where do I stand? She's like, fuck,
So
where do I stand?
you
I don't want to go on the right.
made
Oh,
a
you know
search
what?
warrant looking for
We'll
those
go
2
with the
guns.
judges.
And Tony, you're asserting that one of those guns
Fuck this shit.
should have come back to
Eric was a good choice.
essentially could have came back to the report that was stating there was a missing firearm. Correct? Is that what I'm getting out of both of this?
Yes. Given the
Prosecution?
timeline that they
And then-
talked about possession and the time of reporting and the fact that it's still an open report of a missing firearm.
Okay, and then prosecution, you're saying that I'm trying to understand your side. What exactly are you saying?
I don't think
In
they.
regards to that?
We recovered 2 firearms within the span of 30 days
Okay.
that belonged
Okay.
to Kyle Pred.
Okay.
And
So you're saying that out of those 2 firearms, oh, okay, I understand. I understand. Okay.
recovering 2 firearms,
Let me
you
read it.
cannot prove what statute of limitation is because they have to lean on the exception clause, which does not cover this.
Which one's the warrant? Which one is
Which
the
is why
people's
negligent
evidence?
ownership of a firearm charge is fucking
The
brain
D.
dead as shit.
I feel like if you're gonna charge something, knowing full well that it might go to court, it shouldn't be
Yeah.
this hard to follow the evidence that backs you up to lead you here.
Exactly. Oh, you could lose your gun and then
Like, I'm
come back
so
to the city
confused.
5 years later, and they're like, "Oh, we found your fucking recovered your gun, fucking negligent firearm. Suck my dick."
Seems like they got their shit together.
They couldn't even bring half their fucking people to the case. It's empty over there.
Jesus Christ. It's a sham.
Hey, you're doing really good, by the way, Tony.
Yeah, you're cooking them.
Destroyed. I think you've destroyed this.
We'll see.
I mean, you already proven there's no PC.
I've seen Swiss cheese that has less holes in it in this case.
I just want to say that in this lighting, we are looking pretty fucking glorious.
True.
Hey, sounds good, big dog. Sounds good.
Yeah, Pred coats.
Yeah, he'll let you try it first.
You wearing sunglasses?
Wait, jetpack?
Safe.
This motherfucker? No way.
Just remember, technically, we have 2 chances at this because once Grayson takes the stand, that opens up a whole can of worms about everything.
I want to see Grayson go to the stand, to be honest. I really do.
The thing is, though, to have proper questioning about this warrant, we need me here.
Well, yeah, that's what you get a second chance to get the whole thing tossed that way too.
Oh, we can just take
All right.
it out.
Let's talk about the expunged records.
You got this, Tony.
Tony, you're saying that. Let me see. No evidence has been presented to demonstrate the judicial approval was sought or granted to access Mr. Prez's expungement records. Okay, so you're saying prosecution used his expungement record as a reason to get a search warrant? Is that what I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay, where did they mention that in the search warrant?
In the patterns part of the warrant, they also talked about how they brought in many dates and reports that span from April to May.
Okay, what's your response to this prosecution?
Yeah, in the expungement legislation posted on the 9th of July 2024, there's no mention of needing judges' approval. It wasn't required to do so. Further, it's technologically impossible to permanently seal records on the from the MDT standpoint. Further, Senior Officer Spain and Officer Martin had their search warrant overlooked
What?
by Judge Arthur McNean, Barry
What?
Johnson, and Nathaniel Grayson.
We can't
None
compare
of them
dates.
at all at any point in time mentioned any legislation changes that needed to seek any judge approval.
Bro.
An expungement does not mean crimes haven't happened before. If it's been reported and the alleged suspect continues illegal activities, it continues to show a pattern. An expungement doesn't mean the person has changed. It's a charge removal. It's changing paperwork. Even further than that, as an example, if someone is part of a gang, a known member of a gang, this is just an example, it has nothing to do with Mayor Pred, and then the gang member gets expunged, it doesn't magically take away their social connections. Your Honor, the reality is that a crime is still a crime is still a crime, even if it
This is why they're losing gang-related shooting charges.
During
You
the
can't
period
just
which
claim
was
shit,
expunged,
dumb fuck.
was not discovered prior to the expungement. It doesn't magically get wiped away because of an expungement.
No, and you
Crime
magically
still
don't get to
happened.
get
There's a common phrase
charges
in San
without
Andreas that I've
evidence.
heard since I moved here, which is "Where is it written down, yelled ad nauseum everywhere," and this just kind of leans into it.
Bro,
I'm so glad to know that the Marshals Office doesn't believe in criminal rehabilitation and reform.
this is like Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory, like having the brain of like SpongeBob. You know what I mean? Like it sounds
Take
smart,
that
but everything that's being said is fucking brain dead.
That's an insult to SpongeBob.
Do my boy dirty.
Yeah, I fuck with Dexter. He's a good guy.
Omelette du fromage.
Yeah, no, exactly. Going around like omelette du fromage.
Hey.
Motherfuckers thinking he's talking all sweet and shit.
Oh, you know. Alive. You.
DD always cracks me up.
Is writ of mandamus our omelette du
Oh,
fromage?
hi, Jake.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
What? That's good.
How about you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
That's good.
Can't complain.
Hey, what's that? Oh, Johnny Bravo.
Here, Jake boy, if you get bored, you can read
I
that.
fucking love Johnny Bravo.
I bet Johnny Bravo would be a marshal. He'd fit in well.
What? No, Johnny Bravo would not be a marshal.
Yeah, Johnny Bravo
Why
would be
would
a
he
marshal.
be a marshal?
Because he goes around acting a certain way, but he's a
What did I
fucking
miss? Is
punk.
Carl free yet or what?
articles and stuff like that.
Just a pre-trial.
But, if it's sealed, they can't dredge
What's that
that
mean?
up to build a pattern to
Bro.
establish
They're
an
Are you saying that
arguing
because
the
Johnny
validity of
Bravo's
the
an
warrant.
idiot?
Well,
That's the whole point.
But he has a muscular build,
Yeah,
Trying to skirt
so
around
he
it.
looks
Yeah.
tough, but he's
yeah,
stupid.
exactly.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I mean, if we're gonna compare the Marshals to a Cartoon Network cartoon, I feel like it's Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
It's chilly.
I like
No,
the
guys.
courage.
Oh,
It's cow and chicken.
Right there.
yeah, I fuck with that. Yeah.
All they care about is getting these charges to stick. That's all they care about. They don't.
I do.
I'm dumbfounded that they said there's no such thing as sealing documents because there's no way to do it in the MDT. Like, hello? Like, what?
It makes no sense.
Like, I'm sorry, we can't math two
I'm good
dates.
for now. I'm good for now.
Good for now.
Cannot compare this date with this date. Too complicated.
They didn't even do any due diligence into the investigation.
Fuck out of here.
Literally, all they have to do is look at his profile, see expungement date, and then if they see a report that's before
Yeah.
the day, say, well, that's
Yeah.
Okay. This one's rough because expungements don't have any kind of, besides the expungement legislation, which just tells us how to give an expungement, expungements have not been fleshed out in this state, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Whatever
Sleepy
I
DOJ,
say
what do you
is
expect?
Probably going to become precedent, which kind of sucks on my side. That being
I mean,
said-
he'd be doing more than Angel has in the last
I
4
would
months.
say, well, we just default to just the basic definition of expungement.
So, it's a good thing in my
The problem is
opinion.
that if I do that, then I have to go with the basic definition of an expungement and what is still allowed past an expungement. So here's what we're gonna do. Expungements. Oh fuck.
Should I ask him if he wants to phone a
Expungement
friend?
is to
Go up
obliterate
there.
or erase from somebody's record. That means to seal. It will not be referenced by federal or local or state court. Meaning if Mr. Pred was charged with, I don't know, jaywalking like 6 months ago and he got an expungement, jaywalking would no longer be on his record. However, even though there's an expungement saying he did not commit that crime, there is nothing saying that he's forgiven for that crime. That is a pardon. A pardon is saying we're forgiving you. There will be no history that it ever happened. Expungement is not a pardon. An expungement is, hey, you did it, but we're going to take it off your record so you can try to, go into a life free
it's
of
gonna
crime
get good.
and
Watch.
free of being judged by your record. So although I do agree that Mr. Pred's previous record will not be allowed to be used against him, i.e. any charges he had before his expungement, that does not mean any reports regarding Mr. Pred never existed.
Your Honor, even in the situation where he's not charged with anything?
I'm not
or-
arguing.
Okay.
If Mr. Pred is if he's charged, his charges will not have any say in this court. Point blank, period. He was expunged. That's out the window. I don't give a shit about what he was charged with.
Your Honor?
Again, I'm not done yet, and I'll let you talk in a minute.
Guys, let him cook.
He was not
Watch
pardoned
what's
by
about
the
to come
state.
after this.
He was expunged. Any reports that are, brought up to bring up a pattern or whatever still apply. What is your response?
I was going to touch on the pattern issue, on how these sealed records were used to try to allege a pattern to substantiate an alleged probable cause.
The sealed records were his charges, not the reports. That's why his charges will not be used. His charges were sealed. As far as I'm aware, Pred's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
He's never committed a crime.
I never have, Your Honor.
Stop it.
I've never.
Stop it. I'll put you in the fucking corner.
I'm just clarifying. I just want to.
Let your lawyers talk.
He's never committed a crime.
I think what he's trying to get at, Your Honor, is the fact that those reports, they never charged Pred with anything.
But the charges are relevant.
And
now
that's
you gotta-
fine.
They got to point at those charges would have
But
been required.
Like
to
I
get to where
said,
they
if
wanted.
it's a charge, I'm not looking at it. If it's just a report to prove a pattern, it's still viable.
Doesn't prove a
Okay.
pattern if it was never charged.
I will have talks with the other justice, whatever, and the judges. I will get a full ruling on that. But as of right
The other
now, in
justices?
this case, not precedent setting, in this case,
Where are they? What do you mean?
that's how it's
What are we
gonna work.
talking about? That's you. That's
Expungement
you're it.
means not
You're the
forgiven,
guy now.
charges just don't exist. Okay, and then we'll go from there.
Your Honor, even then, I would touch on then if patterns are still viable, he has no pattern of stockpiling.
Stockpiling isn't being charged.
It was based.
It was part of the warrant.
It was the basis.
Oh yeah,
for
it is.
the warrant.
Wasn't it? Didn't we already have this conversation at the
did, Your Honor.
at the pretrial hearing, saying that just because
Shut
a
the
charge is put on the
fuck up.
search warrant doesn't mean they have to put it on the docket?
I'm gonna.
But it's also the basis for the search warrant is what
She
we're
wasn't even there.
also.
Yeah, but that's like if I say, John Smith has 50 pounds of weed on him. He's got more in his apartment.
Every time they say
and I
we
go
did,
search his
Your Honor,
apartment, he doesn't have
it's
any on it,
them
and I'm
trying to
gonna charge him with-
deflect
and I
away
say I
from
wanna charge him with
conversation.
felony possession.
Jingle, jingle.
That doesn't
Yeah,
knock the
jingle,
warrant
jingle.
out.
Fucking Jesus
That says what
Christ!
you believe is in the apartment.
It really is.
So
It really is.
I'm gonna
Jingle,
overrule part
jingle.
2 of that motion.
Your Honor, can I also
added
point something out
expungement
too.
legislation review to our
For the
trial.
record, did they say that the warrant was overseen by Barrick Johnson, Arthur McNee, and Nathaniel Grayson?
I believe they did, yes.
Then why did it say they're not a material witness on the docket then?
Because the state, such as the defense, can call whoever they feel is necessary.
But they said they weren't witnesses to this statement, but they were clearly involved, though, is what I'm getting
Sorry,
at.
say that again. I didn't hear you.
They said they're not material witnesses. Like they tried to strike them because they're not material witnesses, despite the fact that they themselves said they're involved with this case.
In terms of McNee and Grayson,
Yeah.
let me see.
Your Honor, we say that because they're not involved with the case. We weren't talking about the warrant. We're talking about specifically the charges.
Oh my god.
neither
If they're
Judge
involved in the warrant,
McNee
they're
or
involved
Judge
in the
Grayson were
case.
involved
Hello?
with any of the. They
All I
weren't
hear
on
is
scene,
yabba
they didn't
dabba doo
collect
coming from that
evidence,
side.
They didn't find the specific information for the for any of the other charges. So that's why I said they're not a material witness.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to argue with you because you said neither of these witnesses have direct involvement with the initial raid. As far as I'm aware, they were being used as people to
Caught.
go back
Caught
and forth
right
between
there.
PD and themselves over the search warrant.
Oh,
which
put your
in my
hands
opinion
up.
is direct involvement with the raid.
Got
We
you.
professionally agree to disagree, then, Your Honor. My
Oh,
phrasing on that was in the
she's starting
warehouse
shit
at
with
the
the
time.
justice
My
now.
sincerest apologies.
Can you even say that to a judge?
I don't fucking know. Jesus. I bet she wouldn't talk to Angel like that.
I don't think when it's a judge you agree to disagree.
Tony, what you wanna? What's your response?
I might defer to my co-counsel. I'm still wrapping around the whole agree to disagree thing with the judge. So,
they're saying it's fine if you disagree with me. They're saying,
Bro, I love being peanut gallery, dude.
That their response on the docket was that they weren't material to like what Pred was alleged to be doing. They are material in terms of being involved with the raid and the search warrant, but they're not directly involved with, you know, the possession charges or whatever.
let me confirm with my co-counsel.
Yeah, go for it. You're good.
I mean that's. I mean what the judge said just now makes sense. What's the issue?
I think they tried to strike them all together, saying that they're not a material witness at all. I don't think they made that distinction. Let me double check real quick.
This is called like moving the goalpost when you're losing an argument and you just fucking try to reframe what was your clear intent. No, she, just as we've heard throughout this entire fucking shit, where they say, we already did that, Your Honor. It's a slimy tactic.
I want to know how she's so confident that she can be like, we already did that, to the point where she's basically interrupting the judge to say so when she wasn't even at the trial. At best, she would have heard things secondhand from the other people that are prosecuting with her.
Yeah, I mean, just to move along with Your Honor, we were mainly just calling it up because of the
Like,
fact
she's literally
that
just saying shit to try and like gloss
they
over.
said involvement in the initial raid and their words on the docket posting. That's the main thing. Whatever goalpost was moving after that, I mean, it is what it is. But the main issue was the initial raid part, which again, they're the ones that kind of gave them the green light to go ahead with it. So the fact that they said they weren't, they didn't have any direct involvement or aren't witnesses to any of these is kind of, you know,
weren't material.
Yeah, weren't material to it is kind of concerning.
Okay. I'll take your concern on note. I did overrule, or I did sustain your motion to add them as witnesses, so there's nothing to worry about there. Unfortunately, like we all know, McNee can't be here today, so
yeah, just
but
you
I
know.
think Grayson, I saw him somewhere. He's here, so we shouldn't have an issue with that. All right. Grayson is here, right?
Yeah, he's right there.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Which one were we on?
Number 3, I believe.
All right, yeah, let's go to number 3. Warrant made baseless claims to Mr. Pred's affiliations without evidence. It also cited reports outside of statute of limitations without meeting statutory requirements outlined in Section 3 of the statute of limitations. The warrant relied on speculative claims of stockpiling weapons without supporting evidence. Key investigative steps such as bank subpoenas were conducted only after a raid.
Wouldn't you want to bet there's a warrant that they
okay.
got
Prosecution,
ready
what's
to
your response
press
to this
on
one?
right after we leave the room? with a
Yeah, I have
non-guilty
a
plea?
pretty big response to this outside of again, we're not charging stockpiling.
Okay.
None of these items that are listed in Section 3, Your Honor, between subsection 1 and 2 are illegal nor substantiated by any legislation. They can lead into police SOPs and as supportive evidence and patterns of behavior. Neither of these factors are a basis to dismiss a search warrant. Out-of-statute reports are constantly used in every jurisdiction across the world, including our own here in San Andreas, to
No,
build a
it's
pattern
not.
of behaviors by law
Afghanistan.
enforcement
Oh.
officers for criminal suspects and criminal defendants. This can be used here. Further, the defense in their own questioning brought up some of these reports to with Assistant
Bro,
Chief Peters.
that's a
the
crazy
position these
line
factors alone and
to
or
use.
together should not be considered.
It's
as a fruitful or
actually
realistic manner
it's
in how we
actually
perform
false.
these
I'm
actions.
joking about the
Further,
Afghanistan
finding
thing.
the physical evidence is more important than the bank subpoena, where data cannot be changed. As the defense continues to cite, they could have done a bank subpoena and done other things beforehand. However, a gun or
What?
guns can be moved. further even than that, what will come out in testimony today is that
Ah!
I and were advised of the investigations. That's what an investigation is for. The warrant claimed affiliation, but the affiliation was not used as evidence. In the report number 14362, it was provided in evidence that Mayor Pred had been found in possession of a firearm of his own that came back.
Where is she coming up with this?
In that same report,
Yeah, this is literally. I agree. Con man
in
tactics.
Cypress and Bessie possessions as they were in an active gang war. If we look at incident report 7997, this is ending in serial IOTA 8.
I'm sorry, general objection, Your Honor. We threw this evidence out. We dismissed this.
Which one was it?
Remember I had you throw out the J,
Was
the alphabets
Sparks
of J.
at all
so on and so
involved with
forth?
any of this
They're
until
referencing
recently?
reports that are thrown out of the case.
I mean, she's been the prosecutor that's been on the docket the whole
But
time.
I mean, during the investigation, because I feel like half the shit she's saying is literally like her own amalgamation of what she believes to be the best truth that she can present, but she's making this shit up.
Yeah, we threw out JLNOPQRST. So what's your response to that?
Oh my god, it's like some kind of a fucking.
That was part of the evidence that was used in the search warrant. We're defending the search warrant, so we're bringing it up because it was brought up in the search warrant.
Amalgamation. What the fuck? No, I can't get
If
it.
you're not referencing the report, you're referencing the
Amalgamation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir.
All right, go ahead.
I'm referencing information that was referenced in the search warrant.
All right, go ahead.
And covering the lack of investigative diligence, again, see evidence that could be moved. Notations of charges in the search warrant are alleged charges and things that could be found, but that's already been previously discussed by the court in this hearing.
All right, Tony, I'm ready to hear your side.
First and foremost, I don't know if they read the actual legislation or statute of limitations. It's clearly outlined. I believe you also read it out loud during the last deposition. It clearly states that any warrants referencing older materials in 30 days are to be justified, and or approved, probably by like for judicial review. So that's the first one. I believe also they made like things about saying how bank statements are immutable and how they could be done at any time.
I lived 32 years without
of the
hearing that
matter is
word.
that when it comes
Amalgamation
to
is
search
a
warrants,
great
you're
word.
supposed to, exhaust all investigative steps before going forward with it. Personally, or not personally, but like professionally speaking, like most of the time when you ask for a search warrant, it's basically you're at the point where you're saying if we've exhausted everything, if we looked in there right now, we would find weapons. Problem is that for one, before and after the raid, they never looked at the period of the bank subpoenas regarding Mr. Pred's firearms license, which is probably where most of these weapons are found from. Because one, they did a bank subpoena on a second weapons license, and guess what? It was a dud. There was no extra weapons purchased during that time. Number two, for one, the reason why you do bank subpoenas before a raid is to one, exhaust your legal avenues of investigations before going through and violating somebody's rights to privacy.
Thank you. Good shit, Tony.
They didn't do that because one, they can't go ahead and prove that there's any more outstanding weapons, or they recovered all of the weapons out there. They can't identify any sort of weapons purchases without actually having the records. There's nothing that helps them substantiate anything besides their own speculations.
Yes, exactly.
In addition to that, I mean, if you're talking about proper investigation stuff like that, why wasn't his main apartments raided? His main apartment still hasn't been raided, and he's owned that since I don't know, since April when he moved back in, or no, prior to that, way before then. But yet they only raided the warehouse, never did a follow up where the weapons were most likely would have been.
It wasn't even on the raid warrant.
So I'm confused how they can say they don't need to do a bank subpoena after beforehand when one, it's a legal avenue that's not been explored. Number two, they have no idea how many weapons are outstanding because again, they didn't look at his purchase history. They can't even call out to with suspicious withdrawals if they're concerned about weapons purchases by cash. They can't even make that assertion because they don't have evidence of that. They never did their work.
Okay. Prosecution, is there a reason you raided his apartment?
That's where all the guns are, maybe. Oh, they're like, oh shit, we didn't think about this. We were going for the weed. You know, from based on all of
Coming up with an answer,
Espinosa's
Tony,
word.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Shit.
What is a subpoena?
Oh, fuck.
A subpoena?
Yeah.
I mean, generally, I'm
Call it
thinking.
like an investigative tool.
Yeah.
What would you think a search warrant would be?
Your last resort when it comes to a search tool.
You'd probably be an investigative tool, right?
Yeah.
Or you
Also, an
charge
action
somebody.
based on probable cause.
Say an
I mean,
exception to someone's rights, Tony.
well, also, it's also an exception to someone's rights.
Sorry, say one more time. I didn't hear you.
It's an exception to someone's rights.
Isn't a subpoena the same thing?
No, it's fundamentally
Uh,
not. It's it's less
Do
invasive.
I have the right as a law enforcement officer to go into your bank records whenever I want?
Well, no, that's not around probable cause.
I was making sure we're on the same page. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, but the thing is with the search warrants too is like, yeah, but you're physically going to somebody's domain. Like you're literally going through and invading their privacy physically. The fact that they haven't done any sort of like courtesy of exploring the other tools beforehand that are less invasive is.
I'm
concerning.
writing legislation just because of what's being said right now.
Exhaustion of resources.
Yeah, there's.
Michael,
I guess the
we
OGs
need
will call
something
it,
covered
there's no
on that,
exhaustion
I
of
think.
resources.
Okay, I can. Mr. Braun's voice carries. I could have taken him. His answer instead of yours.
I know.
They're
For some reason on
alleging
the
that
microphone.
a raid is an equivalent
Is my voice too
Any
big,
counsel
Your
can
Honor?
speak.
And
Any counsel can speak. It's not
compared
just gonna be
to
so it's fine.
bank and phone subpoenas.
Tony's cooking a fine dish over here, Your Honor. I
He's
just
getting
wanna
into
step on his-
the he's getting into the overcooking a little bit. He almost shot himself in the foot with the gun being in Prez apartment. More than likely comment.
Well, how? I was.
Wait, Tony didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he
No,
did.
someone in the peanut gallery did.
Yeah.
No, it was.
Well,
was
no,
him.
Your
we have
Honor,
a-
Your Honor, that's why that was part of the hypothetical, sorry.
Wait,
because
oh,
they didn't
no.
do
That's why I'm
their-
not counting for you. I'm saying you get close. All right, what's the prosecution?
I'm pretty sure. Are the keys to his apartment, aren't they like biometrically sealed or something?
I can get some.
I guess
What?
that would require me to be awake.
Well, yeah, you. Oh
And
no!
so at
Wait,
the
we
time,
have to
he
talk
wasn't-
to
he
him.
wasn't,
Oh shit!
awake and out and about, and it wasn't.
Oh
wasn't
no!
able to unlock at the time.
Wait, what does that
with
mean?
Being said, though,
It
it's
is
been
the
2 months. So why haven't
And-
you asked him to go back to his apartment? And lock it down?
We speak to the
And-
guy,
Your Honor,
interrogate him.
can-
I don't know.
Can I answer
So
the
you
question
can
before
kick in
defense
doors.
jumps in?
Have you
Can I-
seen him
can I answer
between
the-
the
'cause
the
defense
docket
keeps
filing and today?
I don't have an answer for that. I'd have to talk to the other officer involved.
Did you?
Yo,
Did
that's
you just say, "Can I
crazy.
answer before he spent? Then he said, "I can't answer."
That's
Well,
crazy.
Well, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I'm giving you an answer.
Okay.
I'm answering your question.
Okay, no, you're good. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll
Tom.
add that on to the contradiction bingo.
Stop it.
Your Honor,
Okay.
the thing
Your Honor,
is
can
that
we, hold on, Your Honor, can we
the
be
search
more
warrant.
professional, please?
Oh,
Yeah,
fucking.
Tony.
Oh, professional. After all this shit
Yes,
that's
sir, I
happened in the
apologize
last
for that.
fucking 5 weeks,
Actually,
get the
'cause
fuck
I'm way
out of
past
here.
my fucking bedtime.
Oh, boo hoo.
All right, Tony, what's up? Let's go. Let's get this started.
Maybe
The
we'll
thing
raid
is,
your
Honor, they
pop-
specifically
apartment
asked for a
next.
night warrant, so whether
Right
or not it's
afterwards.
biometric arguments or whatever is pointless because they specifically asked for it when he was asleep. They never did follow up after when he was awake.
Okay, who is the primary officer on this prosecution? Was it Charlotte?
I was Matt Martin.
Okay, he's not able to be here?
He's very
No.
much a
Having too
locked
much
AU.
fun.
Yes, sir.
I mean, like,
Charlotte,
Nino's
are you aware if there's a
expressing,
reason
like,
why Mr. Pred's apartment wasn't searched?
5 weeks of just like demise. All like
I couldn't
he's
tell.
been waiting. He's been bottling for 5 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get into the one that I want to know the most about, this omission of key facts. So the weapons license timeline, the stockpiling weapons started July 1st. However, it failed to disclose that he did not hold a weapons license from July 26th to October 3rd, making weapon purchasers. So couldn't he have bought like 3 guns in that time, Tony?
Well, they never substantiated that. Like I said, they could have, would have, should have, but there's no bank statements to back that up. All we have is speculation on the table for that timeline.
Okay, I got you. So instead of saying they had PC, you're saying that they guessed.
Yes.
Okay. And then the warrant included Polito property despite it being purged on October 27th, less than 24 hours before the warrant was issued. No evidence connected this property to the alleged crimes, nor was any justification provided for its inclusion. The People's Act also. Okay, so why does it matter when he bought that? I understand, like, you're saying it wasn't investigated, but how? This is for either side. Couldn't.
Oh my God! I wish I
somebody
was
just
an
looked at
attorney on
his
this case.
Properties that day.
Tony's
and been
killing
like,
it,
Oh, he has 2 properties.
but
let's put
actually,
them
it's a
both
good
on
thing
there,
he's
or,
not.
are
I
you
think
saying there's
Nino
no
would
reason
have
property should have been on our period?
been
That's actually when
very
we did the first part, Your Honor.
venomous.
As far
exactly
as
what
I'm
happened.
aware, yeah, as far as I'm aware, they went, oh, he has 2 properties. Okay.
That would have been more substantiated if both properties were searched.
Mm.
Yep. I mean, I'm going to be honest, Your Honor. I don't have an answer. I'd have to talk to Officer Martin. I'm not going to lie to the court.
Okay. Yeah, that is a good point by defense.
guess they just
It would have
Oh,
made.
now they're putting LSPD to the lamb.
And
Here we go.
It is kind of.
This is why you hear Spade when they start losing.
I will say
Like
that.
she
Were
did
both
this.
was the apartment named in the search warrant?
Hey,
No.
she went
It
with
was
it.
specifically requested as a night raid, Your Honor.
So it was only.
Yep.
Only the warehouse was asked for.
Mm-hmm.
With
Oh.
welcome to the big question mark. Everyone's been wondering.
And his vehicles. All right, Miss Spade, did you write the search warrant?
I did not. Matt Martin did.
Okay, were you with him when he wrote it?
I was there on the day it was talked.
No,
at
talk to the
radio
guy who's
station,
on
but not,
LOA.
when it was
Fantastic, great.
Okay, are you aware of why it's only the warehouse?
Bum, bum, bum.
I'm not, but I know a lot of officers are confused because it doesn't show up on their MDT profile. I
Eh?
have to tell a lot of people to add the apartments.
Yeah, in the future, I would, for the marshals and you, Miss Spade.
What? What?
It's pretty common sense to include government housing.
What the fuck?
In the search warrant. I'm just gonna put that out there. You should probably add that. What were you gonna say, Miss Parks?
I know that during the raid that there was a heavy shootout with a lot of people following a lot of officers. Unfortunately, no officers were killed or severely injured. So I know that saying they forgot is not a really good answer, but that's the only other reason I could think of at the time is because they literally had vehicles run into the caravan that was headed down to MRPD, and
she's making shit up.
So
at the day of the search warrant,
They could have thought a bomb was blowing up because
yeah,
there was some shit in
unfortunately,
the
I
news.
forgot,
Like what?
or,
I know.
Whatever
I know.
isn't gonna fly. So.
Yeah, Your Honor, can I just clarify something? Actually, did Officer Spade say she wasn't there when the warrant was being created?
Hmm.
Yes.
Oh
Can you
nah.
refer to the defense A, the report that Mr. Espinosa
Which post is this?
This is under my post where I put in the defense.
Oh
A.
shit.
Like
Yeah, she
I'm
was
gonna get
there at the park ranger station.
I got it. You're good. I got it.
Yana,
would
can we
also
clarify
say that
specifically
Charlotte
on that
Spade
point? The warrant was
Oh,
created and there
caught-
was stuff that was written originally for the
Redact
intention.
quickly.
At the finale, when everything was signed and the raid began, that is Senior Officer Spade showed up. She wasn't part of the initial portion with Officer Martin.
Right, but here's the thing that's said in the report. M. Espinosa, Senior Officer Charlotte Spade, and Officer Matt Martin with an E met up at the ranger station to discuss the fine details of LSPD's investigation and see if the officers were ready to proceed with the search warrant of Kyle Pred, who was investigated for criminal negligent ownership of a firearm. Once the warrant was discussed and approved by the judges, so she was chronologically she was there before the discussion.
Fucking
according to
web of lies, caught.
I wasn't when it was created, Your Honor. I was there when it was finalized and completed.
But you were still there for the discussion.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
but
can we
you're-
please have counsel direct everything to the bench, please?
Listen, this is your chance, all right?
Yeah,
You're just a senior officer. Don't throw your entire career away for her.
Any crazy back and forth. Just talk to me. Don't talk to each other for me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. I
you're fine.
apologize.
He does raise.
You
a
want
good
some
point,
dumplings? This shit is
Spade,
fucking
that this
great.
Whether it's just not mentioned that you left or whatever, or you just got there late
We
or
haven't even
whatever,
gotten
it
to the
does
good
say that you
part.
were there for the final part of the search warrant being written and the discussions being had.
So the question, Your Honor, was if I was there when it was created, in which I wasn't. I was there during the conversations after it had been discussed and ready to sign. So I wasn't there when it was created by Matt Martin, but I was there when we were talking about it on the hill at the ranger station.
Your Honor, could we get a clarification on what definition of created she's using? We might have two different interpretations.
Actually, I just
That's
realized something
fair.
too. Can we also look at the People Z that I referenced
Yo,
in my
yo.
response, the one with the warrant subpoena?
I mean, she's right though, because they're playing odd semantical games
warrant was
over
created and
common
approved within
usage
the
of
time 3
words.
minutes. So if we're going by some definition of
The
created, I
People's
mean,
E is a raid receipt.
no, Z. Z is
Oh,
in
Z,
zebra.
okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we had to recreate the document on that day.
Does Matt
due to
Martin
MDT
even
issues.
exist?
Oh, so she was there when it was created then.
Yeah, so because of the MDT, sometimes when the commanding officer signs it, it didn't display for the judges, so the warrant had to be deleted and recreated so all parties could see it properly.
Wait.
So it's MDT issues.
Oh my God, I heard Den do something like that a long time ago.
So, Your Honor, are they saying semantically they weren't there, or like factually?
Metaphorically,
Yo.
practically, theoretically.
Yo, that's crazy.
Okay.
Yo, bro, this is insane hearing all this.
What, okay.
This
Tony,
is more cooked
'cause
than I
we've
think
been
we would have
jumping
ever
around a lot
imagined.
The past few minutes. What exactly are you arguing right now?
Yeah.
Which part?
About the fact that she claims she wasn't there, but I'm just pointing out the inconsistencies that have continuously popped up. So
Bro, we knew that this shit was cooked.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Hearing this makes
I'm
me
just pointing out the
realize it was even more cooked
inconsistencies and
than we
the
thought.
contradiction that keeps popping up with what's been posted on the docket versus what's being said out loud right now. I am alleging that there's some big problems with what's being said in the courthouse right now and what's been told previously.
Say it's a lie.
He's establishing a pattern.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he needs to just be
And to
like
clear it up
just
from
straight up
prosecution
lying.
side, Spade, you were not there in the beginning, but you were present and read in by Espinosa and Martin whenever the search warrant was being discussed and finalized. And what is this about, like the time frame of the warrants that Tony is confused about?
So they're talking about specifically, they asked when it was created if I was there, in which I wasn't due to it being in Matt Martin's shift. I was there when the warrant was signed. I was there when we talked about the warrant. I wasn't there when it was created, and that's what I answered. At the time, there was at the ranger station, we had a warrant. It was all ready to be it was all good to be signed. We got asked to change it. We changed it, but the judges couldn't see the update, which means it looked like it was just created and signed.
Yeah, with the mohawk.
Okay.
It wasn't just created and signed, Your Honor. It had to be remade on that day due to issues.
What? What do you mean? Wait, why? I think they need to ask, like, was it like a private report? Because like this doesn't make any sense.
I think they're just saying it was scuff.
Yeah, but I think they're hiding behind the word. I don't think half the shit they said actually is, though.
I mean, maybe, but I do know MDT has been really fucky lately.
What the fuck just happened?
I don't think. The problem is, like, There's no way this many issues happened if it was just done right. That's the problem. These are like bandage arguments to what should have never even come to be. You know what I mean? So that's the issue. The problem is, I genuinely believe that hearing what we're hearing on the
Okay, and
defensive
then
side, they're
prosecution,
literally,
what's your argument
I
for the
don't know
ex
how to
post
put it.
facto
It's
application
so
of
bad.
legislation?
Hold on. Yeah, so concerning the erroneous charges, it cites a few firearms to charge Mr. Pred with criminal possession of firearm. However, owning multiple firearms, blah 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 blah. The citation, the specific reports have been for pattern building, which is something that's very commonly done with law enforcement. Further, we're not charging him with criminal possession. It's not a charge listed at all. Charges listed in the warrant are not necessarily final charges, as we've discussed ad nauseum already.
Actually, Yarn, just let me know I can reply.
Okay, go ahead.
It's clearly listed as one of the charges on the search warrant, and they also use it as a justification why they needed to pretty much. It was used as part of the statement of probable cause. They literally referenced the search warrant and explained why they stacked on the criminal possession of the firearm from the legislation. They literally referenced the current legislation to apply things ex post
Bro,
facto, word for word, bar for bar, like it's in there.
Can you explain to me, like, I'm not, this is going to sound like really bad. I'm not trying to go at you, Tony. I'm just genuinely confused. We have mentioned several times throughout this process that charges put in the search warrant are not final list of charges. So why do you keep referencing the charges in the search warrant? Are you saying that like they speculated on the charges?
It's not only, well, the thing is, it's showing a clear lack of understanding how to apply the law because they don't know what ex post facto mean. Number two, again, it's not about arguing the charges, it's about the fact that they used it to build into the search warrant. They're using it as an excuse to raid him.
Right, and if our time frame of defense in this matter is the warrant and then asserting everything after as the poisonous, then we're chronologically thinking of when they used it at that point in time and what they got out of that.
Okay.
And
this is crazy, man.
Didn't they struggle to get this warrant signed in the first place?
Oh, wait till you find out what actually happened. We haven't even gotten to the spice.
I mean, it could even be not that it was a private report, but just that they had to resubmit it because they couldn't get it signed initially.
Yeah, yeah, I don't, there's a lot of what feels like, I don't know how to put this into words properly. This entire thing is so haphazard targeted with a mindset that get him out of office, that they bent over backwards doing sly shit, and now when they're being questioned about it, the only thing they can come up with is just a bunch of bad faith excuses. And it's fucking obvious, I think, to anybody listening to what's coming out of their mouth. Like, they keep doubling back on shit that they're saying and getting caught on it. I mean, it's hard to believe.
Grayson not allowed to like be on this trial as like a judge too because like he's like conflicted or whatever?
Yes. Yeah.
Then they said he wasn't a material witness, so how is he
It-
conflicted if
well-
he's
well-
not a material witness?
Prosecution,
Well, that's
I'm kinda
what I
confused
mean.
by something on here.
They're, like,
So
playing-
I'm looking at the search
Sorry,
warrant.
one sec.
Maybe you guys can explain this because I don't understand. It states here that 2 weapons were retrieved via 10040 on the 15th, and then another one was retrieved on 10297 on the 25th, which is 10 days, like you mentioned. But it says that ammunition stockholders don't allow their retailers to sell more than 1 firearm to a weapons license holder within a 7-day period. That's more than 7-day period, so I'm a little confused why that's an issue. Like, how does that indicate that he had more than 1 firearm in his possession?
I believe it was put in there due to it not being, well, it being over a 7-day period, but it wasn't a 14-day period. So he had 2 weapons retrieved.
Right, but couldn't he have lost a weapon and then gotten one 7 days later within a 10-day period?
I'm unsure on that, Your Honor. I don't have
Okay.
a weapons license outside of PD.
Okay. Espinosa, do you have an idea since you were there for the talks of the search warrant?
Can you repeat
You're
it, Dion?
so responsible for
So
knowing
in
how
your
they
search
function
warrant,
so that you
it
can
mentions that on the
press charges
15th,
and they're not what?
between the 15th and the 25th, which is 10 days, 2 firearms were recovered. And then it goes on later on to mention that with those dates, that both firearms are recovered. That means that there was a 10-day period where he had 2 firearms on his person. How does that indicate that he had 2 firearms on his person at one time? Whenever he could have bought one and gotten another one 7 days later.
I have no rebuttal to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's crazy. I went and checked that the day I found this shit was happening. We want to pull this record, we fucking went. How are they gonna stand there for fucking God knows how long? You're like, we don't know how they do it at ammunition. You fucking talk to people.
They don't even know what's happening right now.
The scope of they're operating based off of assumptions. That's not what investigators do. Investigators are supposed to be diligent. Build from ascertain the facts, and then you execute your actions. And these people aren't doing that. They're just not. They're not.
Yes.
They don't know what they're doing. And
Yeah, in the first paragraph, if anybody from prosecution, Espinosa or Spade, it says that it appears Kyle Pred may be stockpiling firearms based on dates that he, upon, oh god, I lost my spot. Dates that he was known to be carrying specific firearms with 2 weapons being in possession during this time, namely AY6 and then the other one was SKB. With one of these firearms recently coming into the possession of PD, what evidence do you have that says he was in possession of both at the same time?
Yep. He's starting to pick up on it. They never did. They never fucking submitted it. They just alleged all this shit and said, trust me, bro.
We're referencing our notes, Your Honor. Give us just a moment here.
Those notes need to be in the warrant, dumb fuck.
the fact that these guys truly lied and painted a false narrative to fit their bias. I mean, here's another thing that needs to be pointed out. How come they didn't formally charge me for the first one? How come they held it and waited? Right? How come it was never properly investigated and I was never questioned? What stopped them from charging me? Why did they wait 10 days and didn't have me charged? And then bam, another one comes into their lap.
He's starting to notice the things that we noticed in the warrant. He just called the first one out, which was how do you know that he had these 2 guns in his possession? You know what the answer is? Because probably there's a report from 5 months ago where he had 2 guns. Someone took a photo and put it in a report, and it's intentionally not in the warrant. Because otherwise, how else would they even make that claim? They would have had to search his person to find 2 guns. Sure, there's a report for it, but it's not in there because it would have thrown the warrant out.
They don't care about doing things right. They care about the charges and just getting me out of office, which is why this whole thing gets kicked up. Why is the other ones that have been thrown out already, right? Why was I never charged? But now because I'm running against the BCSO's, beloved, I'm a target. Malicious intent, literally in plain sight. But they think they're covered because what they like to do is they like to skirt blame. Notice how no one's over there saying, they're saying I don't have a response, but no one's accepting blame for particular actions or the lack of a certain thing.
Because the cops can punt it to
It's
the
an
judges
inability
who
to
sign
look
the
in on
warrants,
oneself
and then the
and,
judges
you know,
aren't going to eat their own, so they punt it back to the police.
Yep.
And then it's
exactly.
ultimately the defense counsel's fault because they didn't dot an I somewhere.
And then after I beat this case tomorrow, I'm gonna go fucking do a fucking fent run. All right, I'm gonna grab.
Prosecution, you guys got an ETA?
Yeah,
Yeah, just
we were.
give me one
I was just
second.
finalizing.
Are they writing the report right now? Like, what's going on? Oh, it's a fucking simple question. We get it. You had evidence from 6 months ago. You got caught. Just fucking say
It's
it.
been so long, I don't even remember what the question was anymore.
In the warrant, it says Pred was found with 2 guns on him, which means that someone would have searched him, which means that it was documented, which probably is something from so long ago, but they're adding it to the warrant, pretending it's new
Yeah.
shit.
So, Your Honor, the idea was that when those guns were received, that one, it could have been the purchases could have been made within the 14. Couldn't have been made within the 14-day span because of the limitations that ammunition granted.
He could have
because
pulled them out of
those,
his ass too.
Weapons, even if it was
Jesus.
beyond that 14 days, then it would still be stockpiling at that point because it was believed at the time by the officers handling the raid that those weapons were purchased without having any sort of specific report noted.
How is she coming up with that when she didn't write the warrant?
Is
the officer in front of her did?
Let's say I'm robbed on the 1st.
She's literally
my
making
gun
up
gets
shit.
taken, or sorry, let's say I buy a gun on the 1st.
Even the officer in front of her didn't write the warrant. The person who wrote the warrant isn't in the room.
The next day, I get robbed. Could I not then buy a gun on the 8th day, 7 days later, and have another gun?
Sure, but the argument then is we could pull up specific situations and strawman arguments of what if concerning what if this, what if that, what if that.
You had a code at McDonald's.
No, it's called speculation. Probable cause, reasonable suspicion, beyond a reasonable doubt. What do you mean, fuck it? Oh my god, I swear to fucking god. Hold me back. Hold me the fuck back.
Yep, code boss, code Jack. Good Jack, boss.
I'm not gonna
You're saying
you
you don't want to use what if.
Think of anything.
No, Your Honor, I said we could
use
go
code
down
B.
the idea of what if blah 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 blah. But at the time,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Keep your
I
ears
wouldn't
in,
accept
don't
code
put your hair
boss.
up, it's fine.
What was supposed to do?
Catch the mic.
I'm just here to tell you
responsible for that.
tomorrow
I'm gonna
morning,
grab
you
his
go another
brother,
shit,
gonna
you'll be
squeeze
on
it
the
so
courthouse,
hard.
okay?
It's gonna be fucking
I'm not mad
serving
at you.
balls noodles.
Just giving you a
Next
warning.
year.
If this happens again, you're one.
That's fucking right. That's gonna be his.
Jack.
Okay.
So many fucking voices.
There's like a spider on your arms. Yeah, you need to raise your arms quickly. Raise your arms quickly. I think you have
So
a spider
simple,
on
like
your arms.
came with the conclusion first and then went backwards.
Exactly.
The fact I'd like to still bring us back to the point
When it comes
that
to firearm purchases, Your Honor, when it comes to bank subpoenas, we can't know 100% for sure whether those guns are purchased because it only comes up as store purchase in any bank. Obviously, you know, there's no like store name or address or anything like that, and weapons can be purchased with cash. So they were selling off their best suspicion, which is the basis of any sort of.
Is this person stupid?
You don't have to have probable cause for a search warrant or a subpoena.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah, you do.
What the
fuck? The probable cause.
Somebody find the person to issue and put them in prison for 20 years or 20 months.
Bro,
We don't have to have probable.
she just got George Bushed up
We
in
don't
this
have to have probable cause
motherfucker.
for the basis of, like, an
Fucking
arrest. The
Patriot
probable
Act
cause
ass
is lowered
motherfucker over
for a
there.
subpoena or a
Yeah,
search
fuck out of here.
It's a lower level, yeah, but
Yeah,
it's still
that's what I
probable
mean.
cause.
Yes, sir. That's what I mean.
back in the day, we had fucking secret. Fucking get the fuck out of here.
It's just a jam up.
Slow down everything. I mean,
Oh my god. Oh my god, Michael. I need Michael, you there?
Mm-hmm.
You know the famous George Bush photo with the shoe?
Yeah, win or
Yep.
lose, you're still jammed up.
Think you'll whip something up?
Yeah, who do you want?
the prosecution over there.
Sparks. Sparks, Spade, and Espinosa, Mike.
Oh my god.
Ajax, who's winning? Because
Right now, we are.
Yeah, I think so.
Bro, that's crazy. I do feel bad for Sparks, Espinosa, and
Oh, the prosecution is they're
Spade,
fucking stumbling over.
because from Nino's POV, he thinks Spade was used as a tool
Marbles right now.
and gaslit into doing this. And
so badly that they just can't do anything.
there is something to
No,
be
they
said
can't
of
even argue
when
the fact that they
someone
didn't.
is holding your job in a position to, like, you know, can give you something out of it, right? I think equally Sparks is probably trying to prove herself, and in an environment where she may feel like she needs to prove herself. Espinosa, I genuinely don't think, I think he's generally misled and mostly wants to do good. And I think they're in an unfortunate position having to lie for the powers that they report to.
yeah, I saw Will with no shoes, and I was like,
So complicitness is true, but there are levels to the amount of there are levels to these things. There's a greater force behind this, and that's where most of the energy needs to be thrown at.
How you doing?
Who's winning?
I don't.
And I think
anyone's
that's what the
winning
great
here,
thing about
chat.
this court case is like a lot of these like simple things that we have been
tell you
questioning
common
from day
sense is
one are now
bad.
being brought
all I can tell you with that.
forward, and the answers are ridiculous. And I think this is, in Nino's mind, he's like, no wonder we haven't had the conversations that needed to happen, because it would be too embarrassing.
I think the comment about common sense dying, I think is the best.
Yeah, Nakota Ventura Angel. Yep.
You know that moment in, was it Billy Madison, where they're like, I award you no points and we're all dumber for having listened to you?
Oh my
feel like-
god, yes.
It's a great, yeah.
I feel like that's the, like, no one is winning here. We're all just dumber for having been here.
There's still a part of me which is like, if I go from left to right,
Jesus Christ, like
gaslit into making these decisions. Number two, trying to prove something to the marshals as being a great prosecutor. Number three, Espinosa's always got folks back,
So
but the real enemy isn't here today. The real enemies with an S.
looking through the search warrant, make sure there's nothing else any questions on. I am seeing that 2 casings mentioned in the search warrant. I'm assuming this is one of the ones. This is the reports that you were arguing, Tony.
I thought this is it, and this will keep on going.
Oh yeah.
It is oil that potentially all those people over there were gaslit into
I'm looking
doing
at
this for approval or
SKBM,
whatever, and the
IFE,
person that they're doing it all for isn't
ZV.
actually here,
It
and that
was
they're going to be the
report
ones taking the fall
5861.
for it.
5861.
Is that one of the ones you had removed?
Let me double check.
Like, this is going to be a defining moment of Spade's career. and
It's
for what?
not even listed, or I think it's is it even referenced in the search warrant?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I mean, like the report itself in the reference list.
You think she's gonna hide to the marshals after this case?
Probably make her a justice.
Make her a justice.
It's not in the people's anything.
No, it isn't. I don't see it. Okay, so one report was mentioned in the search warrant. It's going to be 5861. those following along, it's going to be in the third paragraph, halfway down. That mentions a firearm starting with the string of SKB or Sam Kilo Bob. And then the second case that's mentioned is Adam Yankee 6, which is brought up in reports 4841, 4962, and 6179. Now, looking at these, and either side can step in and explain that how exactly was Mr. Pred in possession of a firearm on the 29th, coming back to AY6, but he was also in possession of a separate firearm on the 8th, 11th, and 7th of, or sorry, the 8th and 11th of April and the 5th or 7th of May, coming back to, that one's AY6, the other one's SKB. So somehow he had a gun in the early days of April, had a separate gun in the middle or late April, and then had the same gun from before in early May. Hang on. Nobody answered that yet. Hang on.
Do not walk here, motherfucker. You're gonna don't crossfire.
A long time ago, before I became mayor, I brought some of these things up to the LSPD in despair. And in came Barrick and Ruby and all those other dumb fucks and said, not a problem, young Nino. We don't give a fuck. And now up there stands Justice Hollow, scratching his head.
Pred was in possession of this
Yeah,
gun.
this
So,
is hilarious.
Oh, I almost had a full fucking Christmas carol right there.
Well, how did he use one gun and then skip a couple weeks and use another gun?
Yo, I was almost able to get that entire thing to the end. Oh, fuck, man.
Your Honor, I can speculate, but I don't think it's fair. That's not something that is.
I mean, come on, you've been doing it all fucking day already. Might as well fucking
I'm gonna
keep
ask
going.
a really controversial question. Does anybody in prosecution know what they're arguing today?
Yes.
When it
But
comes
I'm
to-
bummed.
I don't know how to answer that. I'm gonna.
No, Your Honor, you're asking questions. I'm not going to give you a false answer for a specific question. I've answered other questions very pointedly, but the other questions I don't have the answer for.
That's fine.
Matt Martin might be available to show up.
Oh, now,
within, like,
yeah.
the next 10 minutes.
He might not be a material, whatever the
When it comes
fuck.
to this stuff that regards to the search warrant, we weren't aware that this was going to happen today.
What?
Until very recently.
It's on the
We
docket.
didn't have enough time to get everybody prepped.
It's on the
for
docket.
this. Like Matt here, due to the late, I guess, notice of this happening.
We're all on different time zones.
Oh my God, that's crazy because we've been on the time zone. We've been waiting 5
So
fucking
Matt
weeks.
likely can show up, but it won't be right now. He can maybe be here in like the next 10-15 minutes to help with any questions like this. It was an AU investigation, seeing as that's when it was found.
Knew it.
But
Fucking, they're all
When
gone.
it comes to the search warrant, none of us were present.
I'm talking to Daisy after
When it
this.
comes to like
Just
the
fucking get
initial
rid of
investigation,
shift 3.
That was Matt.
Fucking, that's all they do. They sit around fucking writing
In the
search warrants
future,
because they're fucking
I am gonna
bored.
request that if police are going to investigate somebody,
Yes.
please find somebody to investigate that's from the
Oh, thank
alleged
you.
suspect's
See,
time zone.
I like this guy.
This is
You know,
kind of
I
difficult.
like this
to
guy.
find a case
Common
where people are in
fucking
two
sense.
completely separate
Jesus
time
Christ,
zones.
finally.
That's
The OJ may
Your
actually
Honor,
be safe.
may
Hey, what?
May I say something?
Is it gonna be snarky?
No, it's just that the defense was under the impression that Charlotte Spade and Matt Martin were on the same page because both their names were always on the documents that we received and saw in the evidence. So to us, it seemed like they co-authored these things together.
On the top of the reports, Your Honor, it says prepared by. That's just the person who exported it. It's not the person who necessarily wrote it.
Well, it's also, Your Honor, that in the officers involved, it's always been Matt Martin and Charlotte Spade. So.
Your Honor, I did assist in the investigation, but I don't know the nitty-gritty of everything.
Knew it enough to put in a writ of mandamus.
I can help where I can, but I can't
Your Honor,
know
why are we
every
learning
single
about
thing another
this
officer does.
Oh my God. Listen, to be fair,
Honor, why are we
Angel doesn't
learning
even know
about
how to
this
run a
now,
DOJ, so
today?
her cops not knowing how to fucking investigate. I mean, are we all surprised or what?
Which part, Braun, is pretty vague.
that she is not the important investigator who needs to be here today or at the time of trial.
Prosecution, were you aware that Mr. Martin was the lead officer on this?
Yes, we were. I am able to assist with the actual trial, but when it comes to the search warrant, that's where I can't fully assist.
Wait, what do you mean assist with the
We
trial?
prepared for the trial.
Please ask him who's the lead on this. I can't wait for that.
This was very.
Unfortunately, the search warrant is one of the parts of the main parts of what gave you guys, you know, the ability to do everything this trial is based on. So if you can't argue the search warrant, that's gonna be a problem.
I mean, right now we're not even in the trial. We're still in the pre-trial hearing.
Yeah.
Arguing the validity of the warrant.
At this point.
This is all about the
That
warrant.
is fucking insane. Your
And
Honor,
it was on the docket like 2 days ago that this was going to be happening about the warrant.
they had 5 weeks to work on this.
If they cannot defend the search warrant, can we even have a trial?
That's the argument. The search warrant, like, literally looks like someone with a box of crayons who just like fucking wrote something down based on what someone was telling him to do. It's awful.
Yeah.
And then I saw this, like, the signatures in blood. I don't know where the blood came from though.
Okay. Defense, do you guys, I feel like I already know the answer. Do you guys object to waiting 10 minutes for Mr. Martin to answer questions?
I mean, hey, this is the first time
Yes, we
anyone's gonna
do.
see this guy. Like, who is he? It's a fucking mystery.
So,
And go ahead, Your Honor. Sorry.
prosecution, because both sides do not agree, I will not be waiting. I will not be putting this in recess. That's not fair to the defendant, who has been waiting several months at this point. And honestly, it isn't fair to you guys if you guys have also been waiting several months. I could say a lot, but I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh,
for now.
do it, pussy! Come on.
No balls, you won't.
He is fucking no balls him.
No balls.
I've been nice this entire time. They're not getting more charity from it.
Okay, one more thing, real quick. Kind of just occurred to me.
I feel like this is ended in the territory where the justice is like,
No
you know,
balls,
we
Your
might
Honor.
as well. Oh shit!
Fred, that's contempt.
Fred.
I feel like we've entered in the territory where the justice knows
Either
what
contempt
needs
or
to be
start over on
done,
your character.
but he's now like, shit.
He has to go through the
We have to
process.
probably hear some of this out because so many
Fred,
people
stop.
showed up.
Don't argue with the judge. Bad, Fred. Bad.
Or I'll make that your contempt.
But honestly, I'm down to witness the next 2 hours where they
Sorry, Your
disgrace
Honor, I
themselves.
believe Fred just
You know
needs
what I
to
mean?
really want grace.
This is
Exactly.
therapeutic.
Yeah, get him some food. He's hangry.
Judge Faulkner, would you have some spare snacks?
Fill it with a machine.
No, but you had the snacks. I thought you were the plug.
I'm thirsty.
Yo, this is crazy!
Anthony, you
Oh,
need
Bro!
thirsty and hungry.
What is happening?
Okay,
Yo,
Fred, we
this
got
is
you.
actually wild, man.
And I'm cranky from not being able to do merit things.
I'll give you a cupcake. Relax.
I want a drink too.
Oh my god. Okay. So
There you go.
I'm looking over the warrant. I'm gonna be honest. There's quite a bit in the warrant that doesn't really make sense to me. Mainly being the first and second paragraphs.
Yes, I
The third
love it.
paragraph kind of clears up the first paragraph.
After they established PC, allegedly.
Does the warrant start like the Marshals
In terms
legislation, where
of,
it's 3
like,
paragraphs of fear mongering?
There's a little bit more.
No, no,
proof in
please
saying that
open it
Mr.
up and
Fred
read it.
was, in
You're going to have a
fact,
treat.
Here, I'm gonna
It's
put
so
the-
bad.
Oh no, I'm
in
scared.
possession of 2 different firearms at one time. Like I said, the first 2 paragraphs were very vague and ambiguous. I didn't understand how you guys came to that conclusion without it.
Yep.
Speculation.
Yep.
And then obviously, like I said, the last paragraph kind of goes into it.
Who's the guy?
Second.
I have no idea. Hey, who are you? The guy with the hat and the red bandana thing.
Max Richter.
However,
Oh,
I don't think
are
any
you
of those
like?
reports
What are you?
are
You a
referenced
cop?
anywhere besides
Probationary
there.
lawyer.
Oh, probationary lawyer. Oh
They're
shit.
not in
Would
evidence.
they have you?
On any of the people's evidence.
Thank you.
There's the robber from The Sims 1 behind us.
4841 4962.
The robber from The Sims 1.
Yeah, the only place
Yeah,
these are
I really love and
mentioned
appreciate you
are
making
in
that
the
reference.
body of
Yeah.
the search warrant, not anywhere else. Not even in the reference section of the search warrant.
I wonder if Angel was here. She started screaming at Hollow, reading the warrant, not just accepting it.
Looking good, Will.
I think the whole idea of this outfit is for you to not say his name out loud.
Wow, that's why I whispered it.
Okay, I read the first 2 paragraphs. It's a lot of word salad, and I don't really get how they're coming to the conclusions they're coming to.
Wait, who?
Half the room
Oh,
doesn't
this
even
was
know
the-
about it.
Oh.
What's about to
Aren't
come?
Marshals supposed to be like the supreme investigators of all investigators?
No,
The
that's what
one
they
ring to rule them all
self-proclaim.
investigators. Yeah,
I-
but like that's what they're supposed to be, but they're not.
No. I mean,
In fact, I think they're probably some of the worst investigators.
it's
the
literally
state
the
has.
Carmine Costello has a better performance in court than these individuals ever will have in the entirety of their career. And I mean that without like non-jokingly. He's actually quite fucking good.
I have yet to see or hear of a Marshals investigation that has been like fully cooked. The shit is like raw chicken.
Yeah, it hasn't been. It's fucking like it's why I kind of made that George Bush reference. It's like they just say you're guilty and then they throw you in a fucking Guantanamo and they're like, we'll figure it out afterwards.
Well, it's exactly like what happened to Forte. They literally had one statement and they called it a day.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
it.
to give my
They
thought
had
process
no
on this,
corroborating evidence. They didn't make any effort for corroborating evidence. They didn't have any additional witnesses. Like,
I'm looking at the search warrant. I'm
So
going
all their
through
shit
it.
goes.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not looking at any of the charges that say on the search warrant aside from, you know, they're suspecting him of a crime.
Oof. That's not good.
The false reporting I'm not looking at because that has to do with the wrench, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then, but like I said before, it is explained a little bit more later on in the search warrant that the dates
Absolutely.
that Pred gave statements in, he did use a weapon on all these dates and they did come back to him. And there are 2 different weapons for 4 different dates. The issue that I'm running into right now is whether or not well, it's not really an issue, but the thing that's coming up right now is whether or not that those reports are admissible as evidence, considering they weren't added into evidence by the people or by what's it called, by defense. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, if it was, you know, the judge signed the search warrant based on, you know, the reference evidence in there, that's cool. He can do that, you know, or she. Any judge can sign a search warrant based on the evidence that is referenced in the report. But if you're going to go to court, you need a reference. You need to have that shit in your evidence. None of these reports are in here.
Yep.
Hang on, I'm still reading.
I feel bad for Grayson because he specifically said like he only had like an hour
Now,
on the stand. and
again,
we're
with
just,
that
like,
being
holding him
said,
Yeah. I wonder
far as
if
I'm
he can
aware-
be called up as a part of this decision making.
None of the charges
Like,
on
deposed.
the docket, if I'm reading correctly, are based on these reports. Is that correct? I don't think so.
Oh, you are correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
They could potentially depose him right now to help bring gravity to the
There's
dismissal.
3 sets of charges specifically on the docket against Mayor Pred.
However, that being said, I'm still looking through the search warrant. There's a lot of back and forth on the search warrant.
Mm-hmm. It's like they're arguing with
In
themselves
terms
in it.
of the, as I pull up Tony's motion, proper expunged records, I'm already gonna overrule that one. We already talked about that one. Lack of probable cause in the warrant. I do believe that although it seems that prosecution may not have an understanding, an initial understanding of probable cause for search warrants, probable cause is still needed for search warrants. It does not matter who you are or what you want to do. Reasonable suspicion will not work. It is a lower level of probable cause, but it's still probable cause. From what I'm reading in the report, I understand Tony is arguing that 2 reports were used as 2 missing firearms. However, we had discussed that one of the firearms that was retrieved could come back to the 11th report for a firearm that was stolen or missing, which still leaves 1 firearm out there. I still see that grounds for a search. And some people are going to say, what the hell? 1 gun is not enough. Unfortunately, with the way that things are written, negligent ownership of a firearm means you find 1 gun, that means a search. There's not really ifs, ands, or buts about that. However, in terms of proper investigation conduct, that's where we're going to get into some cool stuff here because Tony, I'm a little you were arguing section 3, right? Yeah, so you were arguing section 3, which states that they didn't meet the limitations of the outlines. However, they were only using them as a pattern. And like we discussed in the expungement thing, the report still exists, just the charges, if he was ever charged with anything, do not. Therefore, that's still there. I am not a fan of the omission of key facts on prosecution side. Tony does make a good point. Although I don't agree that, personally, I don't agree that search warrants are a end-all be-all or like a last resort. I do think that there needs to be more investigative tools used. So say like what's it called? To do no investigations and not search his apartment, and you only searched 1 property, that's a little suspicious to me. Well,
Yep.
that's a little odd.
Yep.
Not a fan of that.
Yep.
Personally.
Well, that's all we were trying to say the entire time. That's it.
The warrant implied Predator was stockpiling starting July 1st. However, has failed to disclose that he did not hold a weapons license from July 26th to October 3rd. That still leaves time to purchase weapons. I don't really know why. I don't really understand why that's an argument.
May I respond to that, Your Honor?
Okay.
They allege 7 weapons purchases, and by the math, like even between the 1st and the 26th, that it doesn't add up. And they have
give
nothing.
You 3 every 7 days.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've alleged that there's been 7 guns reported stolen since the 1st.
I got you. Okay,
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I do agree with that. Then that is a good point.
Your Honor, Matt Martin's here, and we can clarify that if you'd like.
Oh my God, we dialed him in.
Is Tony now arguing for the offense?
Who is this guy? I've never seen this guy before.
Phone a friend. I think I've met him once or
Yeah,
twice.
just
I don't know who that is.
Ask if he wants clarification.
Okay, Martin, did you write the search warrant?
Yeah.
Okay, is there
I don't really know what I'm doing. I decide, fuck. What am I doing here?
The first
That
two,
was I wish I had
paragraphs
it.
mention nothing about how you came to the conclusion that he had 2 firearms within 10 days, being the 15th and the 25th. How did he come into possession of 2 firearms between those dates? Yeah, how are you saying that he has possession of those 2 firearms?
So obviously the firearms, like, do you mean in terms of, like, the criminal negligence in terms of this, or why
It says
I was meaning right? Sorry.
After the 2 weapons were retrieved via 10040 and 10297, there was a 10-day period between firearms being recovered. Ammunition stockholders do not allow the retailer to sell more than 1
This
firearm
says right, they
per
get a gifted
licensed
sub.
holder within a 7-day period. How did he?
He had a third firearm.
Where is that mentioned? I only see 2.
I mentioned that to the judge on the day. It was added into the report that the search warrant report, but unfortunately, when we had to rewrite it, I think it might have been deleted.
If you
I
say
can
What?
apologize in
Cut.
regards to that.
Cut. What do you
I know
mean?
that's
Not
not
evidence.
discussed.
What do you
I copied it
mean,
over, but I
deleted?
think I do genuinely believe I missed it when I copied it over, but it was report. I have on my phone still actually.
What?
What the fuck?
14422
That's a
because he
pipe
used it in
dream.
self-defense.
Sorry, I was taking a shit while writing the
So
warrant,
he had
and
at least a third firearm. It's actually the firearm I believe he
Brady
actually turned into
violation?
Cassidy.
Your Honor, motion.
Nope.
he's like, listen, they've buried
So-
themselves enough. Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, it's my own error when I copied over.
Motion? No.
Can we make sure this is even a cop?
Thankfully,
Like, I don't think
unfortunately
anyone's seen
for
this
you,
guy before.
I don't blame people
He
for
is.
stuff.
I've met him once before.
Um,
actually.
But also, unfortunately, I have to look at what I have in front of me. I'm not going to go
No,
through
I
reports and try to figure stuff out.
No, I completely understand in terms of that. Doing this to read what I did initially write, because I still have it written on my phone. I can see the little segment about it. if you
What
want to.
the
I am only going to
fuck?
read what's on the docket.
Yo,
Unfortunately,
I'm
because I don't
dead.
want
I think
I'm
Apex
dead.
is very, very
So,
focused on
with
the
that being
case.
said,
You guys know.
later on, you
No,
mentioned
yeah, I'm just
SKB,
listening.
So long.
and then the other one, AY6. Are those
not even
the
trial
same
yet.
firearms you're referencing?
I have written
the
in
first two
terms of
paragraphs?
the
legislation.
in terms of the two
Oh,
new
no,
ones,
th-
no,
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 this
you're
is
right.
not
Those
long.
were in
This
terms
is not
of
long,
the
Princess. You've never
just
been
putting
to
a pattern
like
in terms of
Oh, no,
holding
I've
multiple
been-
firearms at one point.
So-
I'm a princess. There's plenty of really long
6
files
years
before
ago,
I
no,
got
So
7
one of
years
those
ago,
firearms
still part
was
of
the one that was
DOC,
recovered.
right? You
I
see, for
believe it was the
example,
one
that-
standing
Alright.
Cyrano
Yes,
S.
of course.
Yeah, she's
And the other
doing,
firearm would
yeah,
have been one that was
duty
recovered, I
for
believe,
DOC, right?
previously in the
So
possession
I
of
was
Mr.
like
Ming
in her
Jing Tai.
position, and I literally fell asleep standing.
Oh my goodness.
Your Honor,
And I-
that specific
I
Beijing
woke
time
up,
recovery is from
and
April.
I woke up back
Yeah,
at
again,
prison.
it's-
I've been carried away by
Oh
a
my goodness.
fucking
I won't
police.
argue. I'll wait for
Embarrassing.
the
That's
response.
crazy.
Is that what you were
4
gonna say? It's
hours.
embarrassing.
Wow. That's crazy. This might take that long.
Cases last like 6, 7, 8 hours before.
Ajax,
Also, he threw out
What?
another report that's not
do you want to look at in legislation thing? I did
Yeah.
the whole legislation that if Kyle gets out of this and wins the case,
That was a crazy answer.
Yeah.
this is it'll give him standing army.
Nice. I'll go take a look at it here in a minute.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Standing RV.
Red coats.
I don't have my musket.
Red
though.
coats. Hell
Red
yeah.
coats.
Fuck.
No,
fuck
fuck
that.
them. I want LMG.
Thank you. Yeah.
I guess I
fucking
just
Okay.
like,
spear.
legally
Um,
carry a sawn off.
Are any of these charges having to do with? There's no. I don't see any charges pertaining to possession of a firearm.
Are you asking me, sir, or are you asking?
I'm asking either side because it says here in the weapons license legislation that if somebody is found to be in possession of more than one firearm, they'll be charged Class 1 possession. There are no Class 1 possession of a firearm charges on the docket.
Well, Your Honor, defense's position is he never had that.
What does that mean?
Oh my.
It's part of the ex post facto argument, Your Honor.
That's right. It's part of the Xbox. Yep.
Right, but I'm talking when I'm mentioning this, I'm bringing up the
Oh.
prosecution as well.
Oh,
I
we
mean, though I
didn't
asked you
say-
for your
oh,
opinion too. I'm bringing up the
sure.
prosecution that although the 3-gun thing and then these other 2 guns are 2 separate incidents, I don't see any charges pertaining to any of this.
Yes, Your Honor, because we didn't find any guns in the
brain.
one warehouse and that we searched.
Eh?
Red ring. You know, I never had that.
Oh,
problem.
sorry, any
Where the
of the
fuck is
number
the
of
red?
vehicles, whatever number
it
of
was when
vehicles. ended up
Xbox
being.
died.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Whole fucking case is one big red ring.
We
True.
didn't find anything because everything we were operating off of was speculation.
Yeah.
and
Okay.
suspicion, and actual
In
Your Honor,
evidence.
we were looking for
of
weed. Sorry.
This search warrant,
Like-
I'm not going to find it valid. There might have been an issue with the first
It's crazy. It's taken this long
few
to make people
paragraphs in
realize
terms of
DOJ
the
are
report not
fucking
having the right
pedophiles.
statements in it. I am not going to find
Actually, this judge is
with what we have on the dock. I'm not going to find it as a valid
Yeah,
search
good
warrant.
with the
Oh
rest.
shit!
Let's
So,
fucking
with that
go.
being said, I am going to remove the search warrant. It is not going to be referenced. It will not be talked about. You can reference things on the docket.
The case
that are
is
not
still
the
going to
search
move
warrant.
forward. because of the good faith
But
exception,
as
which
far
was
as I'm
unfortunately
aware,
introduced
it would
recently.
be the people's
Unless he
opinion,
still
right? That
decides
is
to
gonna
dismiss
be
it. So
crossed
let's
off
see
the
what
docket.
happens next.
Now that being said, unfortunately, Mr. Pred, you're still going to court because there is
Yep,
an
there you
embezzlement
go.
charge on here that we have not gone through.
I go to way too many
Hey, I'm
fucking-
here, Your
You know
Honor.
what? I should replace. I should be the new justice after this. What do you
Your Honor,
think?
is the criminal negligence right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Hell
Say
yeah.
again?
If the initial criminal negligence.
I'll spend the next 6 months destroying the fucking marshal.
Anything
I'm gonna be
that
the
was
new director.
obtained from the raid
gonna hurt
is being
Forte
thrown
Steele
out.
a
So if you have
So
charges that
I'm
were
gonna
not
put Pred
obtained
as a
from the raid
marshal,
of
Daisy
of
as
the
a
warehouse,
marshal,
it is still in the
Fly and
docket.
10 other people. You know what I mean? I have a whole plan for
I'll be a
it.
marshal. I'll be a marshal.
You want to be a marshal? I got
You
you.
can go through
Sure.
that.
Hey, Nino, can we be marshals?
Yeah, you know what? I got you.
So
The
with that
whole
being
cast
said,
becomes
I
the
can join?
marshals.
I'm gonna be Lord
we
Marshal
are
Misha.
still going through 2 times criminal negligent ownership
Yeah,
of
I'm
a
Lord
firearm,
already,
1
like-
accomplice, or sorry, 1
Lord
accessory
at me.
to a criminal use of a firearm, 1 times accessory to robbery, and 1 times embezzlement. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Chat, we're not
And then
actually
we have a
doing this.
motion to
This-
amend- we have a motion to amend charges as well.
Okay. What's up, Tony?
Get the fuck out of here. Fucking amend my ass.
Tony. Tony.
Oh, what? Sorry. Hello.
You wanted to say something, man.
Oh no, I thought there was a motion for stuff on the ground, so I'm just chilling.
Oh, you wanted to say something before they brought that up?
Yeah, we're gonna withhold for a bit.
All right. What's your motion on amending charges?
Violation of a court order.
On Pred?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that can be a separate
you said in
filing.
your original post that say he could do everything for mayor stuff except money stuff. He did money stuff, so we're asking for a violation of a court order to be added.
All right.
What money stuff?
Right, Your Honor,
go
you
into
water?
It's the
No, I'm
one
good, I'm
where
good.
his treasurer.
Sorry.
Well, it was only because of
hang on,
scuff.
let me write this
It's
down.
because of scuff. Like, obviously,
Is
because
it because he touched the toast lighters?
no, it's because you know, Leah used his login credentials to move the money because of scuff stuff with accounts.
Honestly, the whole legal team, you guys are doing a great job. I'm just not used to being in the co-seat. You know, I'm used to. I'm a leader. You know, I'm a leading man. All right, I'm the leading. I'm Brad Pitt in this motherfucker. All right, I'm Brad.
I think he's more of a Tom Cruise, but does all his own stunts and is just a little bit unhinged.
Yeah, I think you know I
Wait,
can
so
see
who's
that.
Edward Norton Jr.
Edward Norton's a good fucking actor. It's too bad that guy disappeared though.
Yeah, true.
Wait, that was the second guy. Oh, yeah, he
That
was
was
a
the
good
other
actor.
guy,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's one of the greatest actors of all time.
I agree with that.
Not enough movies. That's the only problem.
He didn't disappear. He's just difficult to work with.
That's what I heard too, to be honest.
got, the less he made.
His role in Kingdom of Heaven was fantastic.
Yes,
Yeah.
agreed.
Wait, who did he play in Kingdom of Heaven?
Baldwin.
Oh, we have a
the
motion
king.
to make. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
Baldwin.
The King?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
King.
yeah.
The leper
fuck,
king.
Given the
King.
revelations.
By the way, Kingdom of
and
Heaven, the
then
extended
the
cut
fact
is
that
so
the
fucking
search
good.
warrant was out, we were motioning to
Fantastic.
dismiss
So
the
good.
embezzlement.
It's beautiful.
So good. So good.
Okay. why is
Because
that?
of
I've had
the
that in my
the fruit
collection
of
for
poisonous
years.
tree.
Is embezzlement part of that search warrant? I thought it was part of a separate one.
It's like up there with
The embezzlement is
Lord of the
a
Rings
direct.
trilogy, like
The
from, like,
embezzlement is
that
as a
era
direct
of
result of the
filmmaking.
search warrant or search conducted. So
They don't
anything
say
that
anything
stems
for
from the search
28
warrant is
months.
the fruit of poisonous tree. In fact, even the stuff that they looked into afterwards was a result, including the bank statements, was because of the search warrant.
Gasp.
Therefore, it all falls under the fruit of poisonous tree.
Okay. Does the prosecution have a response?
No, they fucking don't.
Did they need to bring someone else in? Maybe.
Your Honor, the officers did the subpoena, like the bank records and such.
He's not prosecution. Why is he talking? Wait, why is he talking right now?
$3 million
He's not
missing from
prosecution.
the state account.
He
It wasn't
is.
in relation to the
How?
actual raid.
They said he was earlier.
So the
Oh,
embezzlement
what the fuck?
The
charge and
embezzlement's
everything,
separate.
investigation is completely separate from the raid.
Wait, is he?
Your Honor, we believe that not to be factual, as that was determined because that was the approximate cost
Oh, you're
of
right.
the
They did put
property,
him on here.
and it was only when they searched it that they decided there was some sort of misuse that qualified for embezzlement in their allegations, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd like to rebut.
Uh,
Initially, we'd filed a motion to sever because we generally believe that that embezzlement charge would be more appropriate being a separate case, but it was denied, which is okay. But it definitely shows the intention that, or like the intention of ours that
Try to save
it
their
was
ass
not
after the
correlated
fact.
to the search warrant of that incident.
That's the first we're
okay,
hearing
okay.
of that.
Okay, first off,
Oh, my
Your
name is
Honor,
Ho.
please refer to the people's X. The bank subpoena request.
Oh shit,
The
Tony's
one
about
that
to
I was
cook.
referencing. It literally says in the last paragraph, upon raiding Kyle Pred's property in Polito, Highway 230 in his vehicles, Spade and officers failed to locate firearms, but instead found
Oh,
a
shit,
weed
he's
grow
about to go
op
Super
containing
Saiyan.
363 weed plants and equipment. During investigations, officers did not see Highway 230 in his properties. This property was bought within 2 days prior to the raid, and based on what we know from the People's G and the signatures from the People's Z, he bought that within 24 hours of the raid. Officers wish to find evidence of buying and selling weapons, buying and selling weed, and the purchase of this property via bank transactions. So to say it had nothing to do with search warrant is, in fact, a lie.
Get him, Tony.
People's
The
what?
People's X, the bank
People's
subpoena.
X is an affidavit.
No, it's
People's
not. They
X?
mislabeled their own evidence. If you look at
Did they?
my, yes, they did.
Oh,
Because I quoted
shit.
the exact same thing, the
It's
exact
getting hang on.
response.
It's okay.
Yep.
I'm listening. Chill out.
Oh no, I'm just
He's
getting
getting
intense.
excited.
Yeah, I know.
It's for
Relax. You're good.
From
Yeah.
the top rope.
He's
Tony,
about to
from the
fucking
top
go over
rope.
9,000.
I'm
Hold on,
feeling
give him a
like getting
second
upfield.
here.
Anyways, sir, if you look at my post, but the big motion dismiss, it references a Spade's original XYZ that they perfectly laid out, that the bank subpoena and the People's X clearly states the findings of the warehouse as part of the justification to search his bank subpoenas. And not only that, everybody, all the bank subpoenas, all the FOIAs, even the stuff that she posted subsequently afterwards, they're all done after the raid. So how can you say that? Not related. If you did a day before, sure, but it was after the raid.
Someone call EMS.
We need a fire department. They're
Because
getting
of the
fucking
raid.
roasted right now, Nino.
I don't know how it's the first time you're hearing about the motion to sever when it's clearly on the docket, unless you're referring to something else.
Abby wasn't on the council team at the time. I believe
Okay,
she,
well,
that
she
may have been a
probably shouldn't
mistake.
reference we, as in the entire defense didn't know about it then.
Hallow's mad because they're getting fucking ripped apart.
I'm trying to find the post with the X on it.
I quoted it in my, or you mean the actual post? Yeah. Sorry, Your Honor.
It's post 30, Justice Hollow.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just reading through it. All right, Kyle Pred recently had 2 firearms retrieved by officers. First one being an incident blank by Josh Cade, followed by incident blank Matt Martin. After this, Kyle was granted a firearms license second time on 10-3, led officers to checking stolen firearm reports. Compared to retrieved firearm notices, as Kyle Pred has license. Upon raiding,
If judge would be
Kyle Pred's
signed
property on Polito
that
and his
much
vehicles.
over my fucking writing, I would feel embarrassed.
And officers failed to locate
The
firearms.
dude in the white hair, the cop, that's Forte, right?
Yeah, that's Forte.
When did he become a
Okay,
cop
yeah.
again?
Prosecution, you got a response?
Like,
2 months
month
ago.
ago, month, 2 ago, yeah.
Oh,
something about
okay.
it.
No response. None to be had.
From what I know,
Went to go grab some coffee.
it sound like neon tiger.
Just a moment, Your Honor, we're talking.
Hopefully talking about taking an LOA.
Oh shit.
Lawsuit for this is gonna be
Hey, welcome back. Amber.
Oh, is that?
Fight this guy's way.
We're good. All right, listen. We're about it.
Some of the Your Honor, some of the information would come out through a witness that is unavailable, unfortunately. I kind of
Well, that's
the
Put me down.
last one was
Seriously, put me
unavailable.
down.
That
Seriously,
being
put me
said,
down.
even if you take the information concerning the search warrant out of the subpoena,
Forte, it's Kiki.
it's going off the general
It's
inevitable
Kiki.
discovery rule via
Kiki.
FOIAing the Blaine County records. There's a transaction from Mayor Pred to Mayor Pred. We would subpoena just based off that information. And
Wait,
find out
you
that
could. You
subpoena
can't just
consent letter
magically
was
do
sent to
this
the
shit.
purchase
What
of
the fuck?
So are you using the good faith argument?
Yes, via and inevitable discovery. Yes, sir.
There's too much drama going on. I can't.
Because
follow
we
both
can't.
of
We
them.
if we had the witness here, we could just put the witness on the stand or have them discuss it, but we don't have it. So
Who's the witness?
It would have been Miss Strong, and then obviously if Director Angel could have been here, we could have discussed that with her, because Director Angel's the one that brought it up to the officer saying there was millions of dollars missing from the Blaine County account, and so the investigation proceeded from there.
Aha! There it is! Finally! We fucking said it in the beginning.
What was her name again?
Director Angel or Miss Strong?
Oh, it's LSPD investigation, my fucking ass! Fucking lying piece of shit!
Maybe. Hold on. No, I don't. She called me once.
Hey, when they make me director of the Marshals, I'm giving you guys all jobs.
Hey, you have an argument to that, Tony?
Well, even in their own FOIA quiz, it was still done on the
non-evidence, you're saying?
29th, which was produced. It was still done after the raid. I can't fathom see how they could say that when this was all done after discovery of what was in the warehouse.
So
And the fact that even in their own
That's
warrants, the subpoena includes that as the
crazy!
findings, like to say that they're separate,
Oh,
it's
they
in
yelled
their own
that?
words, Your Honor.
Well,
I don't know how you can separate.
I'm not
that.
trying to disrupt the role play, you know what I mean? Giving you Nino's like internal monologue while
Okay,
eating some
so she's
amazing
claiming that he
Italian
could have gotten
bakery that just
information
arrived.
no matter what, because it's public courthouse or public
Then maybe I can get on keto.
government information.
Come
that
Monday.
everybody- Who is this? What are they doing?
Wait.
Ma'am, you cannot be here.
Wait, who's the ma'am?
I can't tell who it is.
The last early warning.
It's Ember. She's been causing issues.
Oh.
all the time, I guess, and they
So
trespassed her.
fucking
and
Run,
she-
lady, run!
It's
One of the marshals that got out of prison.
God.
She also cried,
so-
chopped her up in the hallway, and
Your
she
Honor,
just
I
tried
would
to
say they
chop
could have
more
done
things
this,
in the car.
but we have for a fact of what they did, and that's what they wrote themselves.
Yo, that's crazy
in front of
for
me.
it to come out like that.
Right. So she's claiming the inevitable,
The money went missing. Oh, huh.
you're
Crazy.
saying it's not in writing.
Man, I now really want to know the actual
Not only is it not in
timeline.
writing, it's also anything that wasn't writing was done after the raid. So how can that hold weight when they've seen it? How can you say that when what they found hasn't tainted what they've already are going for? They say inevitable. Well, I mean, sir, it's all directly part of it. That's why the motion to sever failed, because of the fact that these were all tied together.
Additionally, nothing prevents a mayor from buying a property. It would have been inevitable discovery. He made a realty purchase.
By using county funds, that would have been argued. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
He has to determine why he made that legally.
Was he given an opportunity to explain himself
Yes.
regarding?
That's what this is.
No, oh my god.
This is the opportunity.
So the opportunities during the investigation,
Why are we doing
which
court without
wasn't
instead
done
of
properly.
investigation then? Because Mr. Perry was never approached outside of the court regarding this.
Never
How can they,
questioned about.
how
a
can they amount
single
this to
charge.
embezzlement then? He's never been approached by any of them.
There was no investigative work done.
It's clearly done in the
looks like the-
legislation of
Your
Blaine
Honor, it's in
County.
legislation. It's in Blaine
Okay.
County
I
legislation.
bought the property. It was
Which one?
scuffle. It wasn't
Yeah,
bread.
number?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's
I mean-
outlined in the Blaine County legislation that the treasurer and only the treasurer is allowed to transfer and move funds
11300
from the Blaine County account for purchases.
Blaine County
The
Authority
treasurer's
account,
appointment is
Mayor's
optional
Office
in their
Protocols
own
and Procedures
legislation.
Legislation number 11300.
Fucking stupid. Can't believe I fucking woke up for this.
Sounds
I
more like
love
an authority
Michael.
conduct review to me.
Brad.
Hey, Pike. Hey,
I'm just trying to help him out, Your Honor.
At the bottom, it does say during the procedure, if the mayor chooses to allocate funds, they must do so via a bank transfer. Within the bank transfer details, the mayor must explicitly state the purpose of the fund, citation where applicable, and their name. It does not say that it has to absolutely be a treasurer.
Get wrecked. Oh
in
shit.
addition, Your Honor, the
Hang
legislation.
on. Wait, am I missing? Am I reading the right one?
Accountability, I believe, Your Honor.
Yeah,
should
If the mayor of Blaine County want to exercise their right to allocate funds, they are to assign another current governmental authority to have access to the Blaine County Authority account. Should the mayor select a treasurer, the treasurer will, by default, be the governmental authority, blah, blah, blah. Should the mayor have no treasurer, they will either select a judge or justice act as authority as an oversight in
is
order to
illegal.
avoid misuse of funds.
How is
Correct.
that? Yeah.
And
how is that
no
allowed?
judge or justice was assigned.
It's
And
unconstitutional.
the treasurer never moved funds. It was spread.
How do
Yeah,
you
Your
know
Honor,
that if
one-
you never
Because I
One
touched
thing,
justice.
question
Everybody
me?
stop.
Don't
Stop.
argue with him, please.
Hello?
No!
Stop. Pred. Stop.
What the hell?
Your Honor, the thing is, right, in the
I love it.
procedure section, it explicitly said the mayor has to
I
do
think
it. So there's
Espino's
a
just pissed
contradiction within
himself.
the
You can
guideline.
see the urine coming down his leg.
Also,
This applies to Blaine County specifically, not Los Santos County.
Who said Los Santos?
I'm just,
Your Honor, in the introduction
what?
portion, it names all of the following things as guidelines.
It does also state, though, if the mayor of Blaine County should fail to adhere to these guidelines and procedures, they'll be liable to investigation, potential criminal charges, and potential impeachment.
What
There was no
investigation?
fucking
What
investigation.
investigation?
What
You didn't do an
investigation? You guys
investigation.
admitted you guys haven't done any of the investigation.
A guideline is still just a guideline.
Your Honor, this is getting out of hand. Can we please just take it step
Oh,
back
shut
a
the
bit?
fuck up. You're not a judge, dumb fuck. If the judge wants to say something, let him do it. Okay, you know what they need? Give them, you know, the little hall monitor pass?
That was
Just let them
interesting.
fucking give traffic
Pred,
citations if that's what they want to do.
If you yell again, as much as I know you love to yell,
Contempt 2. I know, Your Honor.
I know.
Contempt 2.
Contempt 2.
Contempt 2.
No. They're not tryhards.
There are contradictions within this legislation. I do agree with that. I do agree
they're trying
that
to try
one says
hard.
the mayor has to do stuff and write stuff down on the thing,
Yeah,
but
there
it
you
also
go.
says that
They're failhards.
or the mayor has procedures he has to follow. They have
fail
to,
off.
excuse me, but accountability states that it has to be either a judge
To
or a
fail.
justice. If it's not a treasurer.
You're right. Think someone gonna get fired after this?
I feel like
I hope
that
so.
the procedure part was in the case that a judge or justice approved of the funds being removed, and there is no treasurer. It is worded a little odd, but without Miss Jones here to clarify, you know.
I was
There's not much that we
present
can do on
when
that.
he wanted to make a treasurer. That's it.
I think is that the senior who is attached to this, you know what I mean?
It was when we got put into place.
All the information was given to Angel. She never
know
put
Fred
it through.
didn't have a
Yeah,
treasurer because he
even
appointed
before
one.
that, we were in a room, like when we got sworn in,
I had
and
a
it was supposed to
treasurer
happen
beforehand,
then.
Your Honor.
No, I know, but we gathered
you
all
asked
of our
for-
studies,
Your Honor,
everything
you-
they needed to put and what everyone's title was going to be.
Sir?
She never submitted any of it.
You asked for the treasurer.
We did. We
You
did
didn't
that
ask
the
him to
day
appoint him.
after.
You asked for which
Wait,
was his
Angel
treasurer,
never
and we
submitted
gave
any
you
of
one
it?
name.
Is that what you're saying, Ajax?
That wasn't him appointing it.
Yeah, just watch out outside of that. There's Amber's trying to get in here with the Molotov.
Who's the
And-
Molotov for? Who's their target? No
Card?
target? Okay.
Card, I guess.
Got you.
I'm not tripping, right, chat? Okay, maybe actually, I don't want you to tell me. But I genuinely 1,000,000,000% remember it was brought up the day we got sworn in. But the thing is, there's no official procedure, right? And that's why, like, a lot of this, like, and that's why, Nino's had such a problem with the BCSO stuff. It's, and annoyed when people are like, yo, y'all's legislation's overcooked. No, because it needs to be designed in a way where you can actually verify and prove something is happening. If you put in a lot of stipulations in, those stipulations need to come alongside processes, because if you don't define process, then everyone's going to argue what the like one side is arguing fucking MDT tags. Like, my entire cabinet is recognized and functions based on titles I gave them, but that's why I don't give them any inherent, like, written random powers, because to have written random powers is adding so much bureaucracy, red tape, and, like, no way to, like, verify in role play what's up and what's down. It's pretend make believe. Yeah, by all accounts, Leah Strong has been the treasurer from day one, and you don't need a magical MDT tag to verify that. That's I was practicing as a lawyer without certain things because it wasn't because of the shit. You know what I mean? Remember, I was practicing for a long time.
Good leaders choose good people. You got to identify key qualities, and people got to prove themselves through merit. Not entitled to anything.
Oh, come stand by me, Michael. You'll be all right.
Actually, you know what? You're the perfect person to talk to about this. The Blaine County legislation about what the mayor has to do to, assign funds.
Yep.
That's county level legislation.
Correct.
We are in a hierarchical system where what the mayor does with money is defined at the state level and the constitutional level.
Correct. Correct.
Legislation from a lower court cannot inherently restrict the powers given at a higher court.
Okay.
Not without the signatures of both mayors, because then it would become statewide law.
Exactly.
So yeah, it doesn't matter.
Drop my mic and sit down.
Love you too, Mike.
That's slightly overcooked because our DOJ hasn't established lower courts that oversee counties, but I do agree with the general sentiment. But that would assume that the DOJ actually did anything over the past 4 months.
Fucking disease, bro.
Which there was a bit there, but not really. When I say DOJ, I mean the... Let's be honest, right? Individually as judges and stuff, great. But as a entity, it's just been corruption left and right. I think after this court case, I think the big W here is actually that the conversation we had with Hollow is now he might actually see what our problem is. And Nino's going to be like, imagine this for all of those fucking audit conversations.
Anybody have any
Because
food
all
left?
this shit
I don't
that
have
was
anything,
edited
Murphy,
was
sorry.
done because of shit like this.
Food?
I think he's slowly realizing it. I mean, think about it.
At what point did
Here what-
Angel notice the $3 million missing?
Got a drink?
The next
we're-
morning.
we're-
It had to
we're
have been.
referencing really quick.
Oh,
Because I
okay,
don't want to
go
give
ahead.
you a speculative answer. I want to get you as close to an exact date as possible.
I'm good. I'm good. I just gave my food to Murphy. Thank you so much.
Something to eat?
Does anyone else need food or
Don't
drink?
use code VOS because it don't exist.
By the way, chat, you want to add to the tugathon that at this stage is likely going to continue into tomorrow. Download Star Trek for your mobile phone and your PC.
They're gonna die on this hill.
It's going to automatically connect to the stream. As you play the game and you get into this interior section, every stage this thing is leveled up from 5, 9, blah, 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 blah. Not only to get alert on stream, but it adds an entire minute. Each viewer can add 19 minutes to the timer individually. All free, ready to go. 3 spots left in the Alliance.
Just as Hollow, while there's a lull, am I still needed here? Because it's my understanding I was called witness for the warrant.
So you have some food left?
The problem is
No, no,
Fred's
no.
assigned
Wait.
authority at the state and the
We need to hear from him, bro. Like they should call him
No,
up
if you're only
depose him
if
as a part
defense
of
only
this.
needed you for the warrant. The warrant's been removed.
I
You're free to leave.
understand that.
legislation is invalid.
Tony, am I still needed?
Should have never
I feel like he's
Of
needed
course not.
because this
Period.
investigation still stems
go
from
to
that,
bed.
even though the warrant was thrown out.
Yeah,
Sorry,
because it
Grayson.
Been a little
stems
more proactive about that.
Thank you, everybody.
his. Oh no, fuck. That's not good.
No, it would have been good to still
Guy's
get his
still here.
testimony.
Get
on
out.
the record, just so we're
Exactly.
fucking biased.
Can we
Exactly.
just like do
Yeah.
a quick deposition, like a little baby?
I don't
one?
think
Because-
Hallow
Are you fucking kidding me?
would
Yo.
entertain it though
Come up
because
in
it's
the
already
civil
done.
trial
That
for
you
all
had to
the
stay
for
here.
all
Now
the
Yeah,
you want
there
to
we
stay
go.
here?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
I can't live without
Hey,
you too,
Craig.
Grayson. I know. I can't live without you too, buddy.
Yep.
I'm gonna miss
Wait.
you.
I think it's still valuable, but I'm
All
with
right, do we
you.
have any prosecution?
Yeah, I think
It
it'll just be
is.
more
Quickly.
impactful in the civil
Decision to
cases,
report.
but they made the decision without me
Wait, because-
anyway. But you know,
Oh,
Well,
they
it's
already
gonna-
made
it's
it?
gonna
Okay.
it's gonna show more malicious intent in the civil anyway.
Okay.
With
Yeah,
with the warrant
because
already
the
being
warrant's already
dismissed again,
been
he's
thrown out.
he's probably not going to entertain it. So bringing it up in the
Again, I don't
civil is going to
want
be huge.
say any lies, but I'm 90% sure it was before. So that's why I want to confirm and try to
They're
find
not
out.
even
Oh,
saying
shit.
the right number of money. It was 5 million.
The reason
not
why
I
it
know,
should
I
go
know.
up there
Well,
is
just
because
keep that
the
to yourself.
premise of the investigation
Don't
and
give
this
them any
moving
more
forward
ammunition. They're
is a
already tired
consequence
blacks
of
who are already
behavior
gonna
coming
load up
from
the bus.
Justice Angel, and therefore highlighting it in
Yeah,
court
yeah.
It's gonna be the
may be
biggest-
what is
this is
necessary to
going
find him not
be
guilty.
Probably the biggest civil lawsuit ever against the state. that
Oh,
they've
there's
ever-
are there
probably
still
ever.
100%.
Your Honor, it was
It's
only-
five
I would-
weeks.
Sorry.
I would imagine this is going to
Before
be
the
an
raid was
eight-figure
executed, Your
lawsuit.
Honor.
Angel brought up the $3 million missing before the raid was executed, but after the warrant was signed.
She have
Hearsay.
the
No, after
right
I
to
wrote the
look
warrant,
at
but
that?
before it was signed and executed.
That's what I just said.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said after the warrant was executed. I'm sorry.
No, before the raid happened, and before it was signed, but after it was written, that's when Angel brought up the property.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm removing. I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna
I'm asking you to find it, Jack.
sustain that.
Focus on the court, man.
Had she noticed before the search warrant was written, and you guys said, "Well, that's sus. Let's investigate that." That would be understandable, but it makes no sense that you guys
Fair
wait
enough.
until after the raid to say, and then you put in the warrant, "Hey, this, you know."
Don't
This
talk
stuff
to
was
Jack
found in
like
here.
that.
We know for a fact it was used for illegal means. We want to investigate his bank subpoena. So I don't really agree with embezzlement or with the subpoena, to be honest, because it's based off. It is based off of the raid warrant. I understand the inevitable.
I think this court is already
Only
good.
charges left.
discovery.
It is. You're right.
But
It is. Yeah.
with this one, you base it strictly off of the search warrant, and even the PC before you mentioned the search warrant is based off of that too. So I don't see this subpoena standing, to be honest. In terms of this court, at least, I'm not saying it was an illegal subpoena. I'm just saying in terms of the embezzlement charge on this court, I don't see it standing.
I think we should make a motion for the robbery.
So
next.
I'm
I don't
gonna
think-
sustain that. I believe Pred is still facing the
They still really should have had Grayson come up.
Let me see.
Sounds like it.
How you use it.
Accessory to robbery, accessory to criminal use of a firearm, and 2 times negligent ownership. Those are still standing.
Yeah, and the violation of a court order. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yep.
Your Honor, we'd also like to dismiss the violation of court order just because of the fact that that stemmed from things that should have never happened in the first place.
I'm going to overrule that because we haven't even heard their argument on it yet. So we're going to go into. We're starting court. We're starting the trial.
Oh shit!
Then I would also. Well, hold on. Because of what we also discovered in. Then I'll make another motion. Then I would also like to dismiss one of the weapons charges regarding the criminal negligence and the robbery because the weapon SKB was covered by the weapons report being.
Argue it in court.
Wait,
That's not
what?
a motion to be making right now. Argue it. Make it your argument in court to drop one of the charges. Don't make a motion to dismiss the charge. Argue it. That's something to do in court.
Okay.
All right. Does anybody need a recess?
Dear God, yes, please.
All right. 5-minute recess. Go pee,
you.
get water, do whatever you guys gotta do.
Hey, Tilly, come with me. Hey, Michael, Maeve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you got this. You got this. I thought Thanksgiving was like on Thursday, but apparently we're eating tonight. So,
Hey, we are eating tonight.
yeah.
Whole ass turkey dinner.
I gotta say though, the
I
turkey
can't-
does taste like ass a little bit.
I can't wait to be the richest man in the city.
Yeah.
This is going to
yes.
be great for me. I've always wondered what
big
it's like to
fucking
be
lawsuit.
rich.
Yeah. Oh shit.
And we ban mayonnaise now.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
trial took so long that during it,
What
I wrote
happened?
the
I wasn't
entire
paying
legislation
attention.
for you to be able to produce a standing army. So
Oh.
it's available whenever.
Oh, thanks, Princess. I really appreciate that. You know something?
Please?
One of these days, I'm going to knight you with a real great sword.
All right.
Oh,
Hey.
I'm grabbing a drink.
Here.
What kind of drink?
Oh, it's right here. Oh my god.
Oh, milk.
Hey, Tilly.
I'll take one pizza. How you doing, Max?
Come over here.
Windows to hit on Princess.
All right.
Eat food.
Archibald is somewhere. Oh fuck, I did. Oh wait, I still got some.
A shit ton. I bought like 10 combos.
Wait, why can I not use this? What the fuck?
Don't worry, I got it.
Pointing out that Sparks is in the corner.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm glad you said something.
She's in the corner.
Holy shit. Wait, where? How long was she there for?
She's been there the whole time.
Oh my god. I walked in and holy fuck. I was looking in my pockets and I look up and I see it. Wait, actually? Wait, where though?
I didn't even see her.
She was here standing facing the wall. Just like that.
Oh, I think she like blended in with the
Yeah, it's kind of shadowy over there.
All
I just
right.
want you to like start, saying shit and then.
in the other room.
I actually was, because that photo, Michael, we should get Ellie to get someone to post it out, and then we'll just retweet it all.
I'll show you. I'll send it to her.
I think it was that was a good one. Ellie, you know somebody, right?
I mean, court's at recess. She could do it herself.
That is true, actually. Tilly, you know what to do.
Wait, what am I doing?
Look what Michael's about to send you.
Hi, what's up?
Oh, here, I'll get you a link. Hold on.
Okay, what am I doing?
You're tweeting.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm good at that.
Summary of the court case, ... followed by, the photo.
There.
Okay, where is it?
I emailed it to you.
Oh, you fucking pussy. Hold on.
Hold on, okay? There.
They did not catch Ember.
Nino, how's it going? How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm watching the fucking Marshals lose their shit in this court case with Pred so far. And
What the hell's going on?
But you don't know anything about any of it?
No, I don't know the court case is about. What is happening?
Justice Angel, who's a corrupt piece of shit, targeted Pred alongside some others about 5 weeks ago now.
What the hell?
In which they knew a warehouse he had just purchased had weed inside of it. So Pred buys this thing for his county, goes to sleep. They raid him the next day within 8 hours, and then hold his entire county hostage for 5 weeks. My office separately, I had drones following me around. I filed FOIA reports. They refused to give me the reports on me, which is my right. Angel then changed the law the next day to stop. Yes.
That's not how that works.
I know, it's insane. So we went, finally, I said, fuck this shit. And we filed like a thing with the government, which is like, she wrote and she changed the law to say all the PD like report to her, like both BCSO and LSPD. And I said, fuck this. We audited her bullshit and the state agreed, and then everyone disappeared. So
everyone disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing left is like fishes and like one marshal. So
what the hell?
Yeah, you don't know any of this is happening?
I mean, I knew about the warehouse thing because
it's been on fire. Yeah,
I didn't know anything else going on there, but that's kind of funny. So the judge is throwing all of it out. I see it on Twitter.
A lot, pretty much. We had a pre-trial hearing that lasted the last 3 hours, and it was such a fucking embarrassment.
Oh god.
But I got to go back in a second here.
Yeah.
Are you going to be around? I can have a chat with you right afterwards.
Yeah, 100%. I wanted to call you about honestly, some helicopter stuff. I want to know how you get the license and I wanted to
Yes,
see.
we have a
if
new
I can
hangar and
involve in that.
everything. By the way, I meant to talk to you about a shootout you had with SOB. What
Okay.
happened to you, I can tell you, is probably illegal. And
Wait, what happened to me during a shootout with SOB was illegal?
I think it was like a week and a half ago.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what the details were. I'm going to try to remind myself because I had been meaning to talk to you. I remember cops being busy. Let me remind myself. I remember it was a big deal, and I was surprised you went to jail. So
Yes, yeah, I think you're talking about when I crashed.
Oh,
I
the
was in a
helicopter
crash.
Yeah, these dumb fucks
and I
were
got
like-
arrested for a gang-related
yes,
shooting.
I already got SK out of it from the BCSO because for some reason these guys are actual fucking brain deads.
That's what I said, Nino.
Bro,
That's what I said. I was like, I'm going to jail for gang-related shooting because I crashed the heli.
Yeah,
They're like, yeah, we saw you in the gang convoy. I was like,
It
I was just
doesn't
flying.
matter. It doesn't matter. Bro, I literally got SK out of the charges and I
Yeah.
triggered the entire BCSO. 8 of them showed up in the court case with SK. They told
Yeah.
me to be his lawyer. They told me because they thought it was in the bag. I got him to walk on everything, and they got so fucking mad. One guy came out of
Yo.
ICU just to go against me on it. We
That's
should
so
talk.
crazy.
Yeah. And
Oh, we
I-
should
I'm a-
100% talk.
If you have a good lawyer, I'm going to put it this way. Every gang-related shooting, any attempted murder of a government employee, I think I can get all of them dropped for everyone in the last 60 days. So
I have Kit, brother. I have one of the best lawyers you'll see in the city.
listen, if we use Kit, people are going to hate me because they already never
Thanks
mind.
to
Okay,
Advilius
you know what?
underscore
We'll
Gray for
talk.
my
We'll talk
gift.
soon. All right.
We'll talk soon, yeah?
Okay. All right. Later. Right.
All right, brother. Bye-bye.
Okay, we got to go back.
Kit for
It's
what?
probably starting.
Use Kit for what?
Nothing, Tilly.
Kit for
It's
what?
nothing.
Use Kit for what? Use Kit for
There's
no, no, no,
nothing
no, no,
as
no,
a
no, no.
lawyer.
No.
Oh, is it not?
What
is
the
it not
fu-
started
what
yet?
the fuck?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
We're waiting on.
Oh,
I mean, no.
hi.
No, we don't.
How you guys doing?
Nightmare.
Whoa.
That's what
Oh,
that
good,
this
good.
is. It's a
Yep.
nightmare.
That it is.
You guys
I
see
hate it
Pike,
all.
or is it just me?
Been running
Oh,
around chasing a
shit, this
clown
is
with a
good.
Molotov for the past 2 hours.
A Molotov?
Let me try and talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we've all been dipping and running. I had to get
Ember's trying
stern
to light
with.
us on fire.
Oh, not guilty
She
of
literally brandished a fucking Molotov. In
Yeah,
there.
she's trying her damnedest to get in there. It's
fuck. Were you guys?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back over here. Shit. I'm sorry. Ray called, and then I needed to talk to Ray, and then
This isn't for me.
Unless you want to get Kit involved in.
it's
I'll fucking
as a
kill him.
lawyer,
I'll kill him. I
'cause-
will.
okay. First off, it's about Ray getting some. Ray got charged with.
Hey, you!
What? Oh, did you send it out yet? By the way.
Take your mask off.
Me?
Yeah.
No. I didn't.
Michael twatted. Department tasked with preserving integrity lacks integrity. Over to Tom for the weather.
No, is it good? Did you see it? Did you see the photo?
That is good.
Nino?
Hmm?
Did you see the photo?
Yeah.
You don't think it's like a? You think that's fine?
Wait.
You don't think
Why?
it's like distasteful or anything? I don't know. I
Why-
don't know.
Okay, explain
know.
why.
I
Because it
get
has to
nervous
do with
about that
George
stuff.
Bush.
Yes,
Wait, you don't know the history behind it?
I do.
Where the Iraqis threw a shoe at George Bush?
Yeah. And wasn't it like they did that as a goodbye from the Iraqi PR? That's I don't know. He said
No,
something.
because the United States went and bombed an entire country over pretend weapons of mass destruction, which didn't exist, causing the entire government to collapse. Millions of women, children getting murdered. The creation
I'm
of
not
the
posting
Patriot. God damn it, Tilly. This is your only
not
job.
No, this does feel very charged, Nino. I think
God
that's fair.
damn it. Hey, fine. All right.
I'm sorry. You know anything?
You know, Tilly,
I'm sorry.
I'm going to remember
Settle
this, all right?
Tilly.
No, don't.
It's actually a really scuffed photo. It's actually not even that good. It's like a shitty like 90s like
Okay. Not your own criminal trial or not?
I know, but it's recognized.
I've been an expert witness in 3 cases.
Are we ready? What's going on?
We're waiting.
Your Honor, Tony just needed a minute while we were waiting for Abilene. So when he stops dancing, we'll be good to go.
Not much.
Just wondering how much it would cost to like fill the.
When did Tilly get integrity? I don't even think it's that crazy. Iraq was like 20 years ago. I would totally put if the picture.
Sorry about that,
someone get me a better version of the photo, and I'll 100% do it.
All right, getting in to the case of the people versus Kyle Pred.
Becky beating. Fucking
Yeah, I
scared
will,
me.
don't worry.
Holy shit.
Prosecution, are you ready for your opening?
Yeah.
All right, come on over.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Your Honor and esteemed members of the court. Essentially, we're going to be only arguing 2 basic factors: the criminal negligent ownership and the violation of court order. It's surprisingly simple.
Easy with the clickety clacks back there.
Yeah.
Someone's chattering their teeth.
And the accessory.
Who is that?
Yeah, I can't focus with all.
Oh my God!
I'm just gonna end opening. Sorry.
It's nothing disruptive, Your Honor. Just someone chattering their teeth a bit loud. I think it's a little drafty.
Can we get
back
the
here.
judges to whisper, go back further in the corner because we can hear you over here.
Bro,
go ahead and try
that's
again.
all they got now. I didn't even realize it's only criminal negligent of a
Honor and
firearm.
Esteemed members of the court, we're basically only going to be discussing some simple, possession charges, lack of possession charges, and some negligence, concerning the defendant. Defendant's actions have.
This
led
sounds
him
like we're
directly
bringing him
here,
here for a traffic citation. at this
purposeful
point.
mistakes that Mayor Pred could have basically acted in a better manner, but he didn't. And because of that, because of his actions, these it's sad to see a man of his stature fall so ungracefully.
Then he lost his gun?
To swing the sword of justice to find him guilty of these basic charges that he should have not had. But here we are, nonetheless, today. Thank you.
Hey, defense.
Damn, that's
Yo.
actually low key a compliment.
I think she gets Fred way more stature than he actually has.
Bro, that's crazy.
Your Honor, people of the courts. Didn't expect to get this far, but we're here today to refute some of the charges that are erroneously put on Mr. Pred. In particular, one of them I believe we're all aware of. And of course, there's given some extremities that happened this past month that that may warrant some consideration when it comes to the quote-unquote court order. But there's going to be some extinguished circumstances that a man of Pred's stature, standing tall, is it 5, 6? Okay, of his stature is
6'4".
At an astounding 6'4".
Don't lie in my court, Pred.
I'm not lying. I am not lying.
Do not fucking lie in my court.
I'm not. I'm sure.
He's 5'4". The court recognizes him as 5'4".
I'm not 5'4". I'm
Your Honor, I'm
6'4.5".
Your Honor, I'm 6'1" with heels. I can stand next to him if you'd like, so we can. Here, I'll
Nope.
just go over here. You
It's
sure?
okay. It's okay.
Nah, I'm gonna say
Your Honor.
Stop. Pred is recognizing him, or sorry, the court is recognizing Pred as 5'4". Continue with your opening.
Can we motion to have the middle ground, maybe a 5'8", just average it out?
Did you say a manlet?
You can have 5'4" and 1/4.
5'4.5".
Doesn't matter if I'm
Continue.
5'4". No one's gonna want to fuck me anyway.
Oh, I'm 5'4".
That given a man of his stature at 5'4.5", there are some extenuation circumstances that a man like Kyle Pred cannot overlook, and did it in necessity of in the interest of the people of the North. Once we are able to make our arguments for that, we can we'll bring the light that these charges are not necessary, and he's innocent, and he's the mayor. That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Not gonna lie, pretty sure I was a little more impressive than that. Okay. Prosecution, who's your first witness?
We will not be calling any witnesses. We're going to rest at this time and cover evidence in closing.
You don't want to go over anything?
Excuse me?
Well, our only witness is Charlotte Spade, and we're not going to be covering any specific questions.
That's
I think it would be kind of useless. And then we'd like to just cover all the evidence in closing.
Okay. Prosecution rest, defense.
Huh. That's we can confer for a bit.
You ever saw Star Wars, by the way?
I object to covering
Of course, who hasn't seen Star Wars?
They need to show
first
their
episode with
case
Jar
so
Jar
that we can
Binks.
defend against it. So if they're not going to be
It's the best one.
Yeah, you know, because remember, like he was jumping, you know, and he was like, it was jumping, you know.
They called no witnesses.
This is what the Marshals gonna do with this court case.
Don't they need to lay foundation for their evidence?
Your Honor, I think with and I believe my co-counsel could sort of say this a little more eloquent than me, but we
All right, fine. I'll just say it. Your Honor, we object to the examination of evidence in closing. Generally, that's covered through examination of witnesses. If they're not calling any witnesses, we have no foundation from the prosecution to defend against when it turns over to us. So we would insist that they examine evidence now.
5 fucking weeks, and they didn't even call us.
Yo, that's crazy.
What's your
How
rebuttal?
come Ajax isn't allowed up there,
It's
but
not
they
a
could
real
just bring in
motion,
new
and we don't have
prosecutors
to-
whenever they
it
want?
doesn't
Yeah,
have to be
who is
outlined
the new
specifically.
people
Common
sitting
jury
over here?
jurisprudence
Who is
dictates
that?
areas. There's nothing in legislation or anything concerning any members of bar, any pamphlets, or any specific writing that says I have to cover evidence prior to the resting of the state or the people, and we should be allowed to cover evidence in closing. That's what a closing is.
Your Honor, covering evidence in closing is an expeditious practice that is done in order to keep things moving along. In this case, they have not presented a case. They made an opening statement, and now we have to defend against a 25-second opening statement. You see the issue with that?
This is fucking embarrassing.
What the judge is gonna say? This is what I'm curious right now.
The state has a rebuttal if necessary, Your Honor.
They presented nothing. Motion to fucking dismiss.
Wait, isn't it the prosecution's job to prosecute a case?
I want to remind you, the prosecutors, like on the Marshall side, this is the top.
But how do you prosecute something?
Is there a
and then
reason
not
that you can't go
have
over
any...
evidence now and it has to wait until closing?
No, we can go over evidence now if you'd really like to, Your Honor. But the evidence has been.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
The evidence has been the criminal negligent ownership of a firearm evidence has been on the docket for over 30 days, and there's only there's only a couple of lines in the evidence I posted a few days ago concerning the violation of a court order. So we can go over it if you would like, but there's
I would.
They don't want to highlight any
I would
potential
honestly. I don't mean to cut you off, but I would
inconsistencies in
honestly
their
prefer if you
supposed
did
evidence and are
because the
going to
court order
present
one
that
has
is
no
moving
argument,
things
so I
along.
need to hear something.
Yeah, of course, that's not a problem. We can do that.
Yo, this is wild.
They don't want their evidence looked at.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that
This is so
This this is the Marshals in a nutshell right here. That's all I gotta say.
No, I know, but I just.
Oh, my bad.
This is what happens when you get rid of the fucking DA.
You're only giving me just
Shit
one
like
second.
this.
I do have a commanding tone.
Certainly no.
Man,
Does
literally.
San Andreas accept case laws of the United States,
No, it doesn't.
or just some of them?
No, you can use it as like a reference. No, because everything that we do is based on legislation that we make in the city.
All right, I just know of like Miranda, like
You can reference it, but there's no guarantee that the judge will actually
Alright.
take it and give it any weight.
because it is, at least for reference in the U.S., it is illegal to not have a witness present and just submit testimony during a trial.
I know.
Yep. That is the case in San Andreas.
Really? So this is illegal?
Your Honor, in terms
Oh,
of
you're
the
saying you
evidence,
can't press charges without a witness?
Well, you cannot
Wait, I'm sorry.
have
are
any,
you
at
going
least
through
any
evidence?
witness
Yeah,
testimony if there is
yeah,
not the
okay.
opportunity to
So I
cross-examine.
wasn't investigating
Means that
Correct.
any
And
Yeah,
I've
hearsay.
reports I
been
don't
for the
think would
last week,
hold as
so I'm doing
evidence.
my best, Your Honor.
Yes, that is the case in San Andreas.
So they would have to throw out any police report evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. So the people see
Except
report
police
number
reports.
326, that was the
Good
negligent
job. Oh,
investigation.
except police reports?
Yeah,
In
they're
relation to this,
considered
I believe
affidavits.
The defense
Kind of.
argued
Oh.
report 6655, in
Right.
which they intend to pertain one of the most recent firearms under that
Interesting.
weapon. Would like to reference the report that's listed within this investigative report, which was incident 8753, which is the most recent firearm that was found after the weapon was reported stolen, which was recovered and then used in terms of like a listing of weapons that had not been been recovered and not reported stolen.
Okay, so I'm
terms of that,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm trying to catch up with you. Okay,
No, you're
so
good.
the People's 14326, that's the actual investigation for negligent ownership. Report
Correct.
6655 was argued, but that isn't to be included because that's just a report of a stolen firearm, not that the wrench was found.
Correct.
That's the
Yeah,
gun.
and then it's just the fact that the I believe the defense then obviously motioned to strike a number of reports.
Okay,
and
and then
incidents.
incident 8537. What is that one?
Yeah,
Is it-
incident 8537. So that was initially, let me do the number for you. It was initially the People's P. I believe that was strike from the docket, but it was still referenced within this investigative report, which is when a firearm was found in possession of a Mr. Renato Ortiz, a member of a Cypress gang, which had not been reported stolen, which would be the reference in terms of that. So that would be the most recent firearm that would fall under report 6655. Which would still ascertain that incident 10040 and 10297, those two firearms will still fall under the criminal negligent ownership, as neither of them were reported stolen.
What was the first one? I'm sorry, you said 10297. What was the other one?
10040. So those are the two most recent firearms that we recovered in the 10-day span. And neither were reported stolen, so.
Okay, and you're saying that incident 8537 was stricken, but that was referenced in your investigation of
Yes.
14326, and that one contains the firearm that would make the most sense to fall under 6655 report?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that it for the
For myself.
negligent ownership?
Yeah, for myself, sir.
Okay, and then what about the violation recorder?
That would be mine, Your Honor. All right. So specifically, I'm sure you're well aware, very early in the case, which at the initial set of the case, there was plenty of PC to press the charges on the docket, and there was a request to suspend the mayoral powers of Mayor Pred. That was mostly removed. And the only restriction to his powers was that he was not to touch the finances. If you look at the People's the People's AB, which is specifically a FOIA of the Blaine County Mayor's Office Excel sheet for the records pulled. Let me pull up the exact quote that he wrote.
Poisonous tree.
When you
Doesn't
say
matter.
Sorry, when you say the quote he wrote, are you talking about like the comment he put?
Yep.
Out. I'm not you guys. You guys are fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I've had a 101 degree fever for a week. This is like.
Oh my!
Man with
oh
the.
no!
Misha, stand back.
Man, that sucks, but it's annoying.
Misha, please.
Oh my god.
Ma'am?
I feel bad that
You're gonna have to
they're
leave.
having to do this to begin with, but you know,
Ma'am, you're going to have to leave.
they should
and Your Honor,
never.
it says
I
payment
still
to
maintain the
Kyle Fred for paying
position
for the
I didn't even
decoration
ask
that
you for that.
those
of
three
the
should never been
AKA
put in this
community
position
Isn't funny.
If
to
justice-
have
if
to do
justices
this in
ain't
the
gonna be
first
around to
place.
Even hire my people, then fuck you. I do what I want anyway.
Fred,
Leave now.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Look,
I
you need to stop
I
fucking
mean,
around.
don't
If
say
you
anything.
decide
Just
to
don't
do
say anything.
something
Just
and
don't
this
say anything.
ends
Your
in
Honor,
a
that was
mistrial, you need to
on
consider the
November
fact that there have been
21st
people who have
at
spent countless
16:45
hours
GMT,
working on this.
based on
So
this
stop.
language,
Either
it
be
being in
here
all caps
and just
the
watch
money from
or
Kyle
leave.
Pred to Kyle
But
Pred is
you
very
are
clear that this
wasting
was Kyle
our
Pred that
time at this
transferred
point.
the funds, despite the court
This
order
court case
that was
is not about you.
directed to him.
This is
that
about
he
Kyle
acknowledged on the
Pred.
docket.
Don't fucking ruin this because you need people to pay attention to you.
Damn!
I can give you the line item if you'd like.
Ember, please leave.
Budget number.
At this point, we've had enough.
I can literally just explain this entire
I'm going to
situation
escort you out here,
super
or you
easy.
leave on your own accord. Last option.
Yeah, I mean, but I can literally
Leave.
end it in one. I mean, if Your Honor,
This is
if
a
they have
lawful
the
order.
ability to literally put forth no credible witnesses to
You
build their
had your
case,
chance
and
to
they're able
watch
to
and you
work off
caused
of
a problem.
evidence,
This is a lawful
can't
order.
Not your
work
side's turn yet.
Honor,
Ember
Your
needs
Honor,
to
please,
consent
could you give the blonde lady
to,
contempt,
a
please? I
search.
can't fucking hear a thing that's going on.
If you want to stay.
The one that the cops are
Or at
talking
least a
about.
frisk.
What's happening? I can't hear anything.
All right,
You
let's step out to the
consent
hallway.
If you
Cool.
consent to a frisk, there's nothing on you. You are fine to stay.
Come to the
Let's
hallway.
step out in the hallway.
Ember.
Put your hands on. We're going out in the hallway. Come on.
Okay, hang on.
Wait, that was Ember?
Say it's just Ember Quinn.
I didn't recognize her.
That EMS snitched on her, dude.
They did?
Yeah.
Damn.
God. Okay. Well, it sounds like that's being handled.
Yo,
wait
Boss
your turn
Moss.
before you get yourself in trouble. Prosecution, is that everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Don't get pregnant.
Now
It's a
they've
drink.
rested. Defense is your first witness.
Wait a minute. I still need my FOIAs, chat.
Yeah, actually, what's the exact line, real quick, while they're doing that?
Yeah.
Wait, I never got an
that is
update on my
line
FOIAs, did I?
1209 in the
I
link from the
completely
docket.
forgot. Wait, hold on. Let me send an email real
F
quick.
Pred, it's like the second one that shows up.
Just be civil, Angie. Okay, I know. Just.
Hey,
defense, who's your first
I
witness?
was wondering if you heard anything from Daisy in regards to the FOIAs.
That EMS totally snitched you out. We're
Nino.
We're weighing our
Yeah,
options.
how else?
Like, really?
Yeah, he walked behind. He was behind us, and then he turned around, walked past that DOC, said something, and the DOC got closer, and then that's when 14 moved in.
What the?
Yeah.
That's vile. That's crazy. I don't even look like myself.
Wait, actually, I think she's here.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
Who
think she's
called
gone.
you though?
I'm starting to feel bad for Arcadia because I bet she's probably getting. I'm assuming she's also getting non-answers.
I'll drop kick her through a wall. You just let me know if she moves.
They could just object to relevance because the fucking charge ain't on there. So what's really the point to establish why he paid the money? Like what he used the money for?
I mean, it's gonna go one of two ways. I mean,
If Fred doesn't go up there, then we can't say much about why he did it, because then they'll say.
Tony, what's happening? What are we doing?
We're weighing
I know
weighing
you weigh your
somebody's
options,
fifth.
but can you like?
We're weighing somebody's Fifth
probably
Amendment
a-
rights. That's what we're trying to do right now.
Jesus.
Because
Is he gonna
finish,
testify or not?
I came over here.
Well, we're gonna make sure he's gonna do it in a quiet and orderly fashion, sir.
I don't need you. Okay.
Well, I'll put my phone
You
on
should have
mute
prepared him
now.
before this.
I already know.
Well,
I'm always prepped.
Jesus. Okay.
I mean, I don't see the point in having him testify anyway. But if you think
Okay, if we don't
it's
have
gonna
to,
help
then
you,
we don't have to.
but like the embezzlement charge isn't on there, so I don't see why.
Violating a court, I don't think violating a court order is going to really put his career as a mayor in jeopardy. It's not going to,
I think it makes me look more badass. Same with these shootings.
Yeah.
It's a little mark on your record,
it is
sure.
a felony.
But
Look, it's up to you if you want to do it for the spice, but we don't need to make an argument about embezzlement.
Well, I think I'm
What
gonna be
the-
guilty regardless. You know, I go up there and I just
Yeah.
say, hey, you know, Angel never gave my treasurer the keys. My treasurer was there
I don't know why they don't just argue fruit of the poisonous tree.
Because even with fruit of the poisonous tree, he still violated it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the court order itself was issued based off of evidence presented determined to be fruit of the poisonous tree. The court order itself would be invalidated.
No, Your Honor.
There may be an argument for good faith exception, but I think they would also make that argument in their closing.
Did something just hit a table? Did somebody throw something at us?
Me, man.
Oh.
Weren't you guys just complaining about them not calling any?
Well,
none of theirs was the defendant, Your Honor, and we had to make sure that he was up to speed about his Fifth Amendment rights based on everything that's been said and make a final decision, and he will not be testifying.
Yeah, these are not light discussions, you know.
Wait, are they not calling any of their witnesses?
Yeah, they don't. The prosecution has no witness.
Okay,
This is turned into a traffic citation, pretty much.
As an unbiased party,
Are you
As
trying to
unbiased
say
side,
that I
I will
don't
not.
got what it takes, Your Honor?
listen. You can do whatever you feel is necessary for your side.
Don't do it, Fred. Don't
Sounds like you're taunting me.
I'm giving you the freedom of choice.
I can hear it. I can hear it. I see it in your eyes.
What does that mean?
You think I'm a fucking pussy?
That's not the point.
What?
He's not denying it. He didn't deny it.
This is pretty evasive.
Is that on the record?
Are you putting a witness or not?
Oh, I said no.
Okay. So he is a pussy.
Hey, I'm not a pussy.
Is that on the record?
I'm
Objection, Your Honor.
respecting what they want.
5'4" pussy.
Yep. It's on the record that Pred is a pussy.
I'll gladly
Nani?
fight anybody in this room to the fucking death to beat these charges if you want to grant that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the
Anybody
state
at
accept-
all, I will fight
the
them to
people
the
accept
death.
What?
Wait, what?
What?
Wait,
No,
what?
I'm just kidding.
Which
I'm
is
just kidding.
trial by combat.
Did she just say she
It's
accepts
just a
that?
J, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do it! Yeah!
You
I
can't
will
say that
kill
and then
her
just
in
be
this
like, I'm
courtroom
just
if you
kidding.
deem it okay.
Magora.
Magora!
Your Honor, actually, just real quick, can we make Nino and Pred fight? I mean, it's LSPD versus, like, you know.
Oh, shut the
Los
fuck
Angeles,
up.
The Blank County.
That is tempting.
Nino's my
Yeah.
boy.
I don't even know this guy. I'm
LSPD
pretty
into
sure
this.
he's not in my department.
LSPD is the reason we're here.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. You know whose reason it is.
All right. With that being said, is there any evidence before you rest?
It's me saying
Yeah,
LSPD
so
is
I'd
the
like
reason
to
we're
go
here.
over
It's
the
fucking
one of the
crazy.
charges.
Yeah.
The
That's the
criminal
craziest
negligence.
thing that's been said this whole
Specifically, the
fucking
one that
conference.
I think Mr. Martin brought up with the whole like, oh, well, the other stuff that's out of statute and out of our evidence stuff like that is going to cover that report. It does not. For two reasons. One, we have documented in that investigative report, you guys documented.
Oh
when
man,
you
I
had
wish
possession
he
of that
prodded
gun,
Nino
SKB,
one more time.
which was on April 29th. And then the missing found weapons report was found on May 17th. It's within 2 weeks of possessing the gun, and then filing the missing report. That gun is more than likely than any of the reports, any of the other guns they would suggest to do it conveniently to get the second charge on there does not hold because there's no evidence of when they Pred might have had that gun. They do have evidence of when the SKB gun was
Don't poke Nino. He's more mad than Pred.
And
Yes.
based on when it was reported, it's more than likely than any of the other guns that they
Oh,
listed.
we're gonna
to
have
be the
a
gun that was
real good
reported stolen.
fucking conversation
So
with these
that one
other
criminal
two.
negligence plus the accessory charge, I think for the SKB is the robbery, does not hold. Do you need time before I move on to the next point?
So you're saying that they have proof the SKB gun was possessed on the 29th and there was missing weapons report on May 17th?
Yes. And given the
Okay.
timeline of when possession and when you lost it, it will follow that this gun is most likely a gun that was reported on the 17th compared to the other weapons. that
Oh
were
my
used.
god, dude, this whole thing may actually get thrown
Given how
out.
this is the only gun we can prove the timeline of possession until the report was reported stolen.
Okay, go on.
And I believe the prosecution mentioned a line that was written in there. Let me pull up the exact wording.
You talking about the subpoena that he put in the bank record?
Bank record, and I guess the line that was used in there with the whole like rabble, I'm Kyle Pred, you know that one.
Okay.
I do
That was
do
a pretty
that
good
a lot.
Fred impression.
You said do.
Hold on.
With the phone
Oh,
app?
God.
Wait, let
Are
me
you
see.
realizing that he actually said that and you're screwing yourself?
No, it's just
Okay.
funny when I read it in my head.
You imagining him actually
There
saying
is
it out
a
loud?
there
He
is
comes
a
out with that
part I'd like to
dismi-
point out.
Bro, that's what
of
I'm
course, the whole
thinking,
payments
bro.
to Kyle Pred for paying for the decoration of his quote unquote grow house up in Toledo, aka the community center. It's basically also noticed that if you just ain't gonna be
Bro,
around,
I know
to even
it's
hire my people on,
crazy.
then fuck you, I do what I want anyway. I believe the fact that nobody's been given access to the bank accounts and only leaving Kyle Pred to do the pertinent duties as far as being the mayor and giving his people giving the people paid. There are extenuating circumstances around that, and I think the one point out in the comment is the fact that nobody but Mr. Pred has been given access to the bank accounts. With that in mind, and considering how he's been there's an injunction on him for the past month, a lot of people within Blaine County have been gone unpaid and have been suffering because of it. The extenuating circumstances around that is because of the fact that Pred did this not out of necessity, not for any sort of frivolous claims
100%.
that the prosecution wants
Been
to make
working
it
for
out.
free for a month and a
Pred is
half,
about protecting
2
his
months.
people, and he's going to take care of them regardless of any sort of injunction that prevent him from taking care of the people of Blaine County.
Wait, that's what he's saying? What? Why wouldn't you just say Leah signed off on it?
Okay. What's next?
I already mentioned the weapons thing, right, with the report. So let me confirm with my counsel if they have anything else.
Your Honor, the people moved to have a Mayor Pred read that line because I want to hear it.
Hey, you know what? I agree with that. Pred, while we're waiting for them, why don't you go ahead and read that line from the subpoena?
Fuck it, send me the script, Your Honor.
I got it. I'll send it to you, Kyle.
Yeah,
Send it to me. Get that shit over to me.
Uh-oh.
Witness to a fucking... You're all about to witness a fucking star! A shining star! A shining star that'll never go out for billions of years! Because that's how long stars last, they think!
He's right.
Close
I
enough.
sent- Kyle, Mayor Pred, I sent it to you.
Perfect, let me pull up the
Oh, I
script.
thought that was the script.
Payment to Kyle Pred for paying for the decoration of his grow house up in Toledo, aka the community center. If you justices ain't gonna be around to even hire my people, on then fuck you. I do what I want anyway. Clap, clap, you fucking Neanderthals. Clap and cheer. Ah, yes.
Yeah, that's my 5-4 mayor. That's my 5-4 mayor.
Actually kind of sounded
Someone
better
says
than
to
I
clap, clap,
expected.
clap.
Short king.
Turn this way to the close up.
Romeo and Juliet.
No. You know what?
Can he do a Napoleon speech?
I will get rid of one of your contempts if you read an entire back and forth between Romeo and Juliet.
Can we do Macbeth instead?
Please.
You need a co-actor? You got it,
That is
Kyle.
a pretty. No, he has to do Romeo and
Can he do
Juliet. He has to
Shrek
both.
too? Shrek
Actually,
from
I think
Shrek
it's
Is
2.
this a joke now? What's going on here?
You know what? You have to do
I mean,
this
this whole thing is really a joke.
I mean, it hasn't it been? Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but like,
Danny DeVito?
Yep.
Wow. Oh my God.
It's fine. It's the same size.
I mean, Kelly, at this point, like I said,
My brain checked
they're
out 2
pretty
hours
much
ago.
trying to
That was
charge
like
him with a
92.
traffic citation at this point.
89 was
That's all they got.
Jack Nicholson Batman was.
Oh yeah,
Jack
that
Nicholson
was,
Batman was
89.
89.
Yeah, Batman. That was Batman Returns. Was it? Okay, was yeah.
Yeah. I got the VHS.
Yeah, it was like
tape.
91 or 90.
I don't think we can do that.
If you send me it, I will read it.
Hold on,
like-
Your
And
Honor.
I'll
feel
do
like
it in
that's
a better
problem
voice
to
than
read
than
that.
Colin Farrell.
Yo,
I'm gonna be
Ronan, thank
walking
you for the
out of here
7
with a
months.
fucking movie deal and a free man. Wild.
He'll be the first man
Speaking
to
of
ever
Colin Farrell,
win
have
an
you guys
Oscar
seen
before
Penguin?
being in the movie.
All right. There you go, Pred. I just sent it to you.
All right, let me just watch one clip of the Penguin just to see how he does it. I can't remember.
Dude, the penguin is
He's the one who
freaking
eats the
fire.
fish, right?
Dude, I genuinely, I think this is over.
OG Penguin is pretty much
lives
just
in, like,
Frank
his-
Reynolds.
This
in the
is
later
over,
seasons of
boys.
It's Always Sunny, so just do that.
Oh my god.
Your Honor, that is a good movie.
Which one?
One you're referencing.
Oh.
My babies, did you miss me?
Oh my god.
Okay, go ahead.
That's pretty good.
Love Batman Returns. Shit.
Wait, is he reading it?
My dear penguins, we stand on a great threshold. It's okay to be scared. Many of you won't be coming back. Thanks to Batman. The time has come to punish all God's children. First, second, third, and fourth born. Why be biased? Male and female. Hell, the sexes are equal with their androgynous zones below the sky high. March, the liberation of Gotham has begun.
I never want to hear Pred say
Now
those
tell
words
us
ever again.
to eat at Jersey
Here we
Mike's.
go for a second
I feel
time.
like I fucking killed that.
No, you got to tell us to eat at Jersey Mike's.
Wait, why does he low key sound like
Eat at
Danny
Jersey
DeVito?
Mike's. I'm Danny DeVito. Look at me, I'm a Viking. Now I'm a robot.
Now I'm jacked.
Now I'm jacked.
Now I'm in a couch.
All right.
Now I'm out of
Yep,
the couch.
I'll remove it. Yep, that's you're only down to 1 contempt charge now, Pro. Congrats.
Oh, one more thing I'd like you to consider as well.
Okay.
With the violating the court
Brief
case.
first.
I can't. Okay, it's amazing performance. Okay, so given that with the context of the violation of the court orders and stuff like that, I want to also bring the light to that the court orders stem from the the embezzlement charges that were dropped ultimately. So we just want you
There
to
it
kind of weigh
is.
that as well, given how faulty it was, given the circumstances around it, and of course, again, reminding that given how Blaine County was, given how the statement itself also enlightened us that the justices weren't around to give Leah the keys, and of course one of them even were made aware of it, then kind of just flew out. We just want you to make that aware and understand the extenuation circumstances around that. That'll be all.
Your Honor, we have a partial motion to strike that there's no evidence presented about any discussions concerning any justices or any discussions on those lines. So we don't believe that portion
Now
of the
not
evidence
having
highlight should
evidence
be
is a problem?
not included
Oh.
because there's no evidence to highlight.
Yeah. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay. Taking it all into note. Do you guys have Tony? Is there anything else?
Hey, let's call Nino up.
Yeah, I was present. Yeah. Okay.
Unless one of my co-counsel has something funny or something pertinent to bring up, I believe that'd be it. Going once, Abby. Going twice, Murphy.
That's the vibe. I'm good.
I kind of wished I would bring you up.
This might be the fastest court case ever on record. 5 weeks, all coming down to a 1 hour court case.
Anything?
And sold.
If you strike
Okay,
all
cool.
the
Do you guys have your
trials.
closings ready?
Bro, what the fuck?
Wait, is it closings already? What the fuck?
Yeah, they didn't present anything. They literally,
Yeah,
we don't know what
have
they're
it
doing
ready, Your
here.
Honor, but I can cuff it off the cuff it. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh, now they're
Tony?
doing it off the cut. What?
I don't know about Chartist, but I think it's one of the most awkward.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm not a freestyler.
5 minutes. 5-minute recess.
I don't got bars like that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, Jesus fucking Christ! What in the?
I'm confused.
Bro, yo,
Hey, that's crazy case, ain't it?
yo, this is literally the most embarrassing thing. I mean, it's been entertaining. I will say that as shitty as the last couple of weeks have been, 5 weeks or whatever, this has been therapeutic watching a bunch of fucking degenerates who think that they know, you know, how to do anything, you know, presented a colossal fucking failure in front of everybody. So I'm gonna remember this to my grave, and make sure they remember it too.
The real therapy's gonna be watching the Marshals
I mean,
crash
it's
out
not
after
over,
this.
because if even one of these sticks, they're gonna get me out of office. You know what I mean?
No, like, but the impeachment isn't necessary to get you out of office.
Yeah, exactly. It still needs to go to impeachment.
The
Yeah, and they
impeachment
still have
says
to
that
make
you
a
can
case.
just, you can just, correct your mistakes.
Yeah, and you might be busy till February, so.
I think I'm gonna be honest. Damn. Getting that shit thrown out into their face and shit like that.
Oh,
is
it was
huge. They gotta-
glorious.
It got reduced down to a fucking traffic citation, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, no wonder they didn't want to fucking show their high command anything, because it's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, I bet you're gonna be having a long talk with Moss tomorrow. I bet you.
I don't think I
I
don't think I need to. I mean, she did. I mean, she's probably.
Moss has been here the whole time.
She stood in the middle here, then she went over there. Who's gonna want to stand by that table right there?
The thing is, I want them to say who put them up to it, and I want them to they're going to be trying to throw. Someone's going to get the truth's going to come out now.
Well,
who the hell was puppeteering the whole thing?
It turned
felt
from
like
one of them
every
throwing it to
individual
the
over
other,
there-
throwing it to the other.
It felt like every individual over there started just covering their own ass
Yeah.
past a certain point in this case.
Yeah.
And it just kind of like fizzled out.
It's I genuinely feel bad for them, because I believe that they were pressured into doing this. It does not like absolve them of what they did, but there's a worse like entity that needs to be exposed.
I mean, this is
I think I can't imagine they're happy over there that they're here and like other people aren't here to like answer for the.
Well, you know what the issue is? This just kind of shines a light on a huge problem right now.
You'd be surprised.
The PD is falling apart
Yeah.
because the people who are there to
I
make
saw
the
a lot of
decisions
things already.
are excluding leadership and trying to take things into their own hands, but they don't know the basics of what they're doing. They could have easily tried to get these charges to stick had they questioned me. Had they done a proper investigation, but they don't even know how to do a proper investigation. They got so fucking predlocked that they destroyed themselves because all they were focused on was the result. They weren't focused on actually digging up, the information.
There
It
is
seemed
something.
like what happened was like there was like one or two people that were like, if you just do this part, other people have got this. Trust us, and then no one actually
Exactly
had
what she said.
I mean,
If
how
you
come,
notice,
like barely anyone from the raid that carried it out is here, right? Like, it's I don't know, man. This whole thing is just like we have had our entire process in office derailed for more than 5 weeks because of this shit. Our term's almost halfway fucking through.
Yeah.
And it's just bullshit. Like
it's
they
treason.
literally- It honestly is something. Like
I think there needs to be a full case, an investigation on potential treason against the state of San Andreas.
But yeah, the concept is called death by process. It's where you litigate to be
So we're
disruptive,
throwing
not
demolished
for a
finally.
particular discrete outcome. The process is the point. Keeping you tied up and jammed up and fucked over.
Yeah.
Till it doesn't matter if you win in the end. You've already lost out.
Yeah, they've filibustered half my fucking mayorship. I haven't been able to do a goddamn thing. Like my
filibuster.
legislation ain't getting. The justices are ignoring my legislation. I can't access the fucking accounts. I can't.
I'm getting
do
paid.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And what's crazy
Yeah,
is
you're
they said you
getting
could still
paid.
act. They said you could still, do the rest of your mayoral duties, but then when you tried to do them, like propose legislation, they weren't actually around to allow you to like see that through.
I'm still waiting for these Marshall cunts to give me my fucking FOIAs. It's been over
that's
4 weeks now.
I could get your FOIAs in 5 fucking minutes. It's not hard.
Oh, I know. The rest of the PD got it for me immediately. They're pretending it's like some kind of fucking mystery or something like that.
It's like trying to get the UFO files.
Yeah. Jesus
Honestly, at
fucking
this
Christ.
point, I mean, because they veered off the path.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
The Marshals aren't doing the stuff that the Marshals were doing when I was one.
No.
For 9 fucking days. You know, we were investigating the PD. We were fucking making sure shit like this didn't happen.
Yep.
And now look, they're doing the shit that they were supposed
Yeah.
to stop, but they're doing it a million times worse.
Well,
like this type of shit. If I was a marshal and those were just like normal cops, like no marshals over there and stuff, I would be fucking chewing them out, going to their high command, trying to like fucking, you know, reprimand them in court, you know, stuff like that, trying to go to the judges about it. Like I would be
Yes,
doing
Your Honor.
all
Judge
that
back.
shit.
Are we ready?
Yes.
But these
Special
people have fallen
departments
off
never
the
work.
path. They're just
All right, let's get
all
this
the
started.
marshals
Are we
are
good,
now are
prosecution?
cops, but worse.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm going to touch
they
on
think
the
they know
violation of court order, and then Officer Martin is going to finish it up and wrap it up with the closing of
Meanwhile, I do know everything
criminal
because I was the
negligent
best.
Oh, just wait for
Tony, you ready?
Nino. Man, this.
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, Sparks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, and people, well-esteemed members of the court. Kyle Pred knows what he does. Whether he's found guilty or innocent or things are removed or not, it doesn't matter. He was told very early, at the very end of October, early November, to not do X. He did X. Whether the
He did
intentions
ecstasy?
he claims
Oh
were
my
good,
God, here we go again.
whether he got permission, whether he tried to talk to people or not, none of that was provided in evidence. The only thing that was provided to us concerning that specific transaction to even refute anything in any sort of substantial manner was in some just trust me bro statement coming from counsel on the defense side.
That's literally your entire case. What the fuck? Are you serious right now? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Sorry, Your Honor, I meant to whisper that.
I'm sipping on a drink back here, and I'm hearing she said that.
Your Honor, unfortunately, the law is very clear, and obviously this is up to your discretion whether you believe he violated the court order or not. But we urge the court to consider any past actions that he's committed, any of the current actions he's committed here today, and the exact language used in the comment for him going through those manner is a violation. He didn't talk to anybody.
You're not the
He didn't
DA. Shut the fuck up
specifically
and sit
get
down.
Permission. He didn't have a treasurer. He didn't purposefully like tell a judge. He didn't. There's no communication nowhere that shows that he made any good faith effort to follow legislation. He just did it because, and I quote, "Fuck you."
I like that. Good one, Princess. I like that.
Unless you Right, forgive me if I'm a little slow. This is, like I said, kind of here on a shock notice sort of thing.
We're used to it after looking at the fucking work you did. Jeez. Yeah, hey, I'm sorry I'm slow. Well, we could have told you that fucking 5 weeks
I would
ago.
like to point out that the firearm that Kyle Pred didn't report stolen, as he's only reported 4 firearms stolen. A total of 11 firearms have been recovered by the state, with 6 having not been reported stolen. The 7th that was recovered and not reported stolen was within his possession during a shootout with members of the Besties. This happened at the Marshal's office previously. It was noted in Incident 8753 the firearms that were recovered in the possession of Renato Ortiz, which would be the missing firearm which could come back to report 6655. The firearms that were found in incidents 10040 and incidents 10297 were not reported stolen, and therefore Kyle Pred should be found criminally negligent of these 2 firearms, as well as any accompanying charges related to these firearms. Thanks. Sorry.
No, be sorry because you're a fucking disgrace.
All right, go ahead, Tony.
Your Honor, people of the court, we've heard a lot of arguments today.
Did we though? I don't think
a
there
ton.
was any.
But let's go over with the weapons charges. The
I was like, I
prosecution's
feel,
going to assert that
I
the
think
report was
this.
already taken and already being used up by one of the weapons. But
What did
the thing
Moss
is, there's
send? What do you
2
mean?
issues with that. Number one, how we got here today was
What
the
did
fact
Tony
that,
say that got him contempt?
These weapons report was one recognized as a false report and was never used. Now they're choosing which report gets to be shoehorned into it.
Just
That's
now?
not how this works. And based on their own investigation, they cannot prove that the Renato Ortiz weapon was the one that was
I didn't hear what Tony said. I think I was talking over him.
An incident type report. They have provided no timeline, nothing to that. However, they provided a timeline for weapon SKB, showing that one, it was in
I'm not
Pred's
sure,
possession on
but he
April
was
29th. This
probably
was their
cooking.
smoking gun for the ex post facto.
This
application of
entire
their,
thing
you know,
is a joke.
whatever, right? And of course, the weapons report shortly followed that a couple weeks later. We see that SKB was stolen off of Mr. Pred, and within that 2
I was
weeks
talking
span,
over her.
that is when it was stolen.
Yeah.
We have more proof, and more than likelihood that specific weapon comes, the SKB weapon comes back to the weapons report just because of the fact that we have a timeline of the possession and when it was reported stolen. They have none of that for any of the reports, which is why they never used it for any of those other reports. This is why this reports remain open. And now that we have a timeline that they found themselves, they can't just pick and choose what other weapon can fill it in so they could give Mr. Pred whatever charge. That's not how investigation works. And then number 2, violating a court order. Let's go in and look at what's been on here, right? The trust me bro argument that they brought up.
Yeah.
It wasn't a trust me bro. It's basically, it's within the statement itself.
What were you gonna say, pussy? What were they about to
On
say?
the bank statement, and I quote,
You heard them.
If you justices ain't gonna be around to even hire my people on, then fuck you, I do what I want anyway. Mr. Pred wants to help the people of his county. Let this be known. The fact that he has to say that if you just ain't gonna be able to hire my people, the treasurers do not have keys to help the people of the county. Blaine County has been stagnant for a month. People who are owed money, who are depending on this money for the livelihood, has not been paid because the people have been neglected via the fact that the justices have not given keys to Leah. Number 2, the fact that Mr. Pred had to go through with this shows that, one, given the extenuating circumstances of the situation, again, Blaine County stagnant for a month, people need to eat. Mr. Pred did not make light of this, despite his theatrics. Let's look at the violating court order charge specifically. If they want to use the letter of law, let's go and read what it says. Willful disobedience of the terms written in a court order. Willful disobedience. Mr. Pred had no choice but to make this specific transaction. This wasn't willful disobedience. This was a more important cause of helping the people. We have proof right here. We see right here that he needs to pay somebody who has been absent of payment for the past month. People need to eat, Your Honor.
Imagine he goes to jail because he couldn't wait
really don't know
a couple
what we're
days
about
for the
then when
court
it comes
case.
to the court of law. So,
And
I'll leave you with that. Again, just
it is a spicy point.
The 2 points.
But even if he
again,
gets
PD
that,
can't
it
pick and
doesn't
choose
mean
what,
he loses
what,
mayorship
weapons
either.
Return to what reports, especially given the fact that we have a timeline of the possession to the missing weapons report. And of course, again, violating court orders is not a in this situation is not a willful disobedience and should be Mr. Pred should be excused given the extenuation circumstances because of the situation with no treasury being given keys. So that's it from me.
Well done. That was perfect.
Well done, Tony.
All right. Gonna go deliberate. I'll have an answer tonight. I'm not gonna do a 24-hour bullshit. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
When he said tonight, I thought he meant like late night.
like
You know what I mean?
Several hours,
He's
yeah,
like
I
a
was
few
like,
minutes.
oh. I was so
What the
disappointed for a
fuck?
second.
Yeah.
Go back to Sandy and pass out, but you know.
That's like a mic drop right there. I'll be back in a few.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey,
I had to go to prison for
good
the first
work.
time.
That's,
Good
I'm pretty sure I know what
fucking
I'm gonna
work.
say. I'm just gonna double check my notes.
That was quick.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you guys.
Oh, what the fuck's your problem?
If I
Rude.
beat all these charges, I'm gonna feel like a god.
I think I'm
I
going
mean, you
to
shouldn't.
legislate out shift 3. I think that
You can just remove cops from a whole time zone, Nino.
I can.
Are
Why
they
not?
even on duty during shift 3?
That's my point.
No.
Like I
No,
don't.
you should feel
I'm gonna take a
like
look
a Harlem
at.
Globetrotter playing a high school.
The issue is with the officers, not the time zone.
I think it's the entire fucking time zone. I'm gonna go pull the records after this. I want to know how many fucking shift 3 cops there are. I want to know their fucking arrests, and I want to understand what these dumb motherfuckers are doing, wasting their fucking time. Are you telling me that this guy Matt Martin, who where the fuck is he? Number one, who the fuck
think
is
he
he?
ran away.
And what the fuck is he doing? Pressing charges and then giving it to other people to clean up the mess. They're all gone. I'm gonna call it the Shift 3 Cleanup Act of Los Santos,
I still don't know who
2024.
that lady in the khaki pants is. Why did she just show up out of nowhere on the
He sounded
prosecution side?
so annoyed to be here too. He's like, yes, I'm here.
So you're outlaw in Australia.
Nino, if you're gonna do that, just make sure there's a couple names to say from Shift 3. There's a guy named Willie Robinson, good guy. Just put him in Shift 2 or something like that. He's a cool.
You know
dude.
what? Maybe he can be high command in Shift 3.
Say that again.
Like a captain.
Holy fuck!
Big
Wait a
Willie.
minute. They always say Shift 3 its own department. We'll make it its own department and give it its own chief of police.
So I showed her this cool little spot that I take a nap in the back.
Damn.
Shift 3
As
Army.
long as it ain't Sky
Put me in,
Faye, she's
coach.
fucking always been terrible at her job.
She's a fucking criminal, red. Like, yeah.
The run from
She's
the
a fucking
G6
snake.
in my apartment hurt.
No,
me.
I don't understand. How come they didn't go after? You know, she was
You keep
legitimately
saying that
leaking
shit
stuff,
like
and
it's
they
easy to get a car,
protected her.
man.
I'm sorry.
Where I went
She
to
was
PM,
legitimately
how do
leaking
you
stuff
open a
with the
catalog?
Croc document.
Oh, Moses.
It was
That's
in
the
there.
yeah,
Now,
and
I'm gonna run G6
bro, I
hours,
can't even get started on that. It's
and I
make
don't find a car,
it's
like I gotta run all the fucking way back, man.
I don't know. It's
I mean, would you trust the marshals to do that investigation, Pred?
I got.
well they
No.
I'll tell you what happened actually. I got access
so
to the
long?
Croc document. I then gave it to the justice, and this dumb fuck thought she couldn't look at it because it would be illegal, and that because it was
It's hit public
gotten
domain.
by illegally that she couldn't use it. That's not how it works.
Yeah, as soon as it hits the public
I have a gun.
domain, you can use it.
The guy out
Yep,
front is holding on to the
exactly.
phone.
Yeah,
All you got to do at that point is prove the validity, right? You just do you subpoena it.
Yeah.
Then at that point, you prove the validity through the actual phone records
Yeah.
that match the whatever
Driving
was
is
leaked,
scary out there.
and then bam,
Sure.
it can be admissible in court, can be used to charge somebody, can be referenced in any way in the legal realm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the problem is with that though, Fred? Is
Alright,
in order
what's
to
that?
do that, you gotta have fucking brains.
All right.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, I
correct.
think it would actually made for a great investigation. If I was a marshal, I would have been all over that, trying to dig it up and line it all up and prove the validity of the claim. And then I would have, attempted to prosecute charges. I'm really starting to think that the statute of limitations does need to be permanently lifted because judges being able to, say, I don't know. I'm starting. This case is making me think different about the statute of limitations.
I
But I've been
think
thinking different about it for a long time.
yeah, there's I think there's a lot that needs to be.
I would love to see cold cases be reopened a couple months later based upon new findings of evidence. You know
It
what I
does.
mean?
Well, no, that exists already.
Yeah, that exists.
It's the
I'm gonna
it's the exception
burned
to the
over
statute of
before.
limitations.
The statues went away. I think
Yeah.
due to
Yeah, but I
statute
think
of
it should-
limitations, our
just be
club escaped
easier-
with 3 murders and 1 act of torture. Yup.
Well,
You guys remember Red Harrington?
If
We
everybody
did
was
him.
aware that statute of limitations was gone,
Yeah.
if it was lifted in its entirety.
Wait,
that
is it
way it's
lifted?
And I was like, okay,
No, I mean it would be. I think it makes a lot of sense in the city for it to be completely gone at this point.
Wait, no statute of limitation?
Yeah,
What it's
none.
gonna do is
I
cause
don't-
people to, like,
brother.
take fucking forever to do anything.
Exactly. The problem is this shit show that you witnessed would get extended even longer because people will be like, "Oh, there's no statute. I'm gonna just
bring back the 8-hour cases."
Well, not even 8 hours. They might wait. Hmm.
I wouldn't mind having like a desk with a stack of cold cases on it, just trying to cross-reference stuff through DNA evidence and like findings and stuff, right?
Like, on
Like,
the-
let's say hypothetically, blood is found on a scene. The blood
What is he
is
saying right now?
6 months later, it comes back that it is in the system, and you reopen the murder investigation. You reopen.
You
the
need
case, you
detectives
bring
for
it-
that.
Fred,
The way they work,
that's the type
though,
of stuff
Where-
I'd like to
that's
do.
why
the
it-
way
That's
they
real
would use
cop
it.
work.
Are you?
The way they would-
Is
they
he
would use it,
drunk?
though, is that they would like bust a pizzeria or
Tyler,
something,
not
and
a
then they look
cop.
back and
Yeah, I
see
thought
that
about
you
it,
bought
'cause it was
pizza.
like-
Rio, thank you for the 1 year.
Pizza place like 9 months ago, and then they would try to get a search warrant.
His
on you
case
for it.
could be
think what you
wouldn't
gotta
have been
do is
scheduled for
like,
another 2-3
if
weeks.
the right people were in the positions with the oversight, you know, to make sure this type of shit doesn't happen and doesn't get all fucked up, that it would be way better than the system.
I'm not. He's got. Yeah, I think he's on edibles. I think he
It would
forgot.
be a million times better.
I think he
like from
he
our
forgot
experience, we've got
where he felt
like, from our
before this
experience,
court
our
case
club
started.
escaped 4 warrants, 3 murder charges, and 1 torture. And literally, it was just they posted the warrants like 3 days before statute of limitation, and we just like were right, try to catch us, and I don't know, it's just like yeah.
I mean, they even had somebody before the statute ran out, and then they just never pressed the charges and let the statute run out.
Yeah, like with month ago we've tortured Jack Voss, and like look, there he is. Hi, Jack.
Yeah. Hey,
Hey, Jack.
by the way,
did that on purpose.
just real quick, because this is important. The only charges is the criminal negligence and the other one, right?
Violation of a court order.
If you only get one, immediately, if you get one of those charges, get the motherfucking
Felony diversion.
yeah,
program.
exactly.
I think the closest thing law enforcement.
And then boom,
I
boom.
got scolded once for trying to lay on the floor.
L
Do we get
O
back pay?
L.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You
We're
could.
gonna be-
Back
you're gonna be
pay.
getting
Yeah.
a lot of pay now.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I need to feed myself. I'm starving on the streets because the
Starving on
DOJ
the
is just
streets.
refusing.
she's one of my
They
legislators.
shut down the government.
That's
Oh, poor
a
princess.
tragedy.
Who signed
Sorry to hear that.
the
Princess.
warrant?
Okay, well,
Vivian
for some reason
Gray.
I really needed a
Okay.
Are you paying something to your vassals?
the amount of attention he gets.
Okay.
Holy.
All right. I made the right decision.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's an MC. Okay, okay.
I'm down to buy alcohol for the Marshals because
Hey,
Lord knows they'll need it
You
after
going on
tonight.
patrol after this?
I can't imagine that Vivian signed
No,
this.
alcohol kills brain
Yes.
cells, right?
Yeah.
And I'm
I mean,
saying
they can't
those
be any
are
worse than they are now.
well,
Oh no, me.
I don't know. They're
Yeah, I'm
in
not
pretty
sure how
short
many
supply.
I have left.
Why did she sign this
Like,
though?
get them enough alcohol, they might drink themselves to
Amazing.
death, and they don't have
But
to worry about
Shields
them.
being around ever? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, why is Kyle Pratt guilty of these crimes? I don't know.
Bro,
Easier
bruh.
court
No, I
cases.
thought I wasn't waiting. I mean, it doesn't. It's not a big deal to me.
I don't know.
We have to recognize that we can be bad about it.
No, it's not. It's not.
So who's responsible for any of this? Fucking. Oh, he's asleep right now. Let me see. You want us to wake him up during the middle of the biggest fucking trial in God knows how long?
Oh my goodness, it's
Bring
that
out the
guy.
gimp.
You know, apparently, I already got onboarded for dispatch, but then apparently, High Command rejected me.
Yo, Bazai, thank you for 14 months.
I don't know if Frodo's gonna go to Mouse because apparently some High Command said, oh, don't want to give dispatch to the lady who always sneaks into
Now
the
I can
police
buy my
department and also
celebratory
sells
jetpack.
drugs on MRPD.
What are you doing wrong, Jack?
That's crazy.
This has gone beyond.
No, I never got arrested for anything.
Hey, I'm still in court. I gotta call you later.
I don't know,
can't wait
especially
until the
after I already
BCSO
Yeah.
got
got
paid so I
hired
could afford
by
a
the
jetpack
dispatch
after I
like
beat the
Peach,
charges.
and then did my
Mhm.
onboarding, and then they rejected me.
You should get all of them during the civil case.
Alright,
Yeah.
Frodo's gonna talk
I-
to
I-
Mouse
I think the
because
real
Mouse says she
story
wants
needs to
me
come
be a
out.
police officer, so I feel
I'm
like maybe
genuinely contemplating like
I don't want to do that.
that
That's
there
a bad
needs to be
idea
a
for
way to
everyone
push
involved.
criminal charges.
I like your shoes, man.
Oh, thank you. Is there actually just
I think considering criminal charges isn't a bad idea.
Yes, I don't like wearing
Yeah, I don't
shoes, you
think it
know,
is.
so I like to feel the ground.
If not, this entire thing is impeachable.
It's just
Like
you know, I
every
feel like a lot of
individual
woods.
involved. Like genuinely. I feel like this is what they should all be impeached.
Oh yeah.
Matt,
Yeah.
whatever the fucking names are, the prosecution. And that includes Angel,
Oh.
Nakota's dumbass, and whoever had their fucking hand in the cookie jar.
Everybody's gonna, wash each other's
Look
hands
real
in
good
this thing,
for me.
though, somehow.
I don't think so. because the moment there was pressure over there, they started low-key throwing each other under the bus.
What is going on at the prison?
I know.
Yeah,
what's
the
going
rank
on at
and
the
file were
prison?
throwing each other under the bus.
I
but I'm
don't
saying,
know.
I think like the judges and justices will like tidy this up somehow in a way
What?
that doesn't require much work.
Mm.
Like everybody loves to punt
Mm,
down the
shouldn't be.
road.
The ammunition.
You know what I
is
mean? Like
2,000
that's
I only use my
cautionary.
best of beds.
This decision is hard. This is complicated.
Cops here aren't gonna go help.
Someone else can deal with it.
I don't think so.
So yeah,
I've been hanging out with
That's how we ended
Yeah,
up
the
here
being
with
too busy
the
harassing
secondary
me
or
than
tertiary
Yeah,
doing
investigator
anything.
doing the
Yeah.
cocaine.
Instead of helping.
bro, this thing is like I'm
It
still
was supposed to
bewildered
Maybe fan with a Molotov. I didn't really do anything else.
at how all of this went.
There's two words that I can use that I don't need anymore. Amateur fucking hour.
Yeah.
True.
I think
Tony was fantastic.
Yeah, Tony did a good job. Everybody did a good job. You guys did great.
And then we just did Sandy, and then we did Sandy.
There was a point in time I thought
The fuck?
there was a point where I thought Tony was gonna go Super Saiyan.
He was getting there. He was pushing.
Oh no, I sold to someone else. My favorite part was
The hell is going
warrants
on
don't
there?
need probable cause.
Oh my
Hey, wrap this
god.
up quick,
Yeah.
please. Josh. I
Wait,
want to
they
go to
said
school and go
that?
and see what's going
I want to see what's going
Yeah,
on.
the prosecutor.
Shut. Oh
said
my
hey,
god. There was so many there was so many bad moments. I feel like some of these people wouldn't even pass the proper academy.
Yes, ma'am.
Pike.
Who's saying my name?
I don't know how they found
I
me.
don't know what's happening.
Pike.
Oh, you're over here.
What's
up?
You buy me a gun.
I still am not convinced that they started writing the warrant before being made aware of the warehouse. The way by which they answered some of those questions were very intentional, specifically narrating that they were advised of funds being moved from Pred's account after they started working on a warrant or the investigation. So inherently, they may have only been working on like a warrant, let's say, and then Angel could have came through and be like, yo, by the way, look, money just moved around. There's a new property here. And they're like, oh, shit. You know what I mean?
The issue that I see is that many people were clearly looking at Kyle Pred prejudicially
Correct.
from the beginning in order to create a narrative
Was there even a state amount?
to create probable
What do you
cause or
mean?
at least reasonable suspicion, and so on and so
What do you mean?
It's
I
like,
don't know what you're talking
why,
about.
why is it inherently suspicious? It's an elected mayor.
Yeah, can you give me the report on because
utilizing the
Jack's
funds in
being
the
an
first place.
insolent.
Like, why would you
Never
be
even
looking for
questioned
that or
anyone.
looking at that or? It just
And
makes
the
no
Marshals
sense.
being
bro,
tryhards.
Like why
we-
they were looking at you in the first place.
Bro, the moment
That's a quote from Jack.
like the raid happened and the warrant was
So you're
like,
gonna give me a
we
gun
looked at the
away, yeah?
warrant, it immediately was like, why didn't they go to the
please.
apartment? Like, it
Just
doesn't make
sign
any
off
fucking
duty,
sense.
then it wouldn't matter.
Like, it doesn't. And then we find out, like, fucking Espinosa, you know Espinosa's interrogation?
I don't know who that is.
There's no way you can be doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Give me like 200 cans.
Like-
I got you.
Oh god, I'm so glad I could save that for
Oh
later.
my goodness, that's terrible.
Wait,
Those little
which bit?
monkeys, Espinosa,
That's
stuff,
a lot of
especially
money.
with what's on that tape.
I can get expunged for that and get a cheaper.
Bro.
I'm saving that shit for the civil case.
No.
For the civil case,
Arrested again.
I don't want to dampen your expectations,
I'll
but I
decorate
think
your room for
everyone's
free.
mysteriously not going to be available for whenever that happens.
Oh yeah.
I know.
We hold it down.
Well, we're celebrating.
That's why I was kind of hoping,
What?
like, you know what I mean? Like,
Scan right now, but fuck it, it's okay.
Except for
Talk to me,
sometimes
talk to me.
people point guns at me, but
Why are you
that's
getting
not-
scammed?
that's
What's going on?
They're cowards anyway.
I mean,
But civil cases can always be settled out of court too.
Ain't no way.
Oh yeah, me
Yee.
we can ask, like,
type shrimp.
for example, we can ask. I mean, we could
Why'd
really
you pay
ask them
25K?
from all three departments because they were all in on this. The fact that the BCSO allowed this happen under jurisdiction and actively participated in it. The fact
Yeah.
that LSPD did all this shit. I mean, they're the main culprit.
Well, listen, don't fucking say LSPD had anything to do with this. There's these fucking rats underneath them.
Look.
Yeah.
Filing the suit is worthwhile because you get to request a bunch of fucking
Exactly.
get that information, pass or fail with the lawsuit. But
Oh,
like,
well,
you
by
have,
Billy.
you have tertiary evidence. So
Billy
go
knocked
for
you
it.
out,
And
brother.
get all that stuff that you're requesting to discover.
So
Being assaulted
the-
and you're being salty. There's a lot of
you,
salt going on.
regardless of if they can settle, right? It doesn't prevent certain parties from being
What do you mean? You
deposed
live there.
on a
Your
day
stuff is
where
getting
most
raided
of
as
the
well, buddy.
citizenry is here to witness it.
Yep.
You know,
You got a nice
so
double bed and children.
getting
What do
a
you
lot
mean?
of those things on testimony, even if some individuals like, you know, hop up in a hole somewhere,
Obviously,
it
bullies
doesn't
are
matter
out.
the
We're gonna
words
get to
out
the
there.
bottom of this.
I'm gonna tell you that whatever is happening.
And we need Archie recording in the background.
My OG just called.
Yeah, I get you, Nino. Which happening outside?
Oh,
My OG.
Some bosses fucking on the
and if they're not showing up, I'm gonna
Bosses fucking?
push the
Yeah, when you're
push
Rico
criminal
I love
charges on
fucking
treason.
Yeah, he's coming here.
Then
I
what?
told him Rico and Suave are here.
Well, because think about
That's
it.
a good one.
Even if it's not, it doesn't have merit. It's gonna be up on the docket, and they won't be able to respond to it unless they make themselves available for the civil case that they may be ignoring.
Yeah, that's pretty gangster.
You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They said you might not be gangster anymore. So.
Sort of. My brain's half cooked. But I get you. I get
Yeah,
you,
the
'cause they
civil case just
basically-
needs to get done.
Today, Tony.
Yeah.
Work.
No, the judge is deliberating.
Your work
You know, I
time
gotta
is
step
over,
away. I
Tony,
might be
for
back
You guys
here
can
in a
like
little
take
bit,
a
okay?
night off though after this, you know?
Tradition.
Like
Hi, Michael.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Speed is
I'm
lucky
good.
that Nino.
I gotta step out for
Mr.
a little bit. I'll try to
Protective?
make it back.
Well, Nino's making a distinction because
Well done, guys.
LSPD High Command. Oh, well,
No, you're
Nino's
not
gonna handle them in their own way,
rude.
and that's specifically, what are you planning to do with these officers that decided to do their own thing? The problem with it, what makes the accountability very difficult, though, is there's no alternative options. Yeah. Yeah, Nino's gonna demand blood. Nino's gonna demand blood.
Yeah, by the way, you can do summary judgments on criminal things. I have one from back in June. I just have to dig it up. I can.
And this is the moment.
I remember I did it one time because like nobody called witnesses, and we were like, "What are we doing here, people?" And yeah, that was allowed, but I gotta find the case.
All pistols.
I'm still glad they didn't allow it for this one.
Let me not ask
The
that.
time is nay.
Well, not by the time.
Oh shit, was he?
The courtroom, it said closed.
Wait, Michael, were you saying something?
Oh no, that was me.
Oh, wait, what was that?
Nino, quick thing. You think we fucked up, but we just like posted a civil case with LSPD, and our settlement would be get Vivian Gray out of command.
That would have also been. But that's procedure.
I want to know, like, okay, so I want to know why Vivian did that. And I say that because she doesn't.
She'll go ahead and show Dachi the ropes. Take him on
Will come up again due to the nature.
I want to understand exactly what led her to do it, because I am shocked she's the signer. You know what I mean?
I believe it might be. I mean, isn't there a lot of VCSO sympathizers with LSPD?
That's exact. Well, Vivian does things that ultimately led me not to choose her as chief, right? But I give her enough grace to say, I don't see. I feel like someone got in her ear and pressured her to do it.
She is susceptible to that. I have firsthand
Yes.
experience of that.
Which is why I'm really interested in that civil case and those kind of questions being pressed. And I will say that she is Nakota's mother, and Nakota is a rat piece of shit. So it wouldn't surprise me with Nakota being involved
No shoes were thrown.
if he ended up pressuring her or something
And
along
it's
those lines.
interesting you bring up Dakota.
Right.
Did you see the motion to produce the
Yes,
the
it
whole
was
like MDT
fucking
thing for
ridiculous.
Leo?
Yeah, that shit was fucking ass.
Tell me why he held that since before he stepped down as one of the counsel for the prosecution. He took a photo of that on the 31st when we made the when we got the
Shit,
injunction
I gotta go.
reduced.
Excuse me first.
Wait, what makes you think he did it from the console position?
No. I'm talking about like he was. No. I'm saying he was counsel for the prosecution.
You Josh Grimm.
Oh yeah,
He was-
no,
He
brother.
was the
Like,
original four.
there's no mystery here. Nakota, Vivian Gray, Anita, Matt Martin, Angel,
No,
I'm
Arthur's
aware of who's
sitting
there
behind us.
because as this was happening,
No,
they were working together on this. Nakota was present.
Yeah.
And
he held that evidence since he stepped down because he took photos of that on the 31st, and he stepped down as a member of the prosecution on the November 1st.
Yeah.
Meaning that the prosecution team knew about this evidence for an entire month and waited till the last day of discovery to post it.
That's been my problem from the beginning. That's why I take umbrage to the LSPD thing, because Spade and Matt, there was like a couple, like you said, sympathizers that were wrapping themselves around BCSO and Marshals, who were all up at the Park Ranger Station. Some of which I know are not even named on the docket. So,
Oh yeah. But
Yeah.
what's named on the docket or named on that OIS report?
Yeah.
Were two command members. I think Jimbo Sutton was his name, and McNulty.
I'm unsure if they were involved.
Oh my goodness.
No, they
Because
were not.
the time span was, you know,
What we know from the interviews we conducted for witnesses,
Yeah.
They were not brought up as part of that. That
Yeah.
meeting in the woods.
Oh yeah. I was
the issue that I see is similar to the way that these quote unquote law enforcement officers that were sitting over there, the way that they act is that they're willing to tell half lies, half truths. And so you get what I'm saying? Without there being like,
What's going on in here though?
you know, they're very sly in their answers.
Yeah.
Murder charge and shit.
I mean, every time I asked to produce the evidence, they're like, "Oh, we were gonna do that tomorrow," or "Oh, we're gonna do that in like an hour from now during the pre-trial." It's like, yeah, you were, yeah.
Your Honor, what I actually mean by this word is not the common usage of it, but rather my own definition in my own dictionary that I published in Los Santos in a book out of Liquid Library. You know, like
I gotta run it back on the tape though about the probable cause part for the search warrant. What they said.
Yo,
Oh
that's
my God.
crazy.
I was mentally just losing. I was like, no way they just said that. There is no possible way. Like,
Did they genuinely say that they didn't believe probable cause is needed for warrant?
that's what I heard, and I sat there and I was just like, bro, why are we not dismissing this on based off of that? Like,
a warrant or a subpoena.
The fact that this Matt Mon guy didn't show up to this trial and then it got uncovered during the court case that he wrote the warrant and they didn't know he had to be here is insane.
well, to be fair, this is out of his time zone. However,
I don't give a fuck. He can eat my fucking cock. There is no. Never should any attorney or anybody say it's out of my time zone. If you decide to investigate people out of your time zone, you better fucking be ready to wake up. If I hear that shit, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the teeth. You know what I mean?
My issue with that is my issue with not just him not being here, because things happen, right? Life happens. However, it's the lack of filling in your team about what's going on.
No. Listen,
why is nobody on the same page about that?
because it's fucking malicious. That's why.
Yeah. But like, when I bring people on, like, I immediately try to get them on the same page as me, because how else are we going to collaborate?
Yeah, it's happened before. Like before, when I was doing the negligent ownership of a firearm, like defense, before I became mayor, a lot of those warrants were being generated by a bunch of fucking bored cops in shift 3 and pressing it against people that they never even met in their life.
Why does that always end up happening?
It shouldn't, because that's why I want to get rid of them. Genuinely, unless someone's willing to go in there and fucking remove whoever is running that shit show, it's never gonna change. Yeah, bro, it's been happening. It's so bad. It's so bad. I had one guy. He was one of the biggest like sanitation workers in the city. genuinely produced like that. That was his job from day one to I think it was like month 6. This guy had these charges randomly pop up, and it took 2 weeks to produce the FOIAs, and when the FOIAs came out, the warrant, it turns out that the warrant was based on bad reports. And this is back when that's how all the weapon license laws ended up changing with Bailey and myself, is because the PD was creating their own like thing. Like they came up with their own argument that if someone steals your gun, you have to have 311, then you need to go in, you have to get a police report, and then FOIA your own police report to make sure it was filed properly.
What?
Yeah. And I can tell you myself that when I put the 2 FOIAs in with a marshal, it looked like the marshal had both a comprehension issue and barely passed hooked on phonics, because I told her exactly what I wanted in the FOIA, and I got fucking spaghetti written in it. So you can't even trust them to write down what you're asking for. So it's a fucking I don't know.
And why should you? Because they want to be able to arrest you. It's against their interest to do something for you in that occasion.
Precisely.
For them,
And that's the issue.
just get arrested later.
Yeah. Oh, here he is.
All right, it's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah, you see the guys in red?
the top cop. We had moments where it was good, man, but then there were times where it was just like,
Oh yeah.
All right, is everybody back? Are we
We were
good?
tuning the other day.
I think Nino's gonna demand a culture change in
Yes,
shift 3.
I'm good, Your Honor.
That's gonna be spicy.
Everyone in cuffs, please.
Wait, for,
Mayor Pred, can you stand up, please?
is this
All
for the
right.
contempt, sir?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cuff you while you're on the table. Can you sit down? Thank you.
Sparks, let the
Not on
bailiff
the
do it.
table.
You can,
Oh, you gotta-
you can cuff him to the table. That's okay. He doesn't you have to be put in shackles or anything.
I didn't realize we had a bailiff.
That's fine. Bailiff, can you please cuff him to the table if he's not already?
Your Honor, is this for the contempt or just in general?
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Damn. They did that for me and my homies last time. They put us all cuffed to the table and shit.
All right. After careful consideration, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know where to start with how convoluted and complex this case was. From the very beginning all the way up until now, it feels like things were kind of jumbled all over the place, and it was difficult to follow from the very beginning, like even before we came to court today. That said, I have come into a verdict. As of right now, the charges standing are 2 times criminally negligent ownership of a firearm, 1 times accessory to robbery, 1 times accessory to criminal use of a firearm, and 1 times violation of a court order. Correct? That's everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Cool. We're gonna start off with a super easy one. You said what is this, Fred? What is this community center for?
Well, Your Honor, the community center is it's
bullshit.
about a lot of things.
No bullshit.
Well, I can. Hey, it certainly ain't for a grow up. I can tell you that much.
Just because
But,
the warrant didn't stick in court doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. I can tell you what it is for. All right. Essentially, the plan was to buy 2 warehouses. I missed out on being able to buy one because of the injunction. The first warehouse was going to be for farming vegetables and allowing people to kind of like there were going to be people who were going to be paid by the county to chop up vegetables for others. And then the second one was going to be a mini mall. So it was going to be a place for people. The second one was going to be a place for people to trade and sell goods, like a flea market more so than a mini mall. And then the first one was going to be for vegetables, so that people could kind of get vegetables quicker and cheaper and not have to do all the chopping themselves. As well as a meeting hall, because you could even because the one that was going to be the flea market was about 3 times the size of that one, but I wasn't able to get it because, you know, I wasn't able to. I just wasn't able to get it. And then this one was for jobs, the one that I have now.
So
What?
sorry.
Oh shit.
What?
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Everything is safe, guys.
State of emergency. Let's go.
Is this because I got Espinosa's decryption key? Oh, remember the audio recording?
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. Have you and your Tony? Have you and your client talked about this community center?
Briefly.
Okay, so when you said that he needed to pull the money out to pay people so he could feed them in your closing, that has nothing to do with what he put in the comment on the bank statement.
No. It's not to feed them, Your Honor. I'm talking about the fact that there's outstanding work that hasn't been paid off yet. The people need to eat is what I was saying because they're not getting their paychecks.
Okay, and you said it wasn't willful disobedience because he had to do it.
Yeah, because people were not getting paid and were suffering because of it. This has been going on for a month.
Your Honor, I see the 2 threads connecting.
I
mean,
had
the
half of
mini
it
mall
decorated.
and the co-op grow op of a legal grow op was generative of income and community based.
They should have just said Leah signed
I can
off
see how
on
they
it.
tie together. But I don't see any emails from Pred asking me to wake up and give keys.
No.
Are we allowed to give you context on that? Because
Yeah, did he contact anybody? Because I don't have anything.
I can fill you in directly on what happened.
Okay, if you say, okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
So, Leah Strong called Brittany Angel about just that, Your Honor, and the only justice
I was
that was
there.
making themselves available. This isn't a shot at you. This isn't a shot at Hart or nothing like that. The only justice that was making themselves available was Angel. And when Leah called her because Leah's been my treasurer for a long time, and it was getting the keys was like a difficult part for some reason. Leah called Angel. I was there right next to her when she was having a phone call, and all Angel was doing was trying to bust open the doors of some type of embezzlement case instead of just giving her the keys, and she still never gave her the keys even past that point. Like it was an hour after that conversation took place, and we went over to the courthouse, and Leah still didn't have keys. So the way I was doing is I was just operating with my treasurer. They were official in the capacity. I named them my treasurer, which I think is my right as mayor. And then they just never had the appropriate keys given to them, and I would just verify everything with them directly.
It was before this.
So I'd like confer with them, what was taking place, how much money we have, what we're looking to do, stuff like that, because there was no other means to do it, and I didn't think
I think he
that
just
we could get any other
forgot.
justices to do it, so I just did it that way. And it was only those 2 transactions.
Literally during the mayoral thing.
I mean, the legislation says justices, so it's not just Angel. You can't just fold everything back.
I'm talking to the judge. I'm talking to the judge.
Stop. So with that being said, Pred, did you make any other attempts to go find another judge or justice? Because it does say judge or justices.
I didn't feel the need I had to because I had my treasurer. I appointed her my treasurer. I operated with her as my treasurer. She just didn't have the
Why
keys.
didn't you
She
put
was
that
in
the comment instead of saying "go fuck yourselves"?
Because I was a spiteful, vindictive man who
Fifth
wasn't able to
Amendment
do
right.
anything. I haven't been able to pay a lot of people, and there's a lot of stuff getting done, Your Honor.
Your Honor, you have to also consider the fact that like this is like a third week in November of like Pred not being able to pay anybody.
I
But
had
people have
somebody
suffered for a long time and asking.
Your Honor, can I tell you what happened? I had somebody put about 50 plus hours into decorating half of that building, and they had to be paid. And I even have receipts and stuff for the stuff that they purchased from the Lumber Co. and then the added money on top for their work. So I have that information.
Did you hire them before or after this court case got put in?
Before.
Because from what I
you want-
understand, I said don't fucking touch your shit until like within the
Just
first week of the stuff
lie,
picking up.
bro.
Well, technically, I didn't touch it. Leia said it was okay.
He's pointing at bank scuff, I think.
No, she was my treasurer. She
Yeah.
just didn't have the
It's just-
proper key.
Yeah, it's like businesses. They only get one bank account. Can't share them. Oh, was that out loud? Fuck.
She's been my treasurer since pretty much a few days after I came in office.
Bro,
She's been the treasurer since
Oh,
day
bro,
one.
I
And all those people who submitted
It's-
claims, they just didn't do anything about it.
I'm serious though. You can't just share it around, man.
Yeah, from Your Honor, can I add something?
Okay.
Oh, for me? Okay. I had spoken with Justice Hart about the position of Leah Strong and in Pratt's mayoral cabinet, and she told me that it was outlined that she was just a cabinet member and no further description was provided. At least to justices or judges.
Bro, I was literally witness after they became mayor that he wanted Leah Strong, and they said yes. What the fuck does the MDD tag have to do with anything?
I literally made her my treasurer super early on, and just much like this case, just like how much Justice Angel isn't here, I have been stonewalled from the moment I stepped into office when I had fraudulent charges put on me, trying to get things done, trying to get the ball moving. It was literally impossible for me to get the ball rolling, and I just was working
The
with
argument
the people that
of
were
that
in the city, Your Honor.
you need to email a
It's that
justice
simple.
is retarded.
The person who was here was Angel, and Angel refused to do it. I named
I
Leah Strong
hate
my
that.
treasurer publicly many times. There's a lot of people that
So
can attest to this.
much.
There's a lot of witnesses.
It's an
all right?
excuse for
And
not doing your job.
I don't really understand how
that was
now, here's the
bestowed on
thing.
you. I
did
hate
I go
it.
against the legislation, or did I embezzle? Because I'm confused. Because if I went against the legislation, isn't that an authority conduct review? Because I clearly, Your Honor, did not benefit from any type of spending. I've been tied up for months trying to get the ball rolling on shit.
Yeah, I don't.
There
It's
were
so
no other options, and I operate
crazy
in a different way.
of an
If people
idea.
ain't around, I normally don't ask him to come around, Your Honor. I mean, you know, that's just how I operate. And I named her treasurer. That's my right. That's my job.
Okay. Here's the deal. I agree. It is your right. It is your job to name her as treasurer. You didn't do anything wrong there. You named a treasurer, and that's what you're supposed to do. If they have an issue with that, they can take you to an ACR, which is, you know, authority conduct.
Wait, except now here's where he gets fucked.
That being said,
He's done.
I'm not sure I believe you in terms of maybe Miss Strong said it was okay, but you said if you're not going to give my people keys, I'm going to do what the fuck I want. And in my mind, that
Continuance.
says you were going to do it regardless. So,
well,
you want me to be
Your
honest
Honor,
with you?
he wants
Hang
to
on.
help the.
I'm, if you want me to be perfectly blunt, and I feel like I have been super cordial this whole time, I don't give a shit what you want or what he wants. I understand he wants to take care of his people, but at the end of the day, a court order is a court order.
Oh, I mean, to
Now,
be
if
honest,
you or
Hollow
Miss
is
Strong
right.
were like, what
They
the fuck?
never
Where are the
should have
justices
done
and
it
judges?
this
I would've
way.
been like, yeah, what the
Pred
fuck?
fucked
Why is
around
somebody
and
coming
found
and giving me
out.
your shit? I
It's
would've been
not.
just as pissed off as you
Listen,
are.
Hollow's right.
But I said no touchy. And had you put in the comment, Leah Strong approved this, I'm the only one who was able to get it out, I'm taking it out, I'll be like, okay, cool. No problem.
I agree.
But
Pred did this part to
I
himself.
can't help you there.
Your Honor, he still has an obligation to the people, though.
I do agree with him. I agree.
If there's
upset
outstanding
he
where they're not
didn't
getting
I tried to
paid, they
help
still
him.
need help.
He wanted to
get
do
that.
it. He did it.
But if it
Against
sounds like
the
to me
Justice's
necessary
court
steps
order.
weren't taken to try to get somebody in to get him his keys. I understand that Angel was taken.
No,
but that was
no.
necessary.
I'm with Hollow on this, man.
It is disappointing.
All
that
he needed to
nothing
do,
happened with that.
knowing this, because it was last week, we already had Hollow
like I said, if he would've
talking
put
to
a
us.
comment saying
He could have sent an email.
strong,
He could have
approve
put
this,
something in there.
Justice
There's a
can go fuck
million different
themselves, I would've
things.
been okay with
He
that too,
did it because he
but no
wanted
one was
to
there.
be.
Yeah, but
Let's be honest. He wanted to
what do you
be.
want me to do?
Bro,
That's hearsay.
he robbed a bank.
Just saying she told me go ahead is like maybe she did, maybe she didn't. All I have to go off is what you put in the comment. Which is go fuck yourself.
I agree. I agree with him.
You're gonna be guilty of that. I do understand that there was a reason behind it in terms of getting. I do believe that you care about the people from our conversations in the past, before this case was up and everything. So it will be a reduced sentence. You don't have to worry about that.
Oh!
You're going to be guilty of that. In terms of the criminal negligent ownership charges,
He's dropping it.
I understand that there is one report, which is 6655, that doesn't have a specific gun coming back to it.
Oh, rip.
We could just sit here and say, you know, well, one of the two guns that were brought up could just be related to that, so we're just going to charge them with one. But if that were the case, then I'd have to figure out the accessory charges, because each charge of criminal negligent ownership goes separately with an accessory charge, and I have to figure out which one is which, and I can't do that. And to be honest,
wait,
don't.
I'm finished.
Please don't interrupt me. With that being said, I don't think that it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes!
That although these firearms were reported or weren't reported stolen, or possibly, there's no way to tell which firearm goes to the report that was reported stolen. And then that would mean I would have to speculate and guess on which accessory charge to push on Mr. Pred, and I don't agree with that either. Because of the like I said, because of the accessory charges that require me to have a specific gun to place with that accessory charge, and I just don't feel comfortable doing that. So it's going to be not guilty on the criminal negligent ownership charges and the accessory charges. It is going to be guilty on the
Oh my god. This is good.
violation of a court order. And I think that's everything. Am I missing one?
Yeah. And now just hide the charge.
What's the time in? So he's guilty of 1 times contempt of court, 1 time
fucking
violation of court.
Yes.
What's the total time and fine?
So he's gonna get
Teacher, you forgot to give us homework.
how much is violating? It's 45 months or something, right?
21 months and a 2188 fine.
Okay, so he's gonna get that, and then what?
Said it was 10,020 months per contempt charges earlier, Your Honor.
No, I did that. I didn't. I just said that was for Ember.
Oh.
Hey.
The shoe thief. The
Murphy,
shoe bandit.
diversion
How much
program.
was he alleged to have embezzled?
3
Oh, yeah, I definitely
million
got contempt.
That's the
was
contempt charge.
okay.
Wait, what?
Nah, I'm just fucking with you. It's like 5K. It's fine.
Okay, so how
I
long?
was about. I'll tell you, I'm making that withdrawal.
Retard my twat, it matches
Sorry, say
your
again.
vibe.
How long does he have any?
Bro,
prison time
that's
or-
crazy.
Look at the picture I made.
Okay.
That's
violent court order is a felony,
crazy.
and just advising
Thank you.
the court.
Non-violent felony. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
I'm
No,
aware.
I'm just advising the court. I
It
don't
is
think
a,
Fred on me.
Yeah, it's a
I'm right.
state felony. Yep.
Hey, the only charge you guys could get pressed on me is me being so fed up with your bullshit from your dumb fuckery that I did it to myself. I hope you guys go to bed tonight and realize you're dog shit. You're fucking useless. All right, I'm gonna be walking
Hey.
out a free man,
Fred.
making all my
What my
fucking
client means to say.
withdrawals. All right, staying in office.
Oh, hey, King Kyle.
Yeah.
My client means to say is
Hang
that the
on.
people of
No.
Blaine County are owed a duty by their mayor, and
Don't.
he intends
Hey,
to
Fred.
perform that duty.
You know, you should
Please
look at
stop.
my
Yes,
twat,
yes,
it's
Your
so
Honor. I
funny.
forgot I
no
was cuffed.
gavel. So that's another contempt charge.
So what is that? 4 or 5?
That's 2.
Oh, I like
for the
it.
Penguin quote.
Thank you.
Oh,
So you can
okay.
add on another 5K,
Um,
another 10 months for that one.
Okay. Marshals may need to.
No.
What if he says sorry, but in the way you want?
That's a good one.
When is
I'm
the
sorry.
next academy? No.
If you delete your wild character right now and revoke contempt.
Okay.
What if he
How about
does an
on?
impression of your favorite Star Wars character?
Nope. What I
Wait,
said.
Dude, they need to do
Honor,
diversion program, bro.
Right now, what I said.
Your Honor, what about when his wild character dies? It's a matter of when, not if. You get to laugh at him
He
for
has to
5
delete it
minutes
right now.
straight.
Hold on, don't you put me in the same fucking same realm that this motherfucker's in. All right, because your boy's
Oh,
got
they're being
experience,
nerds
okay?
now.
I know
Look,
what
look,
I'm
look.
doing to a degree.
Talk
I don't know
nerdy.
as much as I'm doing as Espino's, nowhere fucking close, but I know enough to get by in that world.
Look, Your Honor, when you see Tug Tug 2, you could laugh at him all night long. That would be the agreement.
It would be
Okay.
rub and tug. I already decided that one.
All right, so it's gonna be 31 total with the 10K on top of whatever the fine was for.
He's giving him punishments and
Yeah,
WoW.
and then we'll go from there.
Fred, I can see you just like getting by, scraping through like a cockroach in that world.
I don't know. It's not a violent felony, so I don't really care about it. I mean, if they want to say I violated a court order, if they want to take me to a thing to say I violated a court order to pay a decorator for my community center, then by all means they can go for it.
I think the optics are good on going for a diversion.
Hey, hello. I wanted to talk to you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Pred.
If you could.
All right, I'm
An
ready to go.
embarrassing waste of
Okay,
5
you're
minutes
Long
of
live
my
King
life.
Pred!
Transported if that
Long
fucker-
live the
There is a
king!
bailiff.
Yeah, I
literally
can
everything they
contact him.
tried
I
to
just
press
need
on
you.
him
I'll
got
have you
thrown.
to, for the bailiff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just get you cuffed just now, and then we can arrange your transport for Bolingbroke, okay?
All right.
Kyle Pred.
Oh,
diversion
we need to
program.
escort him
Seen
then.
all the charges. I really am
Thanks,
OJ.
man.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
Oh.
I'm gonna save the felony. I don't know if I want to use the felony diversion program yet.
I think he wants to consider that because they can fuck him in the ass. No.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Pred. Pred, come over here real quick.
Felony diversion program, or should we just?
Yeah, form like a.
He needs to know this.
Couldn't hurt to ask about it.
Oh my God! Please don't not take
Hey, it's
this.
fine by me. I look like a martyr now. I look like a badass.
I was really into that penguin impression. I ain't gonna lie. That was funny as hell.
Cuff
The normal
this.
process. I can't do it right now.
Yeah, I got you.
Frodo, where you at?
Hey, Murphy, come over here real quick.
Yeah.
He needs to understand that if he keeps that felony, he's gonna go through this again with an impeachment.
Beating the charges.
How
You know,
much
I'm happy.
longer is
You know,
the
I
term?
always walk out of here
An entire 2
The
months.
only one, the only one that
I'm
can
not
put
saying
me
it's
in
gonna
jail
happen,
is me.
but you give
understand
them
that?
a avenue to hyper analyze him and bring him through impeachment. That's the thing that he's got to be worried about. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna lose some steam over the next few weeks. You know, it's a busy time, so hopefully that'll just sort itself out, right? Because with violating a
actually,
court order, the
that's
issue is that
you make
that's
a
like
good point with that.
That's like
Dark,
a judge
thank you the
charge,
5
You know what I mean?
gifted
so it's like,
subs.
you bring that to court, you're basically questioning the judge's decision, not so much
Eve.
cops.
So the new impeachment is pretty much you could fight and you could bring someone through impeachment like a regular trial.
I was
On a hearing.
screaming on the inside during so much of that.
Damn, not one of them
But-
charges stuck. Not
Either way,
one of them.
hey,
Not
what do you
a
think of that
damn
court case?
charge.
On motorcycles.
I thought it was unmitigated disaster.
Yeah. I wear.
I'm very,
I-
you know, I was a
disappointed
trooper
in
for a little
everybody.
bit, actually.
If you are interested, and I genuinely mean this, I want to find a means by which we can press.
I've been incapacitated with my mayoral duties for 5 months.
I want to attempt. I don't know if you're the right guy for this. I don't know what your availability is, right? So feel free to say no. I want to open the door for special prosecution in light of not just this case, but other things that you're going to be seeing in the docket soon through impeachment filings, which I filed for Angel 2 days ago. I want somebody, maybe you, to go after them.
You would definitely get in trouble for that, yes.
Angel,
someone who's not all
et
mobbed
al.
up with some fucking interest group. You know, someone who's just doesn't
yes.
care who it is who's gonna go after them. If what they're doing is fucking harming everyone.
Precisely. And I think the evidence is already there. And I want a special prosecution aiming for something on the level of treason, effectively. And I can break down the argument for it, but today's probably not the best time. Maybe a conversation we can set with you, me, and Michael and Maeve. There is roughly 4 months of history here, and plenty that once uncovered shows a pattern that I believe should lead the jail, quite frankly.
Oh shit! I don't know where I'm at with everything right now, just cause after everything went down, you know, the DOJ went fucking radio silent with me, so I don't even know where I stand with any of the current justices or any of that.
Understandable.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't like had my bar license taken away by now. You know, I don't know what's going on. So, yeah. I don't trust anybody, Nino, is what I'm saying. So, you know, I trust you because you, like me, are for the culture. You know, you're a fucking OG.
Yeah.
You care about this place. And you've been through a lot of this stuff before, you know, like I have. So
Yeah, you
I
see
trust
shit
you,
like
and I
this.
trust your opinion on things.
I appreciate that.
Everybody else, though, pretty shaky on them.
It's too much. There's a lot of self-servingness is the issue.
The issue is we had so much initial optimism that the crash bred self-interest like the plague.
Yeah, you are not wrong. You are not fucking wrong.
Pred only got guilty of the
it's a special kind of self-interest.
court order, violating a court order.
It assumes self-interest in everyone else.
The
and
don't
it's
touch the money in the account.
Yeah. That you hit the fucking nail on the head. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with it without just, you know,
No, it was for paying. Yeah, it was for paying someone.
It's
after the fact.
I've had to try very much so not to crash out at times, because the thing is, you've seen, like, you know, when especially with, it's, how do I put this? You know me from back in the day, right?
Yeah.
And there was certain shit that you needed to be so sly with doing. And so it would make folks like yourself, me, etc., read people very easily. You know what they're doing. A lot of these fucking cops, marshals, etc., they're doing like amateur shit. You know what I mean? So you can read their move like real quick. You don't need the fucking rest.
Let's be serious. There's a lot of people trying to make moves in the street who are pretty much civilian. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's a lot of that
exactly.
lately. A lot of inexperience at how to network, how to play the game.
Yeah,
How to, like you said, read people.
Yeah.
How to plan ahead
Okay,
when you
he going-
moves.
he going to jail or not,
Stick
sir?
to a simple plan
Oh,
that survives a lot of other people's moves.
Yes, exactly.
You know, there's a lot of shit,
Bringing buses?
and you know that comes
Yeah,
with
it's for the
experience.
poisonous tree for
So I
anything
think
that
having
came out
like
of
a
that, which
good
we included
balance
the
between
embezzlement
that kind of experience that like maybe you or I have,
Uh,
but a fresh pair of eyes
yeah.
too, like maybe someone who's
Yeah,
pretty
I'm just
new
gonna
to the
go ahead and
city,
stay my ass
who
in here.
is
I ain't trying to
who
get
has
hit by a
committed
bus.
themselves
Mm.
in some significant way.
Hey,
You
cuz,
know,
we
I
need
think
to
about
get
those
active,
people
cuz.
who have like
We
really
need to
put in a
protect the
lot of
South
work.
Side,
Well,
feel me?
it didn't actually
and have
get
been
thrown
here
out
for a
until
very
the
short time.
actual trial started.
when
So
they
during
put
the
them in the-
I see
pre-trial,
that sort of
they put them in
leadership,
the moved
fresh
together right now, and
perspective.
the
I
judge said,
agree with you. They're not like
trial, and
tainted
then once
yet.
it got to that point in the trial,
Right.
Start a whole riot in this bitch.
That's a really good point. All right, Murphy, I gotta go disband shift 3.
I think you should let them.
I'll talk to you
Let
soon.
them find that out by themselves.
Moss, your officers came at me at the
Yeah, I
jugular
ain't got
ready
much
to
lie.
take everything from me. Why the fuck would I be okay with letting them
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
everything after this major fuck up?
Jason, text
Alright,
me
they shouldn't have their jobs. If they were willing to come after me for mine, tit for tat.
I need to put
They
my
should be
shiesty
fucking
back
removed
on,
from
cuz.
their jobs and have to wait 30 days to fucking waiting 30 days would be more generous than what they did to me, because I ain't been able to do my job for fucking 5 weeks. I ain't been able to do my job for 40 fucking days. More than that. Yeah, I've been fucking having to drudge day in and day fucking out. I have to keep telling people I can't do shit for them all the fucking time. I can't authorize nothing. I can't do this. I can't fucking do that. All right, they came at my jugular trying to take everything from me. I want the same thing from them. All right, I'm gonna be honest. All right, this is such a major fuck up. Not one charge they pressed on me stuck. The only charge that stuck is the one that I put on my fucking self because I was tired of their shit.
I will say this too. In addition to that, would be Chief Boss. It would be a really big needed thing to do is to review what had happened with this case. Especially, it sounds like a lot of forces went around you.
I'll be reviewing it, but
But in particular, the
you
forces
know,
that went around
I will
your
just say right
authority.
now, I think it is not appropriate to have this conversation here, or frankly, to have this conversation at all. If you'd like to file a formal complaint, you are more than welcome to, but I'm not going to entertain this conversation.
All right, I mean, if you want to encourage dumb fuck behavior like this, then that's your call there, Chief Moss. I mean, you can do what you want to do, but, you know, I mean, if they ain't even going to be reprimanded or anything for what they did, I mean, you understand that they are the sole reason. They are the sole reason why I haven't been able
Oh
to do
shit,
my
we
fucking
missed some.
job for
We
over
missed
a
some
month.
spiciness.
They've
Bro,
caused literally
we
an entire
missed some
county of people with hundreds
spiciness.
of residents in it to suffer.
Chief Moss, can you have a minute?
Yeah.
I just want to point out a change to a charge that came from precedent in the bench trial. Robbery for security firm no longer requires you to prove they were making a
Oh shit.
financial
I want to
delivery
know what I
and they
missed.
and they get robbed. So it covers the local bank trucks that have been popping up.
You filed for divorce?
Thank you.
Pred's not wrong. It needs to be extreme. I want to hear what this
I was actually
conversation is
just,
about first. Let's absorb.
Having a conversation with somebody about this.
Oh yes, hello.
Okay. All right. Actually, can I talk to you about this charge?
Hey, why is he still in cuffs?
I don't know, but
I'm waiting for
doesn't his,
transport.
thank you. Isn't he kind of like sentenced once he's in cuffs?
I don't know.
You know,
What did they
feels-
say they're putting you up for?
20-something months, I think.
Okay, so like one
I feel like
electrical.
we should just.
I'm just gonna get ready to
You just
take
go
Mr.
with you
Pred
for 5
away.
months.
Yeah.
I'll give you a couple of seconds to do whatever you need to, and then we'll get him moving.
Yeah.
Straight to the top, can't be stopped. I'm ready to roll.
Awesome.
All right.
Now, just for security reasons, I will cuff you fully, and we'll get you down to the front of the courthouse.
Yeah.
I gotta be careful. If I sneeze, there's probably going to be a charge on the docket over.
Hey,
Hopefully
Fred, do you
not.
need a ride out of jail?
She just driving in there the whole way?
Get the fuck out of my face, you fucking shift 3 fucking rat cunt.
Thank you. You actually use cunt in the right context. Not many people can actually do that.
Tomorrow you right.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry that this. I'll be honest, man. I'll be honest. If I knew it was going to turn something like this, I probably would have just done a fucking Jimbo.
I'm genuinely not.
Let me ask you a question. Did you know it was going to come down to this?
Fuck no, dude. I'll be completely blunt with you. I didn't really register that he was the mayor when I found the gun. And then when I checked his profile, I saw that he was the mayor. I was like, shit, what do I do? And I was told I had to go to a doctor.
I believe you, and I'm going to be rather transparent. Is both you and Spade were manipulated into this position, and it is disgusting. It should not be occurring. And if there was a death penalty, I think there should be a justice's head on the chopping block. How is your name on the prosecution if you're telling me that you didn't know it was going to come to this?
When you mean like in terms of when you say come to this, I mean like I didn't think I was going to go to a whole full-on court case at first.
Were you consulted?
Sort of and not sort of. Like it's very difficult for me to sort of be around everyone, unfortunately, just because of my own time constraints.
I already believe you. I already believe you. I can hear it in your voice, but now I'm getting even more triggered because now I feel you have been what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to use the wrong word here, but I think you were used. You were used.
I mean,
and that's
I think I
pissing me
should
off.
take equal. I still feel like I should take equal blame for anything that happened though, because
No.
like it started
You were
because
doing your
of
job.
me.
You were doing your job, right? It's kind of like this. Think about it this way. Tony's my lawyer, right? And let's say I ask
Tony,
lawyer
get kidnapped again, Tony. I'm kidding.
No, let's say I tell him to file like a civil lawsuit against someone, right? And in doing so, I'm leading him with evidence with the intent that in court that I'm going to do some surprise shit that is going to put his bar license in jeopardy, right?
I'm gonna get out of here.
It's manipulative, right? So
yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Inherently, the moment your name becomes gets put on the prosecutor list, you are like culpable for everything that is getting presented in court. And so when I look at your situation, and to an extent Spade as well, it is so evident, so obvious that while your report, while your information, you may have originally produced it, the direction, the decisions made along the way, the lack of consulting with you, these things are being done with your name on the signature, right? On the dotted line. I'll give you another example, right? Maeve is in my cabinet. Abeline's in my cabinet. If I told them to sign a piece of legislation that was titled like the, Helping the Children Act, right? And I'm like, hey, Abeline, Maeve, I want you to, look at this paragraph, right? It's about donating food to the children. And they're like, oh, yeah, go and sign it. But it turns out in this thing, I'm doing some like psycho shit, right? I have now abused their signatures to do something that they did not agree to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. 'Cause, like, I wasn't under the assumption that was happening. Like, I felt that I was the one pushing a lot of this stuff with Charlotte. I can kind of see what your thought process is.
Do you know what they said here before you showed up?
No, I had no idea.
Watson.
The way that this was framed in this courtroom is, this is yours.
I mean, I did write the warrant. Even then, I kind of fucked up the warrant when I wrote it, and I know I did. And when I moved it over for the new report for McNee to reread, I missed out the one key point, which I think kind of fucked.
Are you aware the marshals knew there was weed inside the warehouse?
No. I had no idea. So pretty much what happened was like,
Good morning,
initially what was going to
Mehdi
happen
and
was I was
Chad.
going to do the raid that shift 3, right? I'd written the basis of the search warrant the day before, and hadn't seen any, I hadn't selected any of the vehicles or the properties yet. I wasn't even aware that he owned the warehouse until the morning properly, because that's when I was going through the MDT to get the properties and vehicles to put them in, right? But no, I had no idea. I still don't know if they were aware there was weed in the warehouse already.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
It's just Forte. It's not important.
Well, he just got invited to you. What do you mean?
Here's what I'm gonna say, Matt. First off, I apologize. With the short conversation I've had with you, I genuinely believe that you had no ill intent and you were just doing your job. Very fucking obvious. And
how is he doing this so fast?
Yeah. Holy fuck.
He's literally just out in the car park.
Are you available to talk later this week?
Yeah, depends on the time. I understand that.
Send me an email. We'll figure something out. I think you're a victim in all of this, and I have a feeling that you don't actually know the full context of how bad this is.
You should also review some of our evidence too that we posted.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you guys posted, but we kind of just claimed it as ours.
Yeah, I kind of got. I think Hallow realized that he forgot to ping me in any of the things, so I had no real idea of times and stuff. I would read it and stuff like that. I kind of read it in passing, but I was never pinged except for the first initial doc posting.
Oh my god, this makes it so much worse.
And my name was still there, but I think he just because I was under the assumption that this would have been done weeks ago. I didn't think it'd be going for this long.
I'm making these statements knowing full well you don't know the full context of what hasn't come out yet.
Hasn't come out yet? Oh, great.
Brother, most of the shit didn't come out because the prosecution wasn't able to put anything on display because of the look, you recognize your warrant. It wasn't good, right? It's whatever, right? It's what happened after the fact and what information was kept from you, which led to the disaster that took place today. And some of what I'm saying, I know, is cryptic, and that's mostly a consequence of that information will come out in a future court hearing. And but I think it would. But let's talk later this week. Allow me to think about what I can discuss with you. And mostly my objective is I want to know what the hell is going on. And I want the LSPD to succeed. I genuinely do. But success to me is a citizenry that when they look at the police department, they say they're protecting and serving me. That when they get charges pressed against them, they're like, okay, I understand where this is coming from. But understand that this man, Pred, which I literally authorized a bullet going through his head 5 years ago, right? We started off on rough foot, you know? Like, this isn't like
he used to be my sheriff. Like, I met him a few times in the past, so...
Yo, what up, Coyle?
I never really got to properly work with him, unfortunately. But I was aware.
This man was for 5 weeks. They didn't even speak to him.
I think that might be on my part as well, because like when I was submitting the raid, right? And I spoke.
Don't blame yourself. I'm telling you this, man.
I think it's good to take accountability though, because I was the one that wrote the warrant.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it to both Magni and Grace, and the reason, for example, I didn't.
Wait, what does he say? Probably just Judge
the apartment. Just in my warrant was due to the very fact that like I knew I'd never be.
Did they fix the legislation? No, they didn't.
And I made that known to them.
I still don't have my FOIAs. We're meeting tomorrow.
It's very, very difficult for me to ever see Carl
Nino's been crashing out, but I've been keeping it entertained.
That's probably on me in the sense of them not talking to him as well, because
I put in 3 more audits. We haven't even heard of them yet.
I want to try and do what I can with this to try and do most of the work relating just to, like, you know, these charges. Wasn't the embezzlement and such. I didn't really have much anything to do with.
It's just like IRL law, 1 more year minimum till it's resolved.
Yeah, in terms of, I do feel that I am somewhat to blame for people not speaking to Fred.
I respect that. But here's how I'm going to put it, right, Matt? And I'm not going to be too harsh on you because you are an officer. I get it. You might have been a cop for some period of time. But I'll give you the framework by which I think accountability is upheld, right? I am accountable for your entire department. I'm accountable for legislation that gets passed in Los Santos County. If I have people bleeding on the street and feeling that they're not getting justice, I am accountable. So what you even I am accountable for your warrant to some degree. You understand where I'm going with this? But
yes,
even though you placed a warrant, even though you can recognize it may not have been the best and it may have been flawed, you did not make the decisions to start there and drive the court case all the way here. You had other individuals that have been steering the direction of where this court case goes. The moment someone takes that wheel, they are now the inherent decision maker. Just as if I asked Maeve, she's in my cabinet, right? And I ask her, for example, she took on responsibility to look into Toe. Now, if she turns out, it turns out that Maeve goes and I don't know how you can fuck up Toe, but let's say she did something, right, that caused a lot of loss of money, people going to jail, whatever. After she took on that responsibility, yes, I take blame because she's in my office, but she did steer it, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, now I think what we need to do now is try to figure out why the hell did it get to this, right?
I don't know if I would be able to really provide a lot of that information. I think it would be more like, because again, like my thought process in terms of like I didn't feel like that would happen to me, right? I think the best person to potentially talk to about that would be Spade, because she was working with them closely. Right?
Spade was also manipulated. Listen, I spent 5 years of my life manipulating people selling guns. Trust me, I know what manipulation looks like. I even think that what's her name? I think everyone at this table was manipulated. It was very obvious. What you missed before you walked in this courtroom is the little game where like the wooden ladies, you open them up and there's a smaller one inside. You know what I'm talking
the
about?
cascaded. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. It was like that. It was like, oh wait, I didn't do that. I think she did it. And then they started questioning, oh, I didn't do that. She did it. And then it came down to you. They're like, oh, that's Matt's shit. And so then you walked in post facto, and while you had answers to some of those things, no one was able to stand here and say, I made these decisions to not interrogate Pred and to bring these charges forward, etc., etc. You get what I'm saying?
They tried to make it seem like the whole case rested on your shoulders, and they were just the ones who could show up the card.
Exactly.
Like they were doing you a favor.
Same reason I think the Hydra case needs to be dropped, because Den Shiesty, psycho cop, but I still love him, oddly enough. And but that Hydra case, that's Den's. He's got plans. Drop the entire fucking case. It's that simple. You know what I mean? Like, whose justice are you providing at the end of the day?
Yeah,
Guns are off the street.
I mean, that happened before this even happened, right? Like, that's gone for how long?
There you go. Ain't nobody give a fuck.
But it was similar time frame.
So I think the Hydra raid happened just before this raid.
Do you want to be
no, it was
chief
like a
of police
week
of Shift 3?
I'm good, thanks. I have had my fair share of high command, never touching that shit again.
Do you have any recommendations? Because we're gonna be passing legislation for a separate Shift 3 department, and it's gonna have its own chief of police. I think we're gonna give them a different title. I think they're gonna be called like.
Look, I'll be honest, like, because obviously you guys know I work at Shift 3. I do work with Sky. The thing is, I understand if you don't like her. I'm not going.
I don't not like her. She's just a criminal leaker. You know what I mean?
So the thing is, I don't know if she ever has actually leaked. Cause I've been told about what's in that document.
I'm not stupid. She leaked the Hydra. Like, I'm not playing
Wait,
games.
can we call it the Night Watch?
The Night Watch.
There's a guy from back in the day that already had the Night Watch. Yeah, and that's gonna be for a border on between Los Santos and Blaine County.
Wait, Matt, would you accept the high command position if we made your position called the Batman?
No,
Shift 3?
dude, I'm never doing that.
It is gonna be the night shift.
You know why I never want to do high command again. That is
because you never called me.
I feel like that's the most
prick.
Anyone who's ever been in any position of command, people are like,
you
do
know
you want
what?
to do command again? They're like,
because that was violence on me right then and there. I'm back to your car.
Wait, so you used to be high command? Like, how long ago?
Not here. I was on the other side of town. I work really closely with Frank Williams.
Oh, Frank the Tech. Him and me and Frank go by way.
Yeah,
we go way
Frank
the
was
fuck back.
Frank was chief and I was his assistant chief for about 18 months.
Frank is the guy who originally created the police tactic known as ramming.
Yes, that is why
we're familiar with it.
Tony's very familiar with it.
I remember one time he'd be like, look what I figured out. If I go real fast and go into the criminal, they get disabled. And, it was funny back then.
These days, it disables our cars more than it disables theirs. But no, I would unfortunately turn down any sort of chain of command position. I kind of like just being an officer, honestly. I don't like having any sort of upper responsibility.
The Batman position, though.
Why don't you do it, Tony? You got hair color for it.
I
It's
do.
literally a fucking cow with your how your hair is shaped right now.
Matt, I do genuinely appreciate the candidness. I have a lot of reasons, which I don't necessarily expect you to sympathize, fully understand, right? That's got me upset and whatever. But despite all that, I get, like I said, just speaking to you a little bit, I think you're genuine with everything that you're saying, and like I said, I hope you accept my apology. So.
No, I can. You don't need to apologize. Nothing that you need to apologize for. I did my job. I made a mistake. That resulted in this.
I can't. Nino can't not like this guy. Who the fuck is this dude?
That's just on Halo, and he already acknowledged that.
What? This guy is way too chill. But I can't be mad at him.
You never have to apologize for that.
Yeah. This is awkward. I've not been used to this with many officers. Tony, what are these feelings?
Accountability and honesty and integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say this. I meme on Matt a lot, but you know, there's
Wait, you know him?
different. Yeah.
I used to chase him back in the day. Him and I
Really?
have the same cloth.
Practically.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
Frank ran my car a couple times. Remember when he ran my R34 into a wall, and I said, "Well,
He's not. No.
did a couple more turns. I snapped his ankles."
I mean, that's Frank though. You can snap his ankles pretty easily because missiles only go until they hit once,
Yeah, but I went a straight line.
like a missile.
All right.
I do miss the old days, but I'm kind of glad I'm not chasing you anymore.
We do got to take our leave. Pred's up in jail, and I think we got to go have a chat.
He's probably out of jail by now. Surely he's been
Yeah.
long enough. It's been a while.
He said he was gonna sleep up there, but if he's
I wrote
yeah, Abilene, Maeve,
I wrote the SEMA, and
Michael,
I wrote half
Archie.
of the traffic.
We
Hey,
need to chat
Yep.
about next steps.
Yeah, we gotta go. Catch you later.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Man. You take care.
are you guys
I
gonna
think
pick up Pred if he's gonna meet up with you guys? Or?
we can. I just kind of want to talk to him about something like along the way. We'll grab a vehicle and drive and chat. Actually, Tony, you can come with us. I don't mind.
Hell yeah.
Uh,
I think me and Abby needs to tell him about